Okay, and we are live. So, hey, everybody, and welcome to the show. As always, I'm Game Master Roger. This is my neighborhood. Uh, and I am joined today by a couple of the usual guys here. We got Jason and Decado, who always join us. And below us here, we've got Matt and Dovahkiin, which I'm told is some word in Skyrim. I think the dragon people.
It
Whatever.
means dragonborn in
Yeah,
Skyrim. It is the language of the dragons, the
Get him,
Dove.
Jason. Get him.
that's. I said that. That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I said. I don't know. Sometimes we call him Vince. I don't know. Some we call him Edgelord on the stream. That's what we used to call him before we found out that he's actually a real person. So
No, kinda.
but but we wanted to get him on the show and so he can actually talk to us because usually his fingers are going crazy typing comments back
I
and
got
forth.
a problem. I know.
So so we figure
Yeah.
we get him on.
It's just gonna be
So
up to Paul to keep the chat alive tonight.
yeah, there you go. There you go. So Paul, you're gonna have to keep the chat going here. But and then Ken is joining us in the chat. He's doing the duty that a lot of people are doing right now, which is wrapping presents. So so maybe he'll pop in later just to tell us that we're way off tangent somewhere, but who knows? So so today
It might
um
happen.
yeah, so today we're talking about TV to tabletop, right? So games that have come from TV shows, movies, video games. I so we all got some games. Now I took that a little loose, and I've got a whole bunch of games that I'm probably going to get some crap for from these guys, but we'll see. We'll see where it goes.
I won't
Um,
judge you.
first, I went through my games and stuff that tried to figure out what came in this week that I got, and I have in the past week I have not backed anything on Kickstarter, and I
Wow.
have only got one game came in the mail, and you guys saw it last week because Jason got his copy before me, and that's Blacklight. I got that, and what I didn't realize is that I actually ordered the hardcover and the softcover
Nice.
book. So I got two copies there, which is really cool.
Very nice.
So yeah, and because I think they sent me both POD codes, and I just did them both at the same
Yeah.
time. So I got that. So that's cool. But that's all I got that I came in that came in this week. And like I said, I didn't back anything. I don't know how that happened, but maybe they're
Was
waiting
that the
until
one
after Christmas.
the Scryin Dutchman did?
Scrying Dutchman, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
I like him.
yeah. He's awesome. He's awesome.
We're going to be
Um,
talking about that a little bit later. That's
yeah,
one of the
and
one of the
I'd
things I
love
want to talk about.
to get him on. That'd be cool to talk to him.
Yeah.
Um, but so maybe one of these days. But Jason, what do you got? What do you have anything that
No,
came
man.
in or that you
I
backed
didn't.
or
I've got a couple of things that are due, but I have not backed anything new. A couple of beta PDFs and alpha PDFs from some of the stuff. I don't even bother downloading those. I have no
yeah,
interest in being anyone's editor unless they pay me to do so.
same.
So I just delete that email and wait for the final product to come out.
Same.
That's what I did with Dolman Wood when I finally got it.
Yeah. Am I the
Man,
only one that did not do Dolanwood?
yes.
It feels that way.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I know Decado did, but I didn't know
Yeah.
everyone else did too.
Yeah.
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 I'll have to keep an eye out for it.
And and it's a
It
weird one,
looks
right?
good.
And
It looks good.
I was really into it when it dropped. And then now it's like what, 2 years
Same.
later? And
Yeah,
I'm
same
like,
same with
eh.
me. Exactly. Yep.
Okay, so all of you have gotten your books now, as far as I know. Have any of you looked at it and said, "Okay, this is great. This is what I was wanting," or do any of you have buyer's remorse?
it's exactly
Mm.
what I wanted, maybe even more so with the cloth
Mm.
maps and everything and having it's really, really cool. but I feel that I'm like
So
I'm
much
over
happened
already.
since I, backed it. Like so much has come out since.
Yeah, right, right. Like I was using parts of it for a campaign I was running prior to my current campaign, and now that campaign is done, and I'm somewhere else now. So some of that stuff doesn't fit anymore.
I
So
don't even think Shadow Dark was out, was it? When that dropped?
man, I don't know. That
No,
was a while ago. I don't know.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
don't believe it
even
was.
that right alone is like, holy crap! If I want to play
Yeah,
D&D,
it's like
Because
a
Shadow
different
Dark
world
didn't.
now. Yeah,
Shadow Dark launched during the OGL stuff, so it wasn't out when Doman
yeah,
would launched either.
yeah,
So
I think you're
no,
right.
I don't have
okay,
any regret on getting it. I just don't know when I'll get a chance to use. I mean, I have my
That's
Thursday night group, and I almost ran it for them. I was reading the adventures, but then I really got inspired and had players that wanted to play Shadow Dark, so that's what I'm working on now to run for them when my turn to GM comes up. But I don't have any regrets on
yeah,
getting it. It's beautiful product, like not.
yeah,
I mean, quality is top
it
notch.
is.
So
It's a nice book. It really is.
yeah. It is.
I get whether I get my table to play it. It's like I don't know. They're not really the fairy tale type.
I'm
Yeah, yeah.
lucky
And
in that
that's kind of
regard.
my thing. Yeah.
My guys would my Thursday night group. They if I said I wanted to run it, they'd be like, "Oh, okay, we'll do that."
Ken and I were talking about this last night. The Brandon Sanderson RPG. I got the first half of that stuff came in, and my wife has read the books and like she wants to play in a game, and then Mistborn is the second half that's coming out, I believe, or is that the current? I don't know. Ken's going to correct me.
You and I had talked about that when they announced it, and I like Brandon, whose name
Sanderson,
I just
yeah.
forgot. Yeah, sorry.
Sanderson, yeah,
It's been that kind of day, man.
that's right. He's probably
Um,
not watching, so he
Yeah,
won't be offended.
yeah. I'm so sorry, sir. Please forgive me. Anyway, I like his books. Some of his stuff is incredible. But you and I talked about it, and I was like, I'm not really feeling it, but I'll be happy to play it. And
Sure.
once I play it, I
Yeah.
may regret not backing it. But I've got enough stuff sitting on my shelf that I'm never going to.
Yeah.
Play. So,
Stormlight now.
Same.
Yeah, they did it in 2 releases. I have the Stormlight stuff now, and then Mistborn is coming out next year. Yeah. I've got Jean wants me to my wife. I'm required to read at least one more of his books before I can run the game, so I know that because
Yeah,
I mean I
The
get it,
story's
right? Yeah, you got to make sure that things are.
I have so much
the way
reading
they
to
are.
do with that too, with all the books I got. And
Yeah,
and that was part of the turnoff for me. I like to read,
yeah,
but I don't want to have to be like
it's a lot.
Yeah, hey, here's this RPG that we want you to play, but first you have to read these 16 novels that are
Yeah.
like 800 pages.
And
apiece.
I'm hoping that it's not that. I'm hoping I can just go through the quick start stuff. But
Sure.
are the books like the Gore novels where like everything's the same? And then I bought the
mean,
Gore RPG, and it was like, oh my god.
I've never seen the Gore RPG, but the problem with the
it's a dice
Sanderson novels is they're like 1,200, 1,400 pages or something, and I mean,
Yeah,
and there's
that's-
They're
so
really
just
good
for-
books,
I'm sure they are.
right?
Yeah.
I've heard they're great books.
but
They're an
you
investment,
have
though.
to be ready to read those if you're
Yeah.
going to.
Yeah.
So Stan, what you back anything or get anything?
I didn't back
week?
anything. I got this in the mail. Was it yesterday? I came home and this was in the mail. So,
Oh,
I
nice.
want that. I want that.
so that's pretty
Nice.
nice. Like
That's
been-
the main rule
been
book,
look-
right? Not the light
Yeah.
one.
Yep.
No,
yeah,
look at that
it's
thing.
the core one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
You can
beast.
tell because he's
And,
straining to pick it up.
I know. Throw my back up. Yeah, it looks good. I mean, it looks like an expanded and refined version of first edition D&D. So,
Yeah.
That's exactly what it
it's
is.
really cool. Looks pretty
Yeah.
cool. And quality was good. I mean, it's a print on demand from drive-through, but it seems pretty tight, which is nice.
They've definitely come a
Um,
long way. I'm still worried about it being as thick as it is.
Yeah. I mean, I would be using this at the table. I would be very gentle with it. Just
That's why I
because
was
of-
hesitant to get Dragon Slayer because of the print on demand. But I'm like, I gotta get it.
my
Thing looks so.
I backed
awesome.
that Kickstarter for that, and my binding is not
Yeah,
good. But then
I couldn't
I-
get in on it. I was so mad.
I bought my son a copy of it, and his of the new one with the monochrome cover, and his was really solid. So
Yeah, I'll get it
it's a problem
eventually.
with print on demand.
I
you
haven't
know,
had
like
any
you-
issues with mine yet, so here's hoping.
Matt, how about you? What do you got? You got anything?
So I think the only thing that
gotten
came in was the I got the, I don't know if you guys played Blades in the Dark, but they did the deeper cuts or whatever the
Oh, cool.
which came with like a really cool map thing also. A little bit of a weird thing because Harper released it as a PDF and said I'm not going to print it, and then sold a bajillion copies of the PDF and then was like, oh, I guess we
Then
should
print
print
it.
it. So like I did
Nice.
I did a print on, so you know, I did a print on demand. I made my own book because like he said he'd never print it, and then you know they printed it. But it is a really nice, it's like a really nice looking book.
It looks cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks pretty neat.
And then I backed just a couple small things. Wide-Eyed Terror, which is a revisited, which is a DCC Stennard. I always back Nick's stuff because his stuff's really cool.
Mhm.
And then Skullboy, who's on the Between Two Karens podcast, he did the art for like a little board game called Corporate Breakfast, so I backed that. So,
Oh, cool. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. Some of that art that those guys do are really good.
yeah. I don't know if you guys follow that Stennard stuff at all for DCC, but it's cool. It's like sort of like a grimdark sort of Warhammer fantasy kind of vibe, grafted on a DCC. But he redid like all the classes. I think he's done like 12 of them now. And they feel more like the classes from Weird Frontiers. There's like more meat to them than just the base DCC classes. Like he sort of blends some of them together in ways that's interesting. Like the cleric, you get like it's called the proselytizer, I think, and you get like little minions that are like level 0 guys that sort of follow your orders, and if they die, your deity, like you get deity disapproval. So you have these kind of hapless minions that can do stuff for you, but if they die, you get like it's cool. There's like neat little twists on the DCC classes that he's made. So I try to support him whenever I see him.
That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the idea of being penalized for throwing away NPCs. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Because otherwise you'd have these meat shields, right? And it would be so it's like, yeah.
That would be my party.
Yeah.
They would be like, oh, who needs a thief? Go on in there and see if there's any foot traps. You know,
I don't like that at all.
Yeah. We've got some people. It's funny. Like they'll have in my game they'll get mercenaries every now and again, and they'll go on something, and then they'll have a random encounter, and they'll be wolves, and I'll be like, okay, here, set this up, set up your positioning and stuff. And here's like a line of all the mercs, and then all the player characters are like 20 feet behind them.
Thinking of South Park right now.
Yes, the human shield. That's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about. That's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
And I was very displeased with that. Yeah, I don't.
I'm kind of guilty.
Character
I
doesn't
do
like that at all, and
sometimes.
I don't like it. So
Yeah.
I had a necromancer I played a long time ago and did that with like zombies. I'm like, send them down the hall.
well, that's fine. There's
Zombies is one
Yeah, that's
thing.
different.
People.
Yeah.
Operation Human Shield my ass.
Yeah. Right. So what about you, Vince? What have you backed anything or got anything? Have anything?
Not recently. No, nothing recently. Honestly, I came close to backing that Ardo, and I kind of regret that. But
Yeah.
I didn't have the dough at the time, so and they're local.
Yeah, me either,
guys.
but
I
I'm
think
all
they're
in
from
anyway.
Niagara
So
Falls. Yeah.
no, it looks cool. It really looks cool. So I'm really happy for those guys. So they're they're doing great, I think, with that stuff, and
Good.
Matt
get
there,
it
I
if
think
it's
is doing
out
good.
there.
And yeah, it'll definitely be out there. They'll be at CNY. I don't know. I'm hoping they have copies and stuff by then. I think they're talking about shipping by February. So
Yeah, I saw it. I was
If-
kind
if
of
all goes
impressed
well.
with that. I almost backed it. I'm
yeah,
like,
yeah. Well, they had everything done. I mean, that's something
Yeah.
to say for like a Kickstarter where they basically they're finished with everything, and all they got to do is print the stuff.
yeah.
Whereas you get some other kit like Dolman Wood or things like that where it's like they kickstarted. It's on Kickstarter. It's still in development, and then it's still got to go through editing and everything else, which is why it's been,
Well, what
2
sold me
years or
with
whatever.
Dolmenwood were those worm skin issues. I'm like, well, he's got this already fleshed out. We're almost, I didn't think it would take
Almost
as long
done.
as it did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think the killer with a lot of these projects is all the extras. So like, because
Yeah.
that's what it
Oh,
was
yeah.
with
That
Mothership,
was
and apparently Dolmenwood too. It was like it's not
yeah.
the books that's the problem; it's all that extra stuff: the dice bag, the dice, the maps.
Matt.
The
Yeah,
record.
with,
Yeah.
with Mothership, it was the box. Apparently, they had all these issues. They had a very specific vision for the box, and it took like a year to get it right. So,
Well,
yeah,
I've got kind of mixed feelings on that. Like with the boxing, on one, good. The guy's like, this is what we want. This is what we're seeing. We're not going to just let something slide. But on the other hand, dude, it's a box, and all I'm going to see is the spine because it's going on my shelf.
Yep.
But like with the dice and the dice bag, I'm not a licky and chewy kind of guy. Like I've got hundreds of set of dice. I don't need another set of dice. And especially if it's going to hold up the game production for a few months. I just don't care about that, man. Just give me the game. I want to play it. So.
Yeah, it's how they upsell. It's that upsell thing, right?
Yeah.
Where they where it's like, well, if I just want the collector's book, it's like $190, but then for $30 more, you get all this stuff. So it's like, well, I guess I should get the stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
That's how
But
I
there
did it. Yep.
I don't remember who it was. Somebody did a Kickstarter and they literally just came right out and said, we're not doing like a ton of stretch goals or anything like that because they just slow everything down.
Swords
I
and
don't remember who it
Wizardry
was,
did PDF.
but I was like, that's awesome. Like, sign me up because I just want my stuff. I don't want to wait forever for every little thing,
Apparently that's going to be more common for a while because of the tariff situation, because right, wrong, or indifferent, books are bypassing a lot of the tariff stuff. So
and everything else.
People are shying away from, I think it was like, I want to say it was maybe Vaults of Varn, where that was his whole thing, was like, it's just the book, because like I don't want to have to deal with any of this stuff. I'm not even going to do like bookmarks, right? It's literally just the book. I'm not taking any chances. So
I think board games are taking it on the chin as far as that goes.
Yeah.
Real easy solution. Get that shit made in America, baby. I'll pay another $20 for a game if I know that Joe down the street is printing that out.
Yep.
Premier. Then you don't have to worry about the shipping time.
And this will be a real long tangent, but the issue with board games is that's fine to some degree as long as you're using like standees. As soon as you get into minis, it becomes so. The guy, I forget the name of the company, Quigley's or somebody, literally tried that. They said, we're going to take over Peterson Games stuff. We're going to build. They bought it. We're going to make all their minis here. And then they did mess around with it for a year and then shut it down and said it would be 5x. It'd be 5x the cost to make those same minis in the United States. So, that's the issue, is like the manufacturing on some things is so far behind and so non-existent.
Right. And I think what Jason meant was, the books, just the books themselves getting
100%,
which is one thing. And I definitely agree that there should be more printers and stuff here. The minis, though, Matt, like to your, China's got that figured out, mass producing plastic pieces and things like that, especially with
specific to board games, though. That's really what the issue is.
Yeah, Matt's got a point.
Absolutely.
I know that's true.
Turn that something around here.
I absolutely know that's true. But like, where Roger lives, there's an old silverware factory right down the road from him. There's no way that facility couldn't be repurposed, and it would take some investment. But we live in New York, where they will take your tax money and give it to whoever asks for it. There's no way that you couldn't get some kind of grant, like a local business grant. We're going to be manufacturing these game pieces for all these board games that are so popular right now. Local employment, local money coming in. It just takes a little effort, and it's not like I'm doing it. I get that. I'm not a businessman, but we say, China's going to lock down, but then we just walk away from it. So we can't possibly do this. Sure we can. We just have to put some effort in, man. Take a risk.
Reaper Miniatures does some of their own miniatures here.
Mm-hmm.
They have the Siocast ones, and their metal. I don't know where their metals come from.
Yeah, and I think it's something that'll they'll start doing that, and it's just going to take a while to ramp up.
Mhm.
You know, books are like easy,
Sure.
but
Can I go off on a
you know, per
tangent
se-
for a second?
a quick
think
one,
we're
and then we're
already
going to
on
talk
one.
about Alien.
All right.
We're already
I
on one. So this
hear
is a
that
tangent for
they're
a tangent.
re-releasing Rel Partha stuff. Is that true? Did you guys hear that?
No, but that'd be nice.
I don't know
I
anything
would
about
love
it.
that.
That
Like
stuff
those
still-
Dragon Lord
That'd be
minis.
cool.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. To some extent, though, Ralph Partha stuff is still being made. It's made by a company called Iron Wind Metals. They do all the old Ralph Partha. Not well, all might be the wrong word, but they do a bunch of the old Ralph Partha miniatures.
Cool.
They've been in business for years. As far as I know.
Sorry, I sorry about the tangent.
No,
Oh.
it's good. It's good. We're full of tangents on tangents.
As
That's
soon as you guys
That-
said
that's
metal
why Ken-
miniatures, I'm like, wait a minute, I just heard something about Rel Partha.
that's why Ken's here to
I think
to
it was
put
the
us back
Grenadier
on,
ones, the
on
Dragon
track.
Lord stuff.
Yeah.
I have a
Oh,
box
yeah.
I'm
right
sorry.
over
No,
there.
no, no. I meant Grenadier. Sorry,
Yeah.
I mixed them both. Someone
Grenadier,
said they're
okay.
re-releasing some of those. I guess.
I think I saw something about that. I didn't see any details, but
Yeah.
something about Dragon Lords came up in my feed.
Cool.
Yeah.
Man, we really had it made
What,
in the 80s.
Yeah,
Some
right.
great miniature companies.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, and then they figured out lead was bad, and
Whatever.
kids were putting them in their
All the
mouth.
pewter minis, right?
Yeah, I somehow managed
Um,
not to do that
and
as a
that's-
kid.
Arduin is doing the they've got the
Yeah.
lead-free pewter now,
That's right.
so
That's right.
they're doing casting.
High
They're
quality
doing it
metal
right in,
miniatures.
right in New York. So
Yeah, they're
Cool
near
stuff.
me, I think. I think they're up in
Um,
Niagara Falls.
Yeah.
Critical tangent.
Oh, Rooster. Critical tangent, maybe.
At least they're not fumble tangents, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's
Hold
true.
on, I want to do my
So-
part to keep this tangent alive.
Oh boy.
Like a year or so ago, my local game store, Crossroad Games, took in a bunch of stuff from somebody. So I got like boxes of
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
these.
Those
Oh
are
God,
the ones.
you're taking
Yes.
me back, man. That
Yes,
KB
those
Toy and
are the
Hobby
ones.
right
Yeah.
there.
These are just a handful. I have a big box
Yeah.
over
Yeah.
here next to me to my right, full of these
Awesome.
things.
That's cool. That's
I
cool.
think those are like the
Yeah, a whole
Julie
bunch of-
Guthrie ones, aren't they?
Yeah, very nice.
That's a
I
good
love
question.
those.
Cool stuff. So
Tangents.
yeah, tangents on tangents. So Alien. What do you guys think? Mothership or I brought them both out. I actually got them both in front of me.
I played them
got
both.
the
Both
Mothership,
great.
the Mothership box set, and I've got the Alien RPG. That's a great question. As far as which ones?
This is going to blow
one's,
your mind. I have nothing to say
Alien?
about
Yeah,
this
go ahead.
subject. So I'm just going to sit here and
Wow.
watch. Yep.
I don't believe that for a minute. I think that they're both really good. Obviously, Alien being free league, I like the starter set and some of the adventures and stuff that are in it. They're really well written. You know, the traditional kind of free league stuff. And they use the Year Zero engine, which I think is a great engine for doing things. But also Mothership is fantastic.
Yeah.
I think Mothership is easier to get to the table and way easier for character generation, teaching people how to play, and all of that. I think so. I would say that Mothership is, the better adaptation, but only because it's so easy to get to the table, so easy to run. And I think Matt, I mean, you've ran a bunch of Mothership. I don't know how much experience you have with the Alien RPG, but I know
I've
you've
played
ran
some
free league stuff.
Yeah, I've played some Alien, and I have. I guess I have all of it. I mean, so Alien's a weird game because they have two modes of play, right? They have the one which is sort of meant to be like, small, like 3 to 5 session sort of movie like experiences, the cinematic experiences. And then they have sort of like a campaign framework for longer campaign play. But the thing about the Alien movies is that everybody dies, and also like the range of monsters is like fairly small. Like they've obviously expanded it.
There's one,
In the newer stuff, they've expanded it, but a lot of people don't
They're
like
all a
that
variant
stuff
on the Alien.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So Alien Earth had probably the one coolest new kind of, I don't know, did you guys watch that?
I want to, but I did.
I did not.
Some
So
of it.
the show's, I'm not in love with the show, but there's one monster in there in particular that is like this multiple eyeball creature that sort of goes into, it replaces the eye of a living or dead animal and then can basically controls it. And
Okay.
it's super intelligent. And that monster is awesome. It's creepy and it's awesome. So there's
Like
room
an
for
eye
more.
Vecna.
Yeah, there's room for more stuff, but like I have this weird thing with the Alien book where it's like it's this huge book, it's really well done, it's full of lore, but like how much of the lore about the corporations and stuff and starships are you really going to use? Like,
Right.
so it's sort of giving you all this stuff for a game that most people are never going to play. So I feel almost like it's a little bit overwrought in a way. Mothership, on the other hand, like started out being fairly aiming pretty low and got very popular. And now you have modules that are doing all kinds of different sci-fi and all kinds of different monsters. So it's more flexible, but it almost has the opposite problem where people are pulling the game sort of out of the rules light area because they're like, we like this game so much, we want to run long campaigns. So the games sort of have like opposite problems. I really like both of them a lot. My issue with Alien is more that I feel like eventually you're just going to run out of stuff to do because the universe of Alien is really designed to do one thing and do it really, really, really well. But like, what are you going to play an Alien thing for 3 to 5 sessions and not have a xenomorph? Like, who wants to play that?
Yeah,
Nobody,
right.
So yeah, that's my issue with it. It's sort of a weird, it has like an inherently kind of strange license to adapt, right? So there's like miniatures games where you can say, well, we're all going to be Marines, we're basically going to have like a miniature combat game, like that kind of makes sense.
Game.
Yeah,
Right.
So there's
that game.
Right.
yeah, there's cool stuff to do with it, but like in the RPG space, sort of how they've positioned it for what it is, if you want to buy a super slick free league pre-published module, 3 to 5 sessions, and it's going to be awesome, it's great for that. But Mothership, Mothership, last I checked, was over 700 third-party modules and supplements.
Wow.
So it's just this, like, it's, I think it's eclipsed Morkborg in terms of just how much stuff is out there. And I think it's especially eclipsed Morkborg because a lot of it's good, right? So, yeah, I mean, I think Mothership is, in its flexibility, is probably like, if you want to have a more flexible game, and you can run all kinds of horror. But if you like really have a bunch of people who like, I want to play Alien or Aliens, and I want to do it for 5 sessions, and we want to recreate the movie, that game does that perfectly. It really does do that well.
Can I roll out a All Riser character in that?
Yeah. Oh well, I mean, yeah,
like a little Weasley corporate guy.
Yeah, so I've played both. I've never run either one of them. I would say both did a great job of capturing the feel of being in Aliens, like the Alien movies. Like we did the Mothership I played was another bug hunt, so it was it was great.
Yeah.
The one thing I liked about, or I found interesting with the Aliens game, was the way we played it, and I don't know how it's set up. I only had this one experience with it, but everybody in the game had like a secret hidden agenda, and you definitely could play the Paul Reiser corporate douchebag,
love to play
very
that.
easily. And so it was great. They were both, I thought, super immersive. Like I remember playing Aliens, and the first xenomorph that came down the hallway, like just instantly I was like, oh, I know exactly what this looks like. This is not good. And it was great. But I think like Matt said, I think like Mothership, because of its variety, that's great. Like you could play different styles of games too, within sci-fi.
Yeah. I think there's only so far you can, like, I don't know if you can play like a Star Trek game or something with Mothership, or I mean, you can maybe do some like Star Wars stuff with it.
There's a whole ship book. Yeah. I mean, again, like most of the one-shot kind of modules don't get into that stuff, but they do have the stuff for it. To your point, is it designed for that? the rules
Yeah,
framework
well,
is
right.
so light that it's it's not, but it's there. Yeah.
Yeah.
My
Yeah.
feeling with Mothership, and I don't mean this in a negative way, it's kind of a generic space horror game.
Mhm.
And like
Yeah.
if you're playing Free League's Alien, you're playing Alien, and if you don't, like you said, if you don't see a xenomorph, why am I playing an Alien game if you're not going to throw this at me? But I'm not a huge Alien fan. For me, every movie after 2 has gotten progressively worse.
I agree.
And so, like the times that we played Mothership, Matt has DM'd, and I have never once felt like, oh, I'm in the Alien universe, because that's not how it was ever presented to me. So I never got
Yeah.
that vibe from it. It was just like I'm in space and there's something creepy going on. Whether it's this meat magnet thing or the blue meteor, it was always some kind of horrific thing that we needed to overcome. But it was never like Alien, especially after the second movie, or the first movie was like a classic tense horror thing.
Mhm.
And then with the second one, it became more of an action
Yeah.
adventure horror thing.
Right.
And now they're all like that. There's always somebody running and screaming
Yeah.
with a xenomorph chasing them or whatever's
Well,
chasing
they
them.
can't do they can't do the horror thing again, like, because they did it. Like, they did it. The cat's out of the bag. We know what the xenomorph is now, or whatever.
Right. They brought it
Nobody
into the
knows.
light, which is the thing you should never do with the monster.
Right. So
But-
we can't have that ever again.
Right.
It'll be a
But
horror movie.
with Mothership, I mean, even with the the blue meteor, that one, he said there's 700 modules, but that one module we were playing with, the blue meteor was making people go crazy. There would be like a couple of guys chasing us, but then we would deal with them. And then there was a good slow burn for half an hour, 45 minutes as we're trying to repair the solar array or fixing the plumbing.
I was unclogging toilets. I don't know
Yeah.
what was going on.
And so as far as play style in the world goes, I really liked Mothership, and
Yeah.
Mothership was another game that I was sitting down ready to not really like, but I had a great time. But when I play Mothership, I don't feel like I'm in the Alien verse. I feel like I'm in
Yeah.
space dealing with whatever horror we have stumbled upon. So
Yeah, I mean, I think that the alien thing comes in from the classes. So the 4 classes are clearly the 4 archetype of characters that are in the first 2 Aliens movies, Alien and Aliens.
Yeah.
And then it's just that sort of lo-fi blue collar space horror. Like, yeah. So
Yeah.
that's sort of why people say it's kind of Alien with the serial numbers filed off. But
Sure.
as the game expanded beyond just that first 48-page free PDF, it's become sort of a more generic, like just a space horror. Do you want to run Event Horizon? Do you want to run just any kind, all these different
that's a
kind of
good one.
games? Yeah. So
yeah, and Mothership really fits in with something like Event Horizon. I can totally see that going.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I can't see Alien and Event Horizon mixing up. That doesn't fit for me.
I can see
Yeah,
Event
sure.
Horizon mixing up with 40K.
Well, absolutely. Yeah.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Matt mentioned some of the board games and stuff with where you're hunting the alien and stuff like that. There are a lot of those. But I did kind of pull this book out. This is 5 Parsecs from Home, the compendium that includes the bug hunt thing. And this is a tabletop miniatures game, so not exactly, an RPG. So maybe tangent, maybe not. I don't know. Ken, let me know. But it's the bug hunt thing is basically there's a group of Marines or whatever, and you're going to hunt this alien down, which is pretty much aliens. So yeah, even Ken was saying we got to play it 5 parsecs. But yeah, and I mean, so you could do it, so that you're each controlling a character or a group or whatever, and it's all miniatures based, but it's basically like an alien, board game RPG kind of hybrid kind of.
Is it like that Rangers in the Woods?
Yes,
miniatures?
yes.
Oh,
Ranger-
I
that's
thoroughly
Ranger
enjoyed
Shadow
that.
Beast,
So yeah.
Except obviously this is space and things like that.
Cool.
So,
I like
but yeah,
co-op. If it's co-op,
cool, yeah.
I'm down.
Co-op
If it's-
board
if
games
it's
are
versus,
cool.
not for me.
I like that.
Yeah, no, I definitely I definitely agree with that. Co-op board games and stuff. It's really fun. But things like that, like the minis, there's miniature war game stuff. I think there's a lot of space there that a lot of like
Have you
things that
guys played
RPG
Rangers of Shadow
people can
Deep?
learn from. Yeah.
I never did.
I have it. I've never played it.
Cool.
Thoroughly enjoyed it.
Oh, it's
yes.
great. It's
Yeah.
fun. We definitely got to get it to the table some more.
Yeah.
But just going through, it's really great. The mechanics are really, really simple. And you kind of level up, and it's fantastic. It's
Yeah.
great. Highly recommend it.
What's
Miniature
it called? Had
agnostic.
one like that too. Mark Borg had Forbidden Psalm. I think wasn't
Mhm.
that a co-op?
It's like a skirmish. I think it's like a
Yeah.
skirmish game.
Okay,
Yeah.
right. Yeah. But yeah, that's cool stuff. So I think looking at my pile here of stuff, those are the only games that I had that were associated with Alien. I'm looking. I don't know if anybody else has anything that's an Alien oriented game. I think probably Alien and Mothership are probably it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably arguably my all-time favorite board game ever, Space Hulk, is sort of steals like
Yeah.
that's
I
where
was
the
gonna
Neo
mention
Stealers came
Space
from.
Hulk.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's probably like the best Aliens, the board game,
I
even though
agree.
it's old as hell. For my money, the first edition of that is still one of the best board games ever made.
Nice.
Agree.
Nice. Yeah, I have the Nemesis board game that I backed.
Yep. Yeah,
and
that's a good one.
That's a similar
Yeah, they say
similar
that's a
thing.
lot like Alien.
Yeah,
it's hard to get it to the table. It's because it's several hours and
It's
Yeah.
semi-co-op. Yeah,
setup
it's
and
semi-co-op, which not everybody
semi-co-op,
likes.
yep.
Yeah, it's definitely rules intensive. The thing with that game, I've played that game I think 3 times, and I definitely experienced what I heard about it ahead of time, which is you could have like a 3-hour game that's amazing, and you can have a 20-minute game where you spent more time setting it up, and then you just spawn the queen 20 minutes in, and it's just you're inevitably going to die in a few turns, and that's your experience. So yeah. And
that's why it doesn't get to the table. So
yeah. So one of the you mentioned with the Alien game, you getting like a secret like objective. I've started doing that with Mothership a lot of times when I run it, just because like inevitably whoever is playing the android, there's going to be players at the table that just immediately assume the android is up to something. So I started giving everybody like a secret. Yeah, I give everybody a secret note.
Like
some
paranoia.
Some of them are
just for a reason.
Right. Some of them are like tied into what's going on, and some of them are nothing burgers. Like the one will be like, your character loves peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, right? It doesn't. So it's like, so now you have no idea if everybody got something like that, or if somebody got something that gave them a secret objective.
Nice.
Because it got really tiring. Like people just because of Alien and Aliens, like there's an android, they just assume that they're up to no good, and I was trying to come up with a way to get around that.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's interesting. Does it ever cause like strife or like do you ever put in like things that are very like contrary to what the rest of the party's doing? Or?
No, I try not to make them PvP stuff. I try to make them more like they're sort of like breadcrumbs for stuff that's actually going on in the adventure, right? So it's like designed to sort of one was last time I ran it, The Haunting of Epsilon 14, like the one of them was like, you are friends with this NPC Kentaro, who's like one of the infected people. So it sort of like prompts a conversation where like sort of immediately they're, hey, I got to go see my friend, see what's up. And he's like, yeah, something's going on with my friend. Right. So it's like those kind of things that propel the story forward.
Cool.
And if I am going to give somebody something like that, it's going to be not the android. It's going to be somebody else.
Yeah. Right.
So yeah.
Cool.
I approve of that.
Yeah.
And if you make the PC have some kind of emotional connection with one of the NPCs, they're much more protective of that NPC. We can't just kill them. We've got to be able to find a cure. You start leaning to that sort of thing.
Yep.
Which is
right. No, you're absolutely right. Instead of we just got to kill them, and
Yep.
you have that sort of interplayer conflict. That's definitely better than like the having an actual conflict or whatever. That's
right.
That's pretty cool. So, but yeah, yeah, Ken. I don't know. Did we answer your question, Ken? Yeah, nailing it. Okay, yeah. We're doing great. Doing great, guys. Well, I had a couple of kind of things. I don't know if I'll get crap for some of this stuff, but
You will.
I've got a book. I bet Matt's probably the only other one that has a copy of this floating around. But this was something that I pulled on my list, sort of as like an honorable mention. Now it's an RPG book, and it's based on a video game that doesn't actually exist.
Oh,
So-
Vermis? Is it Vermis?
Yes, it's Vermis, and this thing's awesome.
Mhm.
All right, I love this stuff, and it's basically
The cover looks cool.
official. It's an official guide for this video game Vermis, and it has like equipment and places and creatures, and it's kind of got this sort of like digital kind of style.
Pixelated, sort of
a
8-bit.
vibe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pixelated 8-bit, but it describes like locations, and it's sort of like a fantasy horror,
Like Dark Souls.
like Legend of Zelda. Yeah, like a
Yeah.
Dark Souls. Yeah,
It's like an
really
8
dark.
it's like basically a guide to an 8-bit Dark Souls that never existed.
That's
is
Yeah.
sort of what it is.
And
Yeah.
it's
That's kinda
really
cool.
cool because there's like some really cool art, and there's just really like just cool
Mm-hmm.
places and stuff to visit, and they got this whole world built in here, but it's all kind of in the description of a guy's that it's actually for a real video game. Yeah, and I was just gonna say that, Paul.
Oh, I didn't
They-
know that.
Vermis 3, the third one, just dropped, and this is the only one I have, just the first one. But
So
I
is
wanted
this-
to get the second one, and I forgot. But
Is this a third edition of Vermis, or is
No,
this
they
No,
can
no.
get the third book.
Just
Yeah.
more
Okay, cool.
stuff, just more
Cool.
stuff for it.
okay?
And it's just really neat. So I know it's not really what we're talking about today because it's based on a video game that doesn't actually exist.
Yeah, but weren't video games on the table? I thought it was for us.
They are, but this video
Well, but
game
it's-
isn't real. So
Yeah, it's not adapted from anything. It's made up.
It's still cool.
It is neat though.
but that was cool. So that was kind of an honorable mention of mine. The other kind of thing that I had that was an honorable mention is the Andrew Kolb books.
Oh, I
Um,
grabbed one of those. Yeah, that's a good.
Yeah.
These are cool books.
And these are campaign settings. They're all labeled, I believe they're all labeled 5e compatible or whatever. So there's very little like stats and stuff in
Yeah.
there though.
Yeah, yeah. Do
and
you guys
yeah.
know about these?
And so
I've
There's-
seen them, but I don't know.
there's Oz, which is
Nice.
the World of Oz, the Wizard of Oz. There's Neverland, which is obviously Neverland, and then there's Wonderland, and they're all kind of like a different. They all have a bunch of quests. They all got
Well-
maps and
Mhm.
stories and things going on and quests and stuff to do. And I think you can run probably one of these for, I don't know, a dozen sessions, maybe more.
A year, probably. Yeah. So
a year, yeah.
the thing with these is it's actually there's a couple of things about them that are really cool. So for like the book, and I don't mean to steal your thunder, Roger. It's definitely
No,
one
go
that I
ahead.
grab. So the books are super high quality. Like they're really nice books.
Yes.
I mean, like they're really nice books. And right now on Amazon, I think Wonderland's $15, and the
Wow,
other two
really?
are like $22. Like you could grab all three for $60, which is
Wonderland
crazy.
is the one that I would be interested in.
And so, and what's cool about these is
Awesome.
one is a point crawl, one is a sandbox, and one is a mega dungeon. So, like, he purposely wanted to cover like this, what he sort of considers the three main modes of play, with each of those settings, which I think is really cool. And it is 5e compatible. It's sort of 5, but like it's all very adaptable to
Yeah, but there's
whatever
no
fantasy rule set
like
you want.
flipping through it. Like there's really not a whole lot that's really statted out. That's like this is,
Yeah.
5e. I mean, looking at the maps and everything,
There's some
nothing
monster
that-
stat blocks, yeah, but it's exactly. Yeah, if it's $15,
That's
so-
crazy.
yeah, they're super but for the quality of book you get, it's crazy that they're that cheap. So yeah, that's a great call out, Roger. These are really cool.
And they're all I don't know how to explain it. The print in the books is like they're not a full color.
Yeah, it's like
it's
monochrome tinted towards the color of the cover, sort of.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but then like by section, it's like that color.
hmm
So like the
I've
Like
seen
for
them around. They
Oz-
look really cool. The
for
covers.
Oz, they got the map and so it's like there's the pink, the blue, the yellow, and the red areas. And then in the book, when you go to those areas, like all the pink areas, like all the pages and the text
Yeah,
are like have the pink kind of highlight. And then for like the like another color, they're all a different, they're the color of the space. So it's not really like a black and white, but they all have like a one color thing. Yeah, and they're really cool. And like if you're into, Wizard of Oz, Alice in Wonderland, Neverland stuff, the Peter Pan stuff or whatever, and want to like run a game in that world, definitely get one of these books. And I don't know if you could see it on camera, but this is all like a gold.
Yeah, they're really nice books. Like, it's crazy that they're that cheap. It really is.
That's nuts. That's nuts.
What do you think?
Where are they normally? They're normally
run,
$25 normally.
Yeah.
Should I run Wonderland with Fazza Star Trek and have a little shore leave episode or what?
I'm totally fine with that.
Oh my God.
Be awesome.
Shore leave. They
I just ordered Wonderland. Yeah.
Did you? It looks
nice.
It looks nice.
It's awesome. I really, those books are great.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure. I was like, they're really not, like, because those are all books. They're based on the books, not on the movies, because of licensing,
public domain
things.
Yeah.
But yeah, the public domain stuff. But I was like, no, you know what? I want to mention these because even if you've seen the movies or something, whatever, like I think they're really great for that stuff there. So that's kind of what I had for like honorable mentions that I thought was off topic a little bit, but yeah, that's what I got there. I don't want to hog the whole spotlight here. If you guys got something, a game or something that you want to talk about, what do you guys got? Vermis, let's get that. There, next? Vince, what did you bring, Vince?
All right, so
got anything you want to show since you're the newest guy here?
My little idea was to take a little Shaw Brothers action. If you guys know what these are, they're the old.
It's about the martial arts movies,
kung fu movies.
Yeah, there you go.
I was gonna Shaw Brothers, the Temple of Elemental Evil with some Oriental adventures and make it like a kung fu kind of adventure, the Temple of Elemental Evil,
like a game of death kind of thing with Bruce Lee going up the levels or going down the levels,
or like having the temple, like changing it around, obviously giving it an Asian kind of thing, and like making the castle, like the temple, like one of those big castles, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And making it like a Venom clan, like it's some sort of evil clan that the party has to go through and
excellent.
Kick a little Shaolin style ass.
I like it. Trev Alley.
What's up, Q?
Would not like it,
my
but
buddy
I would.
Q's in the chat there.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not a huge fan of like some of that stuff. I don't know what like. I've watched like some of the kung fu like movies and stuff. Like it's fine. I don't know. That's not a game that I'd want to be in.
My brother and I lived for. I forget, it was on USA Network. I forgot what it's called, but it was like 4 hours of the Hong Kong theater, those old 60s and 70s Chopsaki movies. Terrible movies, atrocious acting, ridiculous martial arts. But when you're 11, man,
they're great.
Yeah, right.
Some of those are acrobatic maneuvers. Some of them do. I know it's choreographed. Yeah, it's like pro wrestling.
And it was early wire work, so you could see the wire under the clothes and all that. But man, what
the best?
The best memories. Yeah.
Jason, what do you got? I know you got like a few things.
I have
right?
pulled 4. I'm saving the best for last. So if we start running long on time, I'm going to interrupt you because we have to talk about Blacklight. So first, of course, is Shadow Rim.
I knew you'd pull that out. That's why I didn't.
And I had to pull it out specifically because
Ken
Edgelord and I had talked about it.
Ken wants to know what's the most important thing a Skyrim tabletop RPG would have in it or do for the table. So what's the most important? What's the most important aspect? What's the most important thing that needs to be in the tabletop RPG to be Skyrim.
If I understand the question, because this is something I think about with all this licensed stuff. Like we were talking about with Aliens, right? Is like, what could it do that would really make you feel like this recreates the same feelings I have when I play Skyrim?
That's pretty easy. Like I did not pull off Blade Runner specifically because I've already talked about Blade Runner at length. As soon as I opened the box, I felt like I was in Ridley Scott's Blade Runner. I really did, and I felt like that the entire time I was playing it. With Shadowrun, very much the same thing. To answer your question directly, it just needs to feel like Skyrim when I open it. I have to look at the classes and the races and be like, oh, this is not just generic Dungeons and Dragons.
And factions.
And the faction, and that's something that's really over. When people talk about Skyrim, they overlook the factions and the political backstory of that. It's really important to it. In fact, it's the politics is really important to Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim. They're important to the story, so they're important to be in the book.
You don't even need like alignment or anything. I mean, it's just everything's faction based.
Right. And when people think of Skyrim, in fact, Edgelord has made his name Dovahkiin as kind of a joke, but people automatically think of the Dragonborn. You can remove the Dragonborn from the entire story.
Yeah.
And go play Skyrim and be in the Skyrim. If you can play the Dovahkiin just because that's the main storyline. You have to shout like 3 times in the entire game because the story requires you to. The rest of the time, you can unassign that button and just go off, into the Elder Scrolls and do your thing. So for the RPG for me, if you're going to be in Skyrim, you need to be able to see snow-capped mountains and rugged terrain, and a faction that one half looks at as bandits and usurpers, and then the other half is being, imperial kiss asses, bowing down to the elves because of the Accords. So I guess, man, I was trying to make a really simple answer, but I made it more complicated than it needed to be, which is
I think faction play really covers it for me. Like if you got really strong factions in your game, which I mean, I've never been able to really pull off personally as a DM, but I mean, next thing I'm going to try to do is really go heavy on factions.
I think the faction thing also depends a lot on what race you're playing. If you are playing anything but a Nord, all the Nords in Skyrim look down on you because you are not a Nord. If you are playing a Nord, but you're siding with the Imperials, they will look down at you because in their eyes, you're a traitor. You constantly hear it in the game. The Sons of Skyrim. Are you a true Nord? If your answer is, I kind of like the Imperials, I like what they're doing, that opens up a whole aspect of how do I get along with this entire town populated by Nords that now hate me because they see me as a traitor. So, yeah, man, there's a lot of great stuff in there.
Don't even get us started with the elves.
Well. And I mean, we talked to Greg at length about the stuff. But no, I mean, again, and I said it to him. I mean, I think he did a fantastic job with it. And I'm not, a huge Skyrim guy, whatever. But like with the classes, obviously Skyrim's classless, so he's got the thing with the signs that you're rolling on instead of the classes, and you can kind of change those and whatnot. I mean, I think that's absolutely fantastic.
That alchemy system's kind of neat too in that book.
Yeah, I like that everything isn't like I can run that and I can play it with Jason and him not knowing what every component's going to do. Like, and I mean, he's a good player where
you're talking about specifically the
but with the alchemy stuff and whatever, we're like, you don't know, like, oh, you find this, here's this stuff, like, what can I do with this? What kind of stuff can I, and you don't know, until you do the research and then you roll randomly on the table and then that thing does the thing.
Plus it gives Jason the chance to discover stuff all over.
And
right.
That's half the fun.
That's one of the things I really did like about it. Cause like when I'm playing Skyrim, I can tell you that vampire dust is used in the invisibility potion or wheat is used in a health.
Sadly, do
Yeah,
that too.
those of us that have spent thousands of hours in this game can tell you, and like I'll ignore red and blue mountain flyers because they're useless to me. I will make a beeline for a wheat farm and I'll gather all that stuff up. So, but in Shadow Realm, hey, I've got this wheat. It's for health potions. Is it? Roll and find out, because sometimes it isn't. It's completely random. But in the system, once I find out what wheat does, that's what it does. For that campaign at least.
Right.
So I think it's great. Yeah, it's
I think that's what Ken
all
was
the
kind of
Nords
asking.
get a gluten allergy.
God.
Oh my God. Do you need Skyrim RPG to track all the Skyrim skills and level them up on use, or do alchemy and plant collecting? Oh yeah, I don't know. It's not based on use. Is that how it works in the video game? The more you use something, the more it goes up.
Like you discover what.
Yeah,
and like if you want to level up your alchemy, you make a bunch of potions. So what most people will do is they'll go and spend the first 30 hours just picking up every single thing you can find. And then once you bought your first house or you get your first alchemy thing, rest in your bed so you get the 10% experience bonus. And then you'll spend the next 3 hours sitting there making alchemy, making potions until you run out, so you can get your alchemy up as high as you can. Yeah.
Yeah, you would like cross the game world by like jumping like a rabbit because it increases your acrobatics. That's whatever. Right. Yeah, I don't think you really want the RPG to work that way.
No. Definitely
not.
Well,
Skyrim, yes, I know exactly what you're talking about with the jumping thing. Oblivion did that.
Yeah,
Oblivion did. Yeah.
Skyrim did not do that. I think that's only because they took out acrobatics.
Yeah. Right. I just remember when I wanted to craft the Daedric armor or weapons or whatever, to your point, I spent like 4 hours making iron daggers or whatever just to get, and then I had a whole room that had like 700 daggers just on the floor, and you'd walk in and daggers would go flying everywhere.
Yeah. So. And you're going to pick them all up and you're going to take them into town. Yeah. You can sell them for like 2 gold a piece.
Right.
Yeah. I don't think you want the tabletop RPG to have that in it. I don't want to experience that in my tabletop game.
We had a GM years ago that did playing D&D. I think it was 3rd edition, although it may have been like back in 1st. But he had a rule that like every time you roll a 20, you'd get like 100 experience. And so then all that does, it was great in concept because he was like, oh, it's cool. Then I'll get people to like use all this stuff. But in reality, it was like, okay, what are you guys doing? It's like, okay, well, we got like a 6-mile walk to town, and it's like every 30 feet, I want to make a wisdom check.
I'm going to search for traps.
Examine this thing. I'm going to search for traps, or like whatever.
You never get to where you want to go.
Right. And it's like, okay, it's going to take us, 18 days to walk the 6 miles, but we're all going to level up 8 times, just from rolling the dice, thousands of times over. It's just crazy.
But that kind of sounds like Dark Sun, where Dark Sun's like such a small area, but it takes forever to get somewhere because every day everyone's looking for water. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like you're spending all your time looking for water.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Or something to eat.
But from what I remember from reading Shadowrun with my stellar memory, you get experience points as you would normally in Shadowdark. 1 experience point for this, 2 for this.
Right.
Carousing. 3.
Carousing.
And then you use every time you level, you get a new skill on the star chart on your chosen constellation, whatever it is, or then you can roll to switch over to a different constellation.
Yeah, it's a random roll on your constellation.
Yeah, so that's how you level.
Yeah, which is cool.
So it is not Skyrim. And it's for a number of reasons, copyrights being the main one. But it when you pick it up and start playing, you're like, oh man, I'm in Skyrim. So there you go.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And it's interesting, right? And I think that goes to like what we were talking about earlier is you got to have that thing that makes it feel like the thing, and you can do away with everything else. Like if you're in space and there's something stalking you and you don't know what it is, right? Like that, no matter what game it is, it has that alien feel, right? Because that's what, alien feels like or whatever. So it doesn't have to be alien, to do that. That's the important part, and everything else is kind of secondary to that. I did not read the Witcher rules, Ken.
I heard that. I heard that too. I heard it was not a
Can confirm.
Yeah.
Man.
I got like the what was it like the learn to play or whatever the free packet that they were giving out, and I think you bought the core book and everything.
Dude,
right?
I bought everything.
Yeah,
because I'm a big fan of The Witcher books and games, not the television show, but we're not going to get into that. Yeah, big fan. But to answer his question, or actually, I guess reply to his remark. Yeah, I played it at one of the cons. Roger, I thought you played with me, but it might have been somebody else. But when I sat down at the table, I got early because we were using pre-gens, and I immediately grabbed The Witcher. It wasn't Geralt, and that's the thing. When I play Witcher, I don't want to play Geralt. Geralt.
Oh man, that's right.
Yes,
we did play it.
And see how
my God, that's how bad it was. It's like the only game I think I've ever forgotten.
When I was being a Witcher, it was super cool. I was tracking the monsters, and then I'm putting my concoctions together and my potions and all that. Meanwhile, we had 2 sorceresses with us. We had a bard, and the Witcher. It's a terrible RPG, and I hate to say that I hate to say that about our Telesaurian games. Cody has always been cool, and I've met him. Mike has been cool, even though he drew over my Larry Elmore signature. I will never forgive him for that.
Oh boy!
But they've always been. I've met the entire family. They've all been super cool, and I want to support the company. Witcher is a terrible RPG. The books are meant to be. You're reliving Geralt's tales. The video games, you're playing Geralt. It is a first-person perspective. That's how it is meant to be viewed. So when you try and morph that into a party perspective, especially since The Witcher doesn't run around with a party, he's solo the entire time. It makes it really difficult to do something like that. And so, it for me, total bust. Just like Ken said, man, what a drag. The only thing I remember about it is that I didn't like it. Bummer.
Yeah, wow. I didn't even remember playing it until you started talking about it, and I was like,
in fact, we came home from that con, and that is when I sold my books. I gave them to my wife to sell them on Amazon, or not Amazon, but Facebook Marketplace. Yeah.
And I remember a lot of bad games too at conventions. None of them were yours, Matt. None of them were yours. All yours are all of yours are at the top of the list, I think.
That's a true story,
or pretty close to it, really.
Yeah, it just to throw in another. If we're doing ones we didn't like, The Expanse. Have you guys played The Expanse?
I have not.
No.
Love the series.
Is that like the television show? Okay, that's my question.
Yep. Yeah, it's using the Green Ronin's Age engine.
Yeah.
Don't like it. I don't like it at all. Not even a little bit. And the other thing that's weird is like they just did they did a Kickstarter, I think last year or earlier this year because the one they released, I think, is only like the first 2 books. And I think it's the first 2 books, and then they did a Kickstarter to bring it forward to book 5 or 6. And so they did a quick start guide for a free TTRPG day, and that adventure is like it's the same sci-fi monster adventure you've played 1,000 times. It's like, oh, you get a distress signal from a ship that's crashed, and like it's a monster. It's in the proto-molecule monster in the Expanse world, but like there's games that do that better. Like I've played that in Mothership and Alien and Vast Grim and 1,000 other games, Death in Space, and those systems are designed for that. Like the Expanse is like Game of Thrones in space. It's like that's what it is. And the RPG needs to be less about rolling successes for stunts for like jumping your vehicle and doing a loop-de-loop, and a lot more about like politics and faction play. Because that's what it is.
It comes down to factions again.
Yeah, it's just not. It's not. There's something really off about it, and I don't like the system at all. So again, not to beat up on it, but this one was like a real big miss for me.
And that's the that's that weird system with the 3d6, and one of them's
It's like
the
stunt die, and you get
yeah,
it's
one of
not.
them's the special die that
I don't like
that
it.
is whether you crit succeed or fail or
Mhm.
something, and you're trying to like roll doubles or something, or I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's
just
weird.
not
I've
wasn't a fan.
looked at it and was like, yeah, I don't know. This seems too complicated for what it is.
It's a shame
So,
because it's a really cool license. Although, again, like how you would make an RPG out of that would be, I think that's part of the problem. Is it's a little bit of a challenging, in and of itself. It's just a little bit of a
yeah.
challenging thing to do, but it's not. At
I
least for me, it
second
was a
what
big miss.
Ken is saying. I'd love to have one of those too. Good Dragon Age RPG.
They made one. I was actually going to speak about that later, but since Ken brought it up, it was released after the third Dragon Age, Veilgarst the fourth. Everyone forgets about the second because it wasn't very good. It's not good.
Yeah.
If you go into it knowing Dragon Age, then your headcanon is going to make up for a lot of the things that are lacking in the RPG. But there's a reason. Ken said that he's been waiting for years for a good Dragon Age RPG. There is a Dragon Age RPG, but it is not good. There you go.
Yeah, and I agree with this comment about it should have been Traveler. Like if you take Traveler, because my Traveler has been hard for me to get into just because there's so much lore. I mean, the game's almost as old as Dungeons and Dragons, and it has its own super deep sci-fi lore. But like the way that character path in the character creation, all that stuff would map so well to the Traveler to the Expanse as an IP. It's just like the system of age is just not good. Yeah, it starts without number maybe as well. So it's
Traveler.
It's a shame.
Traveler is interesting. I think the issue with Traveler is that it's been around for so long at this point, and there's been like 3 or 4 IP holders, and the original creator Mark Miller has like retained rights, so he's always had a copy going, and then has always sold the old stuff, and then Mongoose had their kind of thing going, and there's so much stuff. But I think like if you go with like the classic box set and just go with the the small black books and start with those, like the 3 books, and don't, because I think there's like 20 of those. I don't know what number they're up to, but I think if you just go with 1, 2, and 3, and then maybe you go for like the Mercenaries one, if that's something that that's in whatever you need, whatever. Only use the books that you need is what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And don't use all the stuff that's out there. I think that it's you can make any kind of space opera type of
and
thing.
I forgot that's true. So both of these comments are correct. So Miller, I think officially is retired from the industry now, and
is he?
Yeah. So now it's all merged again. So Mongoose is like their 2022 and forward is like the unified.
They're
Traveler. Yeah, and I did forget that the Expanse was confirmed to have been started based on a Traveler campaign. That's where that book series got its start from. Yeah,
that's kind of neat.
So yeah.
And I pulled the Traveler box set out because I was going to talk about that when we talked about Star Wars games later. But yeah, I think it would work pretty good for for the Expanse or anything like that. Yeah, I didn't realize that, Paul, that he gave Mongoose the rights to publish in perpetuity.
Yeah, it just happened like either this year or late last year. It's pretty recent.
Yeah, that's it. Did he actually sign them over, or did he just
There's
give
a whole
them,
article? There's a whole article about it. I can find for you. Yeah, he did a whole write-up.
That'd be great. Because I know he's always licensed it out and then has kept it on his own so he could print his own stuff. But I remember he tried to make the 2nd edition or whatever that didn't go over well, and all of that, and then went back to classic. But yeah. While we're on the video game thing, Eric Bloat has done a lot of work in. He's done a lot of stuff in like the D20 system stuff with his Survive This system, and he did some things. He did Pipe World stuff, which is a little zine that's got a bunch of monsters for that are in for his D20 system. I think there's 5e versions.
Oh, so it's Mario Brothers.
Yeah, and he did.
With
Did he do
definitely
Zelda
Mario
and
Brothers.
Metroid too? I think.
Yeah, he
Okay.
did. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's got that
That's
stuff.
cool. Pipe World.
But yeah, so he's got the mushy men flying and regular mushy men and stuff. And so it's all stuff. He's got a power-ups one. And then he did Overworld, which is Legend of Zelda stuff. And he's got some creatures and stuff for that. And then he did the Underworld stuff, which is really cool. And I've got 3 of them. I don't know if he did any more, but this is basically the first dungeon in Legend of Zelda.
That's cool.
And it even looks like it. And he's got it all, room by room, and just stats for all the bad guys and things in there. And it's really cool. It's really neat. And like I said, I've got the first 3 of those. I don't know if he's made any more for that, but they're cool kind of dungeon crawls that are pretty system neutral. And their stats for that'd work with any kind of D20 system in there, but easily convertible, I think. So those are kind of cool. He also did, I think he did a Castlevania one, and then a Metroid one, and like that. But they're pretty cool. They're not quite systems on their own, but yeah. So check those out. I don't know. I think I only got one more that's a video game based thing. Do you guys got any other video game based games that you guys want to talk about?
I think I do. Oh,
well, I mean, there's Fallout.
Yeah. Fallout. Yeah. Oh, that's right. I forgot about Fallout.
What do you make of Fallout, Jason?
I like it. Certainly better than the TV show. Fuck you, Amazon. That's my one per night. I said earlier that it's important for me for the game to make me feel like I'm in the world. Man, the Fallout RPG does a great job. I really like it. It's an officially licensed product to Modifius from Bethesda, so you've got full input. I guess the only thing that I really don't care for is that it's strictly Fallout 4. So the same kind of game mechanics and that flavor. I liked Fallout 4. Boy, I've got a whole bunch of hours in it on multiple systems, but I still like 3 and New Vegas better.
Yeah, they're better games.
I'm still playing Fallout 76. Everybody hates that. I still play it every single night with some friends. So yeah, I'm a huge fan. I've got a Fallout tattoo sleeve on my right arm. So I am definitely a certified fan. But it's great. It really is. There are times when a product has kind of outlived its shelf life. Pathfinder was terrible, about that. And we've talked about that before. Pathfinder really good. And then halfway into the publication run, it was just like, here's some more crap you don't need. I'm worried that they're going to start doing that. There's a couple of source books out for it. The Survivors and all that. And they are trying to tie the Wasteland Warfare system into the RPG system. I don't really care for that.
That's like the skirmish miniatures thing, right?
Yeah, that's the versus skirmish. And now they've got, I think it's called Factions, which is, the Nuka World Raiders versus the Settlers and that sort of thing. I would rather keep those two completely separate and just play the RPG. But I wish I could give you more information about why I liked it. But I've played it a couple of times. I've never run it, but again, when I'm sitting at the table, I'm like, wow, I'm walking around in a vault suit with a Pip-Boy in my arm, and I've got a 10 millimeter semi-automatic on my hip, and hope I don't see any death claws. It's cool. It's great. It's got the right vibe, and that's really what I look for. The system is
I had
easy.
the same experience with it.
Yeah, and it's the 2D20, so it's not it's not the OGL based systems. Roger does not like the 2D20 systems.
Roll
but
under.
It's roll under. So Stan and I should be doing great because we roll 1 through 5 constantly.
Yeah.
Except
Yeah,
when I'm playing
that's the way to
Fallout,
go.
and I roll natural 20s back to back.
Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, it really feels like the game.
Paul's saying the original was supposed to be based on
It was.
Steve Jackson GURPS,
yes,
and it fell through. Wow.
yep, yes, that absolutely true. And also, I'm a big fan of GURPS, which again, Roger is not. But anyway, one of the things that I think maybe they kind of go soft on is death in the game. You're playing a video game. If you die, you load up and you carry on from your last save point. Not a big deal. It's really hard to die in Fallout. Like your DM has to really want you to die, and you have to really allow yourself to die.
Yeah.
But that's okay. I don't want to be murdered every time I turn around. So it's cool. It's got all the right stuff. Players can be freaking, androids or the Mr. Handys. I've had a Mr. Handy in the party. I don't really like it because to me, Mr. Handy he's a servant. He's a program
He's an
servant. He's
NPC.
not a free thinking, PC kind of thing. But that just don't play
Is
Mr.
that
Handy.
is that the floating
Yes.
robot?
Cosworth.
British accent.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we had when I at CNY I played in Bloodworth ran it, and I'd never played it before. I have it, but I never played it, and it was a lot of fun. And we had a kid. He was a kid, like he was probably I don't even think he was a teenager. He played the Mr. Handy character, and he was pretty shy. His dad was in the game with us, and he was still pretty shy. Right up until he buzzsawed like the first bad guy we faced and just
Hell yeah.
murdered him.
Yeah.
And then we were all like, that
Cheering
was
him
his name.
on.
Like, I don't even know the kid's name.
Yeah.
We just call him Buzzsaw. And he had a great time playing that.
That's
and
good.
Yeah.
I've mostly played 4. So for me, the game really hit.
Sure.
Because like even when you open it, you're like, oh shit, this looks like I'm leveling up my
Yeah.
character in the video
Look,
game.
I've
And,
got
like,
dog meat with me. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool, man.
yeah, it's cool. It's a good game.
Yeah, I only got to play
They
it
did a
once.
good job
think I-
nailing the vibe.
Yeah,
I think
totally.
I played with you guys at one of the MEPAs. That wasn't my favorite.
Oh,
Yeah.
that game though, I think that was the DM.
It was.
He
yeah.
had that. He
It
had
wasn't
those dice he was trying to sell.
Oh, dude, I
Every
forgot
time
about
Oh,
something
Jesus.
happened, he
yeah,
would roll those dice.
yeah, it wasn't great.
And yeah,
I'm not holding that against it though. I think you're right. Well, the other, this could probably be a whole show on its own. So I don't want to get too far in this rabbit hole, but like, this was sort of what I was talking about with the Expanse, where to some degree it's a little bit hard to map that to an RPG just because of what it is. Like Fallout
sure.
is literally perfect for an RPG.
Absolutely.
Like it's just
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it's got the benefit of like, hey, this should be easy to adapt. Just don't screw it up. And I think that they haven't. I think they've done a pretty good job.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree. And like they've and it's met with a lot of success. It's been critically lauded. The players like it. Why haven't they made a Skyrim game? I mean, they've already got
Yeah.
Bethesda saying yes, make Fallout. Why wouldn't they do Skyrim? I'm stumped by that. I would love to know
Yeah.
why.
Yeah, it's
You know,
weird.
maybe Skyrim will be more difficult to put over to a pen and paper. Maybe.
I don't
I
think
don't
it
think it
would.
would be that.
Well, yeah,
I
but
don't
like-
think so.
Greg did it. I mean,
Yeah,
and I
Yeah.
think he did a
I mean,
pretty
they-
good job at it.
he absolutely did. Yeah.
I mean, Modiphius did it with Conan and stuff, so it's not like they can't do a fantasy game.
Yeah, absolutely. So
Yeah.
it's got to be a license. Maybe Todd just doesn't want to give it up. I don't know. Todd Howard, Bethesda is who I'm talking about. Maybe he just doesn't want to give it up. I don't know, but
Yeah, it's
But
but you're right. It's weird because like they they put their stuff on everything.
everything.
It's
Yeah.
like Spaceballs
Yeah.
merchandising. It's on everything.
Yes,
Yeah.
Merchandise.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
kind of
Yeah,
true.
It's crazy. I know Ken. I pulled this out. This is Ashes Without Number, and then I know that Ken. He's planning on running a Fallout game locally, and he's going to use Ashes Without Number for that, which I think is a good one. I think Kevin Crawford. I think his games are fantastic. Paul. So there you go, Paul. There's something that I do like. But the Ashes Without Number and some of the later things, they're more of like a tool set. So there's things in here that's like, oh, if you want to go this way, you can do this, and you can do this type of thing. And so I think that's good for doing that kind of thing. And we'll see how how Ken does it. But again, this like generic kind of post-apocalyptic, but I think you can go multiple directions with it and run like a Fallout game with it.
Yeah, and you guys, you and Ken have both talked that up to me, and I bit immediately. Yeah, sounds great. Let's do it. One of the things that I kind of don't like about the RPG, and this just may be to the DM, when I play Fallout 4, I crank the difficulty up to super hard, as high as it'll go, and I put it in survival mode because I want the water to be toxic. I want the meat that I'm eating to be toxic unless I cook it correctly. I want it to feel like I'm trying to survive a post-nuclear apocalypse. And Fallout is a survivor game on easy mode, and I still love it, obviously. But the RPG, I feel like, reflects that you don't really have to worry about being irradiated unless you do something very, very foolish and stick your hand into a vat of radioactive material. So they could go a little harder on that. That would make me happy. But there's no saying there's nothing saying like if I'm going to be running, there's background radiation everywhere. You've got to be prepared for it. Cool. Sure. Okay, let's do it. But yes, the Ashes Without Number, I do want to check that out. I'm looking forward to it.
Ken's taking notes, so
excellent.
Generic boilerplate D220. There's other games that I like. I mean, I like all the I've liked all the Free League stuff so far.
Get them, Paul. That's right. Get them.
I play the Free League stuff. No, I just my problem, Paul, is I don't like roll under system. I don't like rolling low. It feels bad for me.
And he doesn't like percentile dice
thing. And percentile, I'm fine with if you're rolling high. I don't
even. Is that a thing? Is there any system?
Yeah, right.
That's not the point.
All percentiles roll under.
Yeah, because you have the stat. But my issue with the roll under stuff is that you're rolling against yourself and nothing else that's going on.
Yeah, but in Chaosium games, you roll high, you level up in that skill. So I mean.
Yeah, no, I get it, but my issue, right, I understand all that, and it's great. You get like 1d4% like increase or whatever, but
I'm just needling you, Roger. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's good, it's fine. You won't be invited back. But so no, I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. No, I just went with the roll under system. You're not you're rolling against yourself. If you have a stat, whether it's percentile or a D20, if you've got a stat that's at 45%, you're rolling again. Like if you've got a weapon skill that's under 45%, it doesn't matter what you're shooting at. You're still trying to roll under that skill. You're rolling against yourself.
Get him, Matt.
But that's not necessarily true though, right? So right. So say you're playing Call of Cthulhu. Right. So Call of Cthulhu, if you have a firearm skill of 50, right? Yeah. But you can the keyboard can modify that based on so at a distance you're minus 20, so it's 30, or you're point blank. So you have an advantage. You have an advantage die. Like even in Call of Cthulhu, the type of gun you're using, you can do if you're using automatic weapons, it changes how that works. Like you get multiple shots, but every single one is at disadvantage. So it's definitely not just rolling to your skill. There's definitely modifiers. Warhammer uses like success levels or failure levels, right? So there's definitely more to it than just
that too. Mm-hmm. And like games like Dragonbane, you can add banes and boons to people's rolls, and you can actually stack them. Yeah. Unlike say D&D, you can't. But in Dragonbane, you can have multiple banes and boons.
And I like Dragonbane. I do like Dragonbane. I do like Dragonbane. It is a roll under system. I wouldn't run it for a long form campaign, but for a short campaign, I would.
Does Dragonbane use the same system as Forbidden Lands?
No. It has some similar elements, but no.
Yeah, it's a D20 roll under system. So
because I like Forbidden Lands. That's pretty neat.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Paul,
that's good.
Paul said exactly what I was going to say. Every single percentile game that I've ever played has modifiers to it.
Yeah.
And not only
Yeah.
that, and we've talked about this before. Okay, so you've got an 84% chance to hit, and I use shooting a dragon, or a dragon type
Sure.
creature. Sure, I'm going to hit the dragon because it's huge. A blind man will hit the dragon, but did I penetrate its armor? Did I hit it with enough force in the correct spot to do any damage to it? Maybe yes, maybe no. That's what the DM is for. But I agree with you. If you're just playing a vanilla game with a DM that doesn't understand what modification or what mods are, then it's gonna be, okay, my rifle score, and I'm always going to use rifle because I'm thinking about recon. Okay, so my rifle score is an 84. So every time I roll 84 or less, I'm going to hit. Well, that's just a bad DM. Am I shooting into cover? Am I shooting someone that's hidden? Am I shooting someone that's behind a tree? Am I shooting someone that's more than 300 yards away? Those things matter. And a good DM will make that percentile system much more challenging than just the bare bones what I'm looking at.
Ken's on my side, and
Ken's
he
wrong
had to
too. It's
go.
fine.
Ken,
That's okay. We still like Ken, but he's wrong.
Ken, feel free to come back in and tell these guys where to go.
With
please.
that statement, my whole argument, roll under versus roll over, there is no difference. A roll under system means that I want to get a 1. I'm going to roll 20s all night long, but I want to get a 1. A roll over system means that I want to get a 20, and I'll just roll 1s all night. They're exactly the same. You're just, all you're doing is rolling one versus the other on a 20-sided die. I don't see a difference there.
That's there's like a feel bad thing there for me. So
there you go. It's a feel thing. It's not so much a mechanic thing. It's just this doesn't really feel right to me. And that's totally legitimate.
Yeah, that is. I mean, is it that, or do you like having a DC that's separate from? Because I mean, that's the difference, right?
Yeah.
Like it sounded to me like more like you were more saying, I know I'm going to have a +8 to my strength because I'm my character's strong. But like lifting a 20-pound weight versus a boulder, like should be hard. One is harder than the other.
Sure.
So the DC is going to change. That I do understand what you're saying. Like that's sort of more straightforward in terms of like that. If that's sort of what a lot of us are used to, because that's common in D20 systems. But I think you can replicate that with percentile and roll under. It's just a different way of getting to the same place.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I get what you're saying.
I agree.
It is different. Yeah, I get it.
Well, thanks, Matt.
You can come back too.
Appreciate it. You can come back. Paul,
they give you the ick. Yeah, roll under gives them
the ick.
Yeah.
They give me the ick, Paul.
Exactly what it is.
Okay. I said it, but big number feel better. That's it. Yeah, and when you always roll like shit, roll under works better for me. But everybody I know that rolls like shit,
they roll high when they got to roll under. Yeah,
they can't roll over a 5 when
they're
playing D&D. If it's a roll under system, they can't roll under a 16. So, I mean,
There's a reason
you roll
we
like
never
shit. You roll like shit.
with the monsters we kill.
That's probably why I'm always a DM, because I roll like crap, and everyone's like, "Yay, we won!"
On the Fallout thing, I'm sure. Hey, this is not a D20 system that was based on Fallout. It was a D20 system until the OGL thing happened, and then he made it a 2D10 system. But this is Atomic Punk 2160. It's sort of based.
The basic expert. Yeah,
basic expert. He made this Atomic Punk 2160. He basically converted it to 2D10 when the whole OGL thing happened. But yeah, it's basically Fallout, obviously. And that's that. And it's got the roll. You roll on a chart when you level up, or you roll twice, or you can pick one, basically. I mean, that's pretty much it. It's a pretty small book. It's half size. It's only about 100 pages. And the stats are, he used the word atomic, and those are the stats.
Special?
So
instead of
sort of like special.
Sure.
Well, yeah, because he couldn't use special, but it's agility, toughness, observe, might, intellect, and charisma. So it's atomic.
Works for me.
The scores there, but other than that, it's a basic
I like
a basic D20 system. I I kind of like it because it's, you know, it's a small book. There's not a whole lot of rules. It's easy to get to the table. You can, you know, you could just start playing it. You know,
I want
makes
his
it easy for that.
Aztec game that he made. It looked really
Ooh,
nice.
Majoito.
Majoito, yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds
I really
delicious.
wanted that.
Yeah, it sounds
I
like you just
know.
ordered dinner.
Yeah.
Comes with chorizo.
I got the
Ooh,
I'm in.
yeah.
it's
do like
somewhere
chorizo.
behind me, but I
Me
I
too.
have the special edition one.
Yeah,
With
that
with
nice
the gold
black
leaf
one with the
on it.
yeah, that
Yeah,
looks
it's
nice. I was salivating over that. I should have got it.
yeah.
But what am I going to do?
Not sure
I
if it's
can't run
on.
an ad. Like, none of my players are like, oh boy, you know what I mean? Let's play Aztecs. I would love to. Don't get me wrong, but it's just a matter of finding
Yeah.
people to play it.
Well, that's the whole thing with a lot of this stuff.
It's
Right,
so
is
narrow,
is
you know.
finding
It's like,
somebody that's in it. Yeah, that's into it. You know, not only into gaming, but that's also into this. You know,
Well,
weirdly, you know,
like niche, like yeah, like super niche almost.
the other
That's a beautiful looking.
that is pretty
book.
cool. The other issue I found too is like so like I've played Elder Scrolls, I played Skyrim and Oblivion. I you know, probably put 180 hours in each of them, right? Which is not nothing. But like for what it's worth, if I was playing like a Skyrim RPG with Jason, it would be intimidating just because my level of IP knowledge is obviously
Yeah.
much so like there's a weird thing with licensed games where like if you have 5 people that are willing to play it and 2 of them are like super into it and the other 3 are just like casually aware of it, like that can be a problem as
Yeah,
well.
but
Now
if Jason's
Yes.
the DM,
Yeah.
if Jason's like being the DM,
then it's
that
fine.
might even be
Yeah.
better.
And listen, I played
Yeah.
Fallout with Jason. Jason was definitely not like, well, that's not how that will like. It's like with the right people, it's fine. But there are
Right.
also like super fans about stuff that would be like, well, actuallying their way through the whole session, and like that's
Yeah.
miserable for
No,
everyone.
that's very miserable.
Yeah,
Yeah. No, and like I feel that though, like I would love to run the Skyrim game, and it, you know, to just to say it, Jason has said, just run it. I'm not going to nitpick you, like you know.
I'll just be
But-
happy that I'm in Skyrim.
It's always going to be in the back of your
I-
mind.
But it's always in the back of my mind where
Yeah,
I feel like I'd be running
I
and just
understand.
every single thing I make up, like I'd be looking at him, like
Yeah.
waiting for him to like shake his head or nod or whatever. And I feel the
Yeah.
same way about the Brandon Sanderson stuff.
yeah.
Maybe
where-
I
mean,
should get in on that
I-
so
I
I can
gotta get
counteract
that right.
Jason.
yeah. I mean, I
That's
guess
why I
I,
haven't tried to run this yet, is because I just don't
There you
feel like
go.
I could do
Oh,
it justice.
I so
you
want
know?
to do that Moria though. It's so
Yeah.
beautiful.
Oh, I know.
Oh, yeah.
Moria is really good. Yeah,
Oh,
I
it's
mean, I
when I
guess
pulled
I
up
didn't
Moria.
I didn't pull it and it's not on my list, but like Pendragon we talked about I think last time I was on, right? That is an adaptation, right? So like that's how I feel about Pendragon. I don't know enough about the history or the literature to feel at all comfortable representing what's going on
Yeah.
in the world, but I'd love
Let's
to
watch
run it because
Excalibur.
it's so cool.
You're all
Yeah.
caught up. I love Excalibur.
Yeah, do you
Um,
want to talk about Middle Earth though? There's like a whole series of products we could talk about there.
Death Angel says I even played in a 5e game last Sunday just to be able to play
Ugh.
something.
Poor
We've
man.
been accused of crapping on 5e.
I'll crap on her right now.
Yeah, it sucks.
I don't give a crap what people think about that. I hate 5e. I think it sucks. Everything about it sucks. There you go. Yes,
So-
I'm
But if
crapping on
that's all
5e.
you got, I mean, I don't blame him for playing it.
Yeah.
Ken says that's a sad day. Yeah, no, if that's all you got, absolutely.
But going back to Pendragon real quick, because I really want to address that.
Yeah, sure.
You know, it is in 450 AD. You know, it's supposed to be King Arthur times and all that. But to me, as someone who knows a lot about that, I wouldn't care if my DM didn't know a lot about that. All I want is it to be dark and kind of dangerous, and for everyone to know that when my character walks into the scene, he is a knight and he is going to act as a knight. He is the shining pinnacle of, and there were evil knights. It's also important to know that, there were knights that were not knights in shining armor.
Mhm.
But when I'm going to play one, I'm going to be Galahad. I'm going to be Lancelot. I'm going to be the guy when he walks into the medieval village where everyone's dying of dysentery, that this man is here. We have hope now. So I really don't feel like you have to know every single knight of the round table and all their backstories. As long as you can throw some cool adventure at me, I'm more than happy to play. Segue real quick. When we were playing Blade Runner at Page, I know tons about Blade Runner, and I was of everyone at the table, I knew the most, and I was super excited to play it. But at no time was I like, "Oh my god, dude, that's not what you'd be doing." I was like,
Yeah.
What's next? Okay, cool. Yeah, let's do it. Go." And I know I'm not the only one. I think most people that really like these IPs, they just want to play the IP. They don't care if you get it picture perfect.
Oh, I
And
think
Paul-
you're totally right. I think it's more of like a mental block, like to kind of like if you ran Lord of the Rings, I'm sure it'd be amazing, right?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it's just it's one of those things where like once you know how much you don't know, right? And so it becomes it's like an intimidating mental thing for you, but like really it's probably not a problem at the table.
I think the IP itself is more intimidating than like Jason, like sitting there looking at you. I think just the IP itself might probably intimidate you more.
Yeah,
'Cause
and
what
on
Jason
the
said, though,
opposite
is-
side of that too, like Paul says, like it's a nerd problem. Like, don't correct me in a Star Wars game or with the knowledge. And it's the same thing like everything else. Like I wouldn't expect, like if I'm gonna run a Skyrim game, right? I'll use that. Like I like it would be like rude for somebody at the table to be like, "Oh well, actually, this is
Shut up.
and all of that." So and it's like that. But it's not. And I think Matt, I think you just mentioned this. But like it's not that like that I'd be afraid of running a Skyrim game. It's just like my knowledge of it doesn't feel like I know enough about it to.
Plus, there's so much to
trust.
run. Pick something you like and know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Stan, I promise you, if you run Lord of the Rings at Rogers Con, we will have a great time with it. I promise.
Shit, I'm in.
I promise we're going to have a good time with it. It's a lot of fun.
It's definitely on the bucket list for
In-
sure.
in
But
fact-
what you were saying too, though, I have like going right now. Our Thursday night group, he's in the chat. Zephyr in the chat is running DCC Lankmar for us, and I'm
Nice.
having a freaking blast because like I've read the stories and I grew up looking at those guys and the deities and demigods and just every time something will cue off like. In the last session, Isaac of the Jug was brought up, and I'm like, "Oh, that's a deity." And I knew in my head, my character didn't know because I roll like shit. But in my head, I'm like, "I know who that guy is," And then he mentions his acolyte as Farford, and I'm like, "I'm in." And the same thing. One of my other guys is in the chat. I don't know if he still is, but he ran a Forgotten Realms game, Baldur's Gate 1, the computer game, my favorite game of all time. We got to go to Baldur's Gate. We show up, a dragon shows up. And who comes running down the street to help us but Minsk? And I'm like,
Nice.
rock on. We're fighting with Minsk with this dragon. And then he disappeared afterwards. It was great. But for an hour or so, I got to hang out with him, and it was awesome. Like I wasn't like, his tattoos on this side of his head or any of that nonsense.
Right.
I was just having so much fun doing that. But
I'll go down swinging about the Forgotten Realms IP. I love that first edition, the gray one. I love that box set. That was so good when it came out. Like from second E on, I get it, but like, man, that first one.
even
Was so
some,
good.
I'll say some of their Watts' before they merged with Hasbro, their 5E, 3E,
their third
Forgotten
edition.
Realms
There's
stuff.
2E stuff. Yeah,
Got to
I
sit
love
right
it.
next to it. Absolutely.
Yeah, I have a whole
Yeah.
collection
Yeah.
right over there that I've. Jesus.
like everyone's always saying, like, I don't know, everyone, like a lot of people are always crapping on that and like Dragonlance and stuff. That stuff was fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Like, how can you crap on that?
I love
that's
Dragonlance.
yeah.
Original Dragonlance. I don't like 5e Dragonlance, but
No,
the
original.
Dragonlance is
Yeah,
awesome.
that's what I mean. And the modules are two, but I mean, it's just that setting
great
was
story.
awesome.
I still read it, still listen
That
to it.
hardcover book, that first edition book, that hardcover, that was fun.
I got it right behind me.
Love it.
It's one of the few that I don't have.
Cool.
I'll get it eventually.
Yeah. What else do we got in the video game world? We got any other games that are
That
there you
was
go. There's the
nice.
first edition. of
I
that.
love
Yeah.
that one.
Yeah. Yeah, Death Angels. It's tough to be a DM with a living encyclopedia playing the game. Yeah, it is. It is. It is. Yeah. Because if you're like trying not to screw anything up or whatever. That's
like even with the Forgotten Realms, everyone's like, well, in the books, this guy became a deity. It's like, well, they didn't hear,
Right. Yeah. And I get it, Death Angel. And, it's the same thing that Roger and Stan have said. And I'm the living encyclopedia. I get it. But I can't be the only living encyclopedia that just wants to sit down and play that IP, man. I don't care if you forget that Whiterun is called Whiterun and not Riften. By the way,
I also think too, Jason's got enough like character as a player to, you know what I mean, forego all that and just say, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But Am I right, Roger?
Yeah.
I just
50-50.
I love these IPs. Dakado talking about Lord of the Rings. We played Lord of the Rings, and the DM had like memorized Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. And he was one of the worst DMs I've ever had. I hated every time he opened his mouth, I wanted to smack him. But the other 6 players sitting around the table had me rolling in my chair. We had such a good time because the other players just wanted to play Hobbits in the Lord of the Rings, and that's what we did.
Yeah.
I was the only dwarf. I played the straight man for him, and it was so much fun.
The problem with that game and that the DM I think was used to running, like anything else where he wanted the group, okay, we got to get to the thing and do the thing. And we wanted to make it
not until second
travel. Right. We wanted to make it about
I've walked 30 feet. I have to eat again.
But all of that's what Lord of the Rings is. I mean, if you look at the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit books, it's all it is they, it's all they do is they walk 50 miles in those things. So it's like that was what the game's about, is getting there, right?
Well, that's an example of like the IP, the game doing a good job representing the IP, because if you delve into the lore and about it took, I think, Boromir like 100-something days to go from Gondor to Rivendell, and travel is a big deal. So like they made it. I mean, they have a whole travel system in the game about the map in the back is color coded, so like you can't. Even their resting mechanics, like you have to have. Maybe I'm thinking of the 5e version. But the 5e version, you had that, which I have. You had to have a legitimate place to rest. It wasn't like D&D 5e where you could just flop down, take a nap and be like, I'm great. And there you had to have legitimate places to rest. And if you were resting in the wilds, you never got a full rest. So,
you mean like in Fallout?
Like
in Fallout, when you're in like the raider camp and there's like a cot with a skeleton in it, and you just go lay down and take a nap. Yeah, you can't.
And that GM was like the Lord of the Rings. He just he just hand waved the travel and all of that.
Yeah.
And then when the game ended, he was like, "Wow, we got through that quick." And I was like,
"Yeah, you truncated it, dude. What do you
jumped
think?"
over all the cool parts. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like, okay, great.
One of my favorite scenes in Clerk 2 is the argument between Star Wars and Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
3 movies of a bunch of people walk into a freaking volcano. It was just that scene is just always cracks me up. So but the travel is important in Lord of the Rings. You need to experience the travel.
Yeah, and I think the One Ring game does a good job giving everybody like different roles related to like if you're doing overland travel or if you're like dungeon delving. It sort of breaks the party up into different, not just like their classes, but like what is your role for the party? Are you getting provisions? Are you the scout?
Engaged. I like that when they keep a player engaged like that.
Yeah. I think the One Ring second edition is a pretty good system. That initial starter box, I think, was like a misfire on their part. I think it was smart that they
have that. I've
put a new one out.
A better box set.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
I think I have the first one. I saw the second one and wondered why would I get it? Maybe I need to get it.
I only have the core book and the Moria book, which I just got like last week.
Yeah,
the core book I got during the OGL, because when the OGL thing happened, Free League was like, "Hey, try this game and it's half off." And I was like, "Sold."
We'll take your players.
The first box set is all hobbits. just doing Hobbit stuff. It's
Mhm.
like really
What's
low
wrong with that?
stakes. Not
That's
nothing.
one that I have.
Yeah, it's a good way to sort of onboard the rules, but like I think it
Yeah.
sort of mischaracterizes a lot of what the game is. Because like you can play that game, but the game is not that. There's way more to it than how they
Lord of
sort
the
of
Rings.
spin it up in
Yeah.
that. So the
Yeah.
new box set is definitely much more a slice of like all the stuff that the game is doing.
Okay.
So I think it's because I have a couple friends that played that initial starter box at a con and we're like, this game's garbage. We don't want to be stupid hobbits in a museum stealing a painting or whatever. I'm like, that's not really what the game is. It's just what that starter box has.
Right.
So I think
Yeah.
I think they probably probably was smart of them to come out
That
with a
doesn't
new.
even sound like a really good, like Tolkien
No.
style adventure, to be honest.
It's
Yeah.
all right, but it's not great. Yeah, I think
It sounds like a D&D adventure that got
it,
slapped with like
kinda-
Tolkien over across the top of it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
I
send
bet
them
that
to-
happens. a
Send them
lot,
to
too.
Bree or something to deliver a message or trouble along the way. I don't know.
Yeah.
That sounds more than breaking into a place. And,
There you go, Takato. You're ready to run. Let's do it.
yeah, look at that.
Oh yeah, do it. Yeah, you got an adventure and everything.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of breaking into places and stuff, this is a good a segue as ever. I picked this game up. I have yet to try and run this. This is Swivers. It's a pretty thin book.
Swivers is awesome, but what are you pitching
and
this as an adaptation of?
Thief. No,
The concept of thieving?
no, Thief. The game.
The
It's-
video game.
I
Thief?
guess.
Thief. The video
I
game.
guess.
No,
Which
It's-
version? The original or the Square
it
Enix?
was really
version?
cool.
Swivers
this
is
is-
very cool.
Swivers is cool. See, at least Matt.
The
backs me up
original's
on that, but
awesome.
It's you're playing a thief. I mean, you're playing like a D&D type thief, in this game, and that's kind of how it is. And the establishment and the church and everybody's like out to get you.
Is it like a dark gothic setting?
Yes,
It's
Cool.
it's like
That sounds awesome.
it's like a better version of so nobody brought it up because I think the game is not good. The Dishonored there's an RPG of Dishonored.
Oh, yeah.
Swivers is
Also
like
not good. Yeah.
yes. So Swivers it feels like a not a good version of Dishonored.
Cool. Because that's
Yeah.
a great game. The first one. I didn't
So,
care for the second one. I got kind of bored,
but I wanted to bring that up because I really like
Yep.
Thief the game, and like this seems really cool. And there's not a lot of games out there I think that do like handle like you being the sort of the scoundrel kind of thing like really well. I think that like the Star Wars games, some of them do that well, and and I think this does it well.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
cool.
in like a D&D world or whatever, it
Well-
doesn't quite as work.
Tell
work
them
as
about
well.
the magic system. The magic
So,
system in Swivers.
Yeah, you got to have like specific components to
It's
do
blackjack.
everything.
It's-
And
you-
yeah, and there's the
you-
cards.
You play blackjack.
That's kind of cool.
See, now you're kind of.
No, it's cool though.
I kind of
It's
like that.
It's cool though. It's like so magic. It's sort of representing this magic as sort of an uncontrollable force kind of thing. So it's like instead of just having a roll for it, you're basically playing blackjack and you're trying to get. I think if you have like a 17 or to 20, it's a success, and like a 21 is a crit. And if you bust, then you have a negative effect. But there's like things you can do to sort of search the deck for specific cards as you
Okay.
get better at magic. And then like the type of certain cards can have certain effects that add to the result. So like the better you get at magic, the more mitigation you have in terms of like what's coming out of the deck. And then you get to add additional effects to it. It's a really unique and
That sounds
different
kinda
kind of
fun,
system. It's
actually.
pretty cool. And the starter adventure is neat too. Phil from Page ran the starter adventure for me and a friend of mine.
Oh, really
And like
cool.
it was a lot of fun. It was like super creepy. It was like it's like a house that you really don't want to like very fast. I don't like being in this house. I want to steal whatever I got to steal and get out of here because I don't like being in here. It was pretty cool. I enjoyed it a lot. So that's a cool book. I think you're stretching the definition of shoehorning this one into our discussion, but it is a really cool book. So
I just want to load up Thief now and start playing it again.
Yeah.
That Thief was fun.
Oh boy. Yeah, Balatro resolution mechanic. Oh boy.
yeah, Balatra's
Crazy.
cool.
Upgrade your cards and everything. And I don't know, I've played it a few times. I have it on the Xbox, and I played a little bit. I don't know. I'm not like
It's a good phone
huge
game. I like it on
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
phone. Yeah, I think it's a really good like mobile game.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not into those like the roguelite
Oh,
type
I
of
love
stuff.
them.
Like I don't know.
No,
They're all
that's-
right, but
no. Roguelike is not Thief. Those are two very different things. Not the same at all.
but yeah. Yeah. So that's all I got as far as video games go, I think. But I'm kind of trying to look at my pile and see where I'm at. Wow. Still got a lot of stuff here. I got a lot of Star Wars stuff, and I know Jason probably
had
wants to
Star
talk
Wars.
about Star Wars. Oh, you got Star Wars on your list too?
You bet we
What do
do.
you guys yeah. So I've got well the only Star Wars one that I have.
Are you going to show us a
actual-
D21? Okay, good.
No,
I
That's
got
first edition, that's
this
fine.
one.
Yeah, that's
get
I
the
had.
second
I
edition.
started
Second
with that.
edition, yeah.
This is the second edition one. I have that book there, and then
I got
and then I
revised and
know
expanded.
now.
Yeah.
This
Yeah, the revised and expanded is like it's like 2.5.
now I played this.
Yeah,
I
I
ran
had-
it.
I didn't play that.
Mhm.
I
It's
ran
got
it.
the special dice one.
Yeah.
It's got the
Yes.
special dice and all
It's
of that.
fantasy play, so of course it has
This-
special dice.
This game went okay.
Fantasy
I
play.
mean, I ran it. It was like a little over a year, maybe a year and a half or so. And there were no force users. So I think the game ran a lot smoother than what I've heard from other people, just because, without not having force users in it. And I don't think it was terrible. The higher the level you get, it starts to fall apart. I guess higher levels, but the more skills and stuff, the more dice you're rolling, and then you have to, try and like adjudicate all the results. And I had some players that just weren't good at trying to figure out what they wanted to do with all the
Right.
results, or couldn't like add and subtract all the symbols and stuff from each other like really well. So that kind of took a
It
while.
looks like that can be
For that
obnoxious.
sort of thing. Yeah. And then, I mean, the proprietary dice thing and all of that. And I mean, I'm not
Yeah.
trying to give it high praise, but I did run it, and I thought it ran okay for like, a one shot or just like a handful of sessions to do like a mini campaign with. I think it's fine for that.
Now, I only played 1E of the D6 version. Didn't they make like an exploding die of a different color?
Wild
in
die.
Second edition. Yeah, the wild die.
Yeah, it was a wild die. So anytime you rolled a 6 on that, a 1 was like a fumble on that die, and then if you rolled a 6, it exploded. So you would just keep rolling it until it stopped rolling 6s.
But the fumble, with that wild die, wasn't necessarily, oh, you failed. It introduced a complication. And I think the example they use is in Jedi, when Han is trying to sneak up to smack the scout trooper in the back of the head. He steps on a branch, the scout trooper whips around, and the two scouts start
Yeah.
engaging him. Well, now I think it was Wicket. One of the Ewoks now jumps on the speeder bike, because now those, instead of being dead or knocked out, they're distracted. The Ewok jumps in, and so now this whole scene envelops, or unfolds rather, with the because he rolled a 1 on a sneak roll, he failed his sneak, but now this has happened. So I like the concept of that.
It's just good GMing.
worked good.
Honestly,
Yes.
it's like failing
Yeah.
forward.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Right.
It was funny. Like, I just watched this video the other day, and I won't, I'm not trying to bash on anybody, but they were doing this video about the new Critical Role and how the guy running that, he was basically putting this guy off like he was like this world class, like come up with all these concepts of cut scenes and all this stuff. And I was like, in the 1990s when I was running this, they told you as a game master in the game master section, do cut scenes just like the movie, because they wanted to make it feel like the movie. Again, they did
Yes.
a really good job of, the system is simple and it's fast, and that's the way Star Wars should be run. It shouldn't be anything complicated
Yeah.
or dragged down. But
I think
like,
everyone
they'd
likes
already
that
had that
system.
stuff in there. Like, it was like, yeah, do these cut scenes, meteor res meteor res, starting the action and all this stuff, all based on like how good at the time movies were made.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Yeah. For
also
one
think-
shots and stuff, I try and start right in media res.
Yeah, it's good because it gets the ball rolling right away.
Yeah.
I also think people like that game so much too because the Die 20 version was so bad.
Well,
Yeah.
there's two. Aren't there two different D20? There were two different
Yeah.
D20 games,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
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 I think the one is more well regarded than the other. The one with the horizontal.
The Saga
Yeah,
edition.
the
Yeah.
weird
something.
square
Saga,
book
yeah.
or whatever. Yeah.
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 Yeah, and
I never got those.
I did not care for either one of them. However, I have to be honest with it. It's because I am not a fan of the prequels. I hate the prequels. Really, it's not even that I'm not a fan. I
They're
dislike them.
horrible.
And so
Amen, Jason.
so the Saga edition was a lot of that, and I was just like, no, I'm going to start with New Hope
I
and
didn't like
into
the
Jedi.
prequels
And
either.
I'm good.
Yeah,
to go.
I guess the thing about that is sort of interesting now to think about looking back at it, at least for me, is as bad as those movies were, as something to mine for like interesting content and stories.
Absolutely.
Right. So
Yes,
like the Clone Wars cartoon, or like I don't know if you guys watched Andor, but like I had, to be honest, I had pretty much written off Star Wars as a brand. I just was so disengaged with the stuff that they'd been putting out. And then I watched my friends finally convinced me to watch Andor, and
My
it's
friends tried
it's
to.
arguably the best Star Wars stuff that's ever been made.
Yeah,
I've heard that.
I've heard that, but I cannot support Disney. I will never watch it because it's Disney. I just can't.
Yeah,
I watched the first season of Andor, but
yeah,
I don't have Disney anymore.
The
so.
second season is so good, and it makes Rogue One like 10 times better than it was.
It's awesome.
Because Rogue One basically is like the last episode of Andor goes right into Rogue One.
Cool.
Oh, that's awesome.
But like there's some stuff in there, like it's just so good, and it feels like so like it just feels like Star Wars more than anything I've seen in 25 years.
Yeah.
It's
Wow.
really good. But
everyone I've ever spoken to about Andor has said the exact same thing. It's incredible. It is a great show. I just won't ever see it.
I get it. Yeah, I get it. I do get it.
I know you're going to find this hard to believe, but I 100% agree with Jason. I won't give Disney my support either.
No,
on
can't
that.
do it. But going back to the RPG, the Fantasy Flight, when I lived in Alaska, I ran Star Wars using Fantasy Flight for a year and a half, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. And I've said this before, never mind the dice. Once you get used to them, it's not a big deal. Once your players get used to them, it flows pretty well. The Force in the Fantasy Flight is just so broken. It's almost completely useless. It's just terrible. But if you're running a game that doesn't have Force characters, or if you're like, you're not going to be able to play a Force character, please don't ask. Play any one of these 30 other archetypes. Man, it can be really cinematic. I thought it was great. It's not as good as this, but it's still very good.
But everyone complains about the opposite with D6, like Force characters are too powerful. You know what I mean? But they should be. I always thought. I'm like, well, they're
and I agree. I played a Jedi in this for 3.5 years, and dude, by the time we got done with the campaign, I was rolling like 30 dice at a time. I totally understand. And this is Roger's big beef with this system. Yeah, but as the DM, all you have to do is say, I'm capping it at 10 dice.
Yeah.
No matter what you're rolling.
Dice. Yeah, right.
If you spend a Force point, you get double the dice. Sole exception. Your skills can only go up to 10D. Period.
Yep.
Okay, cool. And with 10D, you can still be very powerful. But you're not ripping the Death Star apart from Endor. You can't do something like that. Whereas my 30 dice that I'd be rolling, 60 if I was spending a Force point. Dude, I was tearing Star Destroyers out of the sky. It was just crazy. It was also really badass. But what are you gonna do? So
I mean, being able to fight Darth Vader, who doesn't want to try that?
And one of the cool things about this game, though, especially early on, because when this game was out, like there wasn't much in the way of like the expanded universe stuff.
It was almost a dead franchise.
Timothy Zahn kicked that off with the Thrawn trilogy. But what Lucas or the publisher started doing was more authors came in. They started sending them these books, the role-playing game books, to use as reference guides.
Yeah, it's cool.
I've heard about that.
Yeah.
So like that's really cool. Like
You know,
that
and
speaks to how
there were
close to
source
the IP
books that
they
were
were.
based on some of the comics. I've got
Yeah.
the Jedi
Yeah.
source book behind me that has all the force powers listed in it. Super cool.
Tales
I
of the
found
Jedi.
Like the
yeah,
Dark
Tales of Jedi. I
Empire
think that's the one.
ones too. And
I've got all that, you know. And at the last con that Roger and I went to, I found the Planet source book for sale. I was like, oh my god! So I snatched
Yeah,
that
I
up.
have that.
I didn't even care what he wanted to charge me. I was like, I'll take it. You know, it's got some great source books, just super incredible.
I have
And
the
Yeah,
chip
they're
one,
awesome.
the Tramp Freighter. Or
yeah, the
something, I
transfer.
think.
That's
Yeah.
source book number 5. That's one of my favorite ones.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
they have
the
that
Pirates
one.
and Privateers is another great source book for ships.
Great source
You know,
book.
you can kit bash the ships, super cool. And
Plus,
you
you
know,
can get it all on PDF at that.
and that's exactly what I was about to say.
That's a beautiful part.
You know, if you get the original print copies, then they get pricey because they're getting kind of rare now. But the PDFs, man, I have everything on PDF. I'll give it to anybody that wants it. It's so easy to get. Yeah.
So
Dude,
Paul,
there was a ton
Paul
of
is
fan
saying that-
support for it too.
yeah.
Yeah.
the L5R dice pool caps at 10 dice, and then you get a flat +5 for every one you'd have after that. That's not a bad way to do that either. I
I
don't
also
think.
love Leisure of the Five Rings.
Yeah,
And
but I
Ryan
mean to
Ninja
do
did
something
all
like
that.
that in the Star Wars, where you say you cap it at
Yeah.
10 dice, and then like
Yeah.
you get a +3 or whatever for every one.
Yeah, it's just
after
a
or
house
something
rule.
like that.
You know, you talk
Yeah.
as the
Yeah.
DM, you talk to your players ahead of time. You're going to play a Jedi. I'm digging it, man. No problem. Just understand where you are in time. And here's what we're going to do. It really is that easy. And now everyone can keep playing the game, and everyone can still feel important without the Jedi just lording it over everybody.
Yeah, I don't
Or
know. Maybe
find
it's the
find a way to
players or
tempt
whatever,
them.
but
Find a way to
It-
tempt them to the dark side, and then their character's gone.
No.
yeah.
Like, sorry, you're an NPC now.
Yeah, I don't know. It's some of that stuff is yeah, I don't know. I think of like the people that I play with regularly, and like I see them, like if they roll like 4 D6s, like they can't add those up in like a reasonable amount of time. So like with if somebody's rolling like 10 6-sided dice, and then they have to add those together and then add another number to it, like I mean that, you know.
I think you'd be like with D6 Star Wars. I think you'd be fine just capping the dice at
Mhm.
10.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
10 is a lot of dice, so
Sure
that would
is.
cover you for most things you would ever need to do.
Yeah.
You will accomplish with 10 dice.
Yeah, because the high target number I think is 35. I think Impossible
yeah.
is listed as
Yeah.
35.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boy, what
Yeah.
a great system.
What
yeah.
about off-brand Star Wars games?
Yeah,
Take it
so
away, Ryan.
off-brand Star Wars. I ran this Star Adventurer, which is a D20, so I'm sure Paul will love it. And it's D20 system. The level up is it's Star Wars with the serial numbers filed off. There's no real setting in here. It was made as like a magazine, like a zine type of thing. So it just has this kind of system in there. But it's, I mean, just use the Star Wars stuff. So that you need to add some rules and stuff to it. But it's a basic D20 system. You get your class, and then on level up, you can you roll the
Pick
dice,
one or roll
two
two?
dice. Yeah, you roll two random, you get two random things, or you get to pick one. And it's not bad. And I ran it. I don't know what did we do? Maybe a dozen, maybe 20 sessions. Maybe
I don't think it was 20. I think it was close to 10. I think.
Yeah, 10, 12 sessions, something like that.
Man, I had a good time with it.
And yeah, and I think it was fun.
Mhm.
So that's a decent system there.
And that's RPG Pundit. Is that correct?
That's RPG Pundit. Yeah.
I have a couple of other books. I don't have that one.
This I have yet to run. I know, Matt, you mentioned Blades in the Dark earlier. And this is Scum and Villainy, which is the there you go, the Forged in the Dark version. And I think this handles like the group kind of scoundrel, set like really well. Going on like the heist or like those kind of missions, like on the Millennium Falcon or
I haven't played it either. I've played some Blades in the Dark, but Yeah, I've read the book. Like, this would be fairly high on my list of, if I could just wave a magic wand and have a group that would play whatever I said, this would be pretty high on the list. So
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
available.
Yeah,
Not
because
Sunday night. I
yeah.
can play Sunday night, but I'm available otherwise.
Because Blades in the Dark does such a good job sort of making the your crew like be a character unto itself. Like, it literally has its own
Yeah.
sheet. And like there's something cool about that for me, and like the idea of like a Star Wars, like your Han Solo, Chewbacca, sort of that group where like you're leveling up your ship, you're leveling up your reputation, you're taking control of, first we have no base of operations, then we have this crappy, outpost in this dump, and now we have this better place, and now we're like it. The whole system is sort of geared to represent that, and it grafts itself really well onto that type of thing.
Yeah.
Like domain play,
yeah,
like
it's very
kind of
cool.
like domain play a little bit.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
We
and
have,
it's
like,
all
the characters.
very it's really improv, right? It's low prep. So it's it's definitely a different style of play, but it's cool. Like the idea of like, well, you have you have a ship, you can fly wherever you want. Like, where do you want to
Yeah.
go? What do you want to do? And these are just the different type of missions, and you just I don't know how much you guys have read into or played how those systems work, but you're rolling to see sort of how we're going to do an infiltration mission, right? Okay, so you're not actually spending an hour planning it out, you're just fast forwarding right into the action, and then
Yeah.
some rolls kind of represent like how it's going, and you just jump right into the story.
And you do like the planning in like hindsight stuff, like and it's kind of like how it is in the movies, right? Like in the beginning of the movie, they always introduce, hey, look, we changed our engine and we have a spare engine now in the ship, and then of course that means like later in the movie the engine goes down. It's like, wow, it's a good thing we packed this thing. Well, this you get into the action, and then it's like, oh, your engine blows out, and so then you do like a flashback thing. You get so many of that stuff you can do where you go, oh, well, it's a good thing we packed. Yeah.
So going back to
going back to planning.
Going back to Andor, right? Andor has two episodes where he's in jail and there's a prison break. He has to break. Like, how do you break out of this Empire prison that seems like impenetrable? There's like essentially a bank heist where like they're stealing all the credits that the Empire is stockpiling from this whole sector, and they're going to break in and steal all these credits, right? So like, to me, like that whole thing sort of grafts right on to Scum and Villainy, the way that's set up. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, no, it's
I would really like to play that one.
Yeah,
fun.
Yeah, it is. It's really cool. It's a really neat concept. And I don't know, like in the long term, like have you played like a long term game, Matt, past like a few sessions?
I have not. I mean,
or even like Blades in the Dark, or
Blades in the Dark. And so I imagine this as well. And again, honestly, Andor has this too. Like the act of sort of going through and sort of fighting back against I think it's called the Galactic Hegemony or something in Scum and Villainy, right?
Yeah.
But like your characters are going to lose people they care about. They're going to get injured. They use the mechanic of like stress, and then you get you get mental basically issues, right? If you overload your stress. It's almost like Darkest Dungeon, where like that's what I was saying. The crew is the character, and the PCs like will eventually burn out and either die or sort of become unplayable because they're just so damaged. And so it's this idea of like there's a movement, or like the group is bigger than any of its individual parts, and to achieve a mission sometimes you have to be willing to sacrifice somebody. So that's how the longer term play kind of goes.
And that's up like the Blades in the Dark, those games, or the Forged in the Dark, I guess, games is what they call them, that they're very group based things. Like you're not like going off like ahead, or like you're not separating yourself. It's a group effort. You're all in it together to make the group itself better, and that's kind of the way that it's designed. So there's no like, yeah, okay, we're gonna go over
There's
this
no
way.
I
and
in team.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. It's very, very teamwork oriented.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
So, and
I like
yeah,
it.
right.
I-
No, and that makes it
Sounds like
nice.
fun.
And right, and in this kind of context, like I think it works really, really well. I mean, there's certain, I think, aspects of Star Wars that maybe it wouldn't work, but like doing like a thing where you're like, the scoundrel,
Yeah,
in
like
the
even
Millennium
scumbags
Falcon
can
type
work
of thing,
together, kind of thing.
like you're,
Well,
yeah, I think it really
it's
works
like,
well.
So this one, band of, I know there's like an official Black Company art.
Oh yeah,
Art Dream has an official one coming out, which I'm super excited.
oh, there
about.
is, yeah,
Yeah,
Band of
yeah.
Blades,
Yeah. So
then there's
Band of
that-
Blades is like the unofficial
yeah,
Black Company, where it's the same idea of like,
Yeah.
you're the mercenaries, and like, these guys are gonna
Oh,
get
like the books, the Black
yeah,
Company book.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's basically what this is. It's recreating that.
Nice.
So yeah.
yeah.
That's a cool series. I haven't read that in a long time.
Yeah, it's good stuff. I'm gonna have to check out Andor. You guys, I didn't like the look of it. And I kind of like ignored it. But like,
It
I know
starts
you
slow.
said the second season
Yeah,
is good.
I
and
watched the first season when it came out. I got an episode and a half and it bounced off of it. But like it's a slow burn, and like it really starts to, and once it really gets going, it's like I binge watched all 20 episodes in like a week. I was like, like
Listen,
I don't
mean-
want to go to bed. I just want to watch one more. Like
I
it's
made
just-
it through the Next Generation season 1, so if I can make it through that, I can make it through 2 episodes of Andor.
I don't even remember the Next Generation like season 1 being
Oh,
bad.
I
You know,
do.
everybody's, like,
So
said-
I
bad.
remember.
I mean,
it.
I watched
Oh,
it.
Oh,
God.
I watched it when it came out, and like
Ugh,
it
awful.
was so good. Like by the end, or what later seasons and stuff, that
yeah.
I don't even remember like it being
Season
that
7's not
horrible,
great
you know?
either, in a different way.
No,
but the first
no.
one
Yeah.
is rough.
Yeah.
It
I'm
is
gonna have to go
rough.
back and watch it again.
Because
and-
Roddenberry didn't want
and
any
see.
conflict, so like everyone was, it was bad.
Yeah,
It was so bad. We
I'm gonna
would
have to go back
play
and watch
on
it.
Sundays. God, it's going back to first edition, and then like right at the end of our gaming session, Next Generation would be on. That whole first season, we were just like that one episode where Wesley gets bayoneted. My buddy's like, "Yeah!"
Oh,
He's out cheering.
yeah,
Yeah,
we've
so-
talked about- we've talked about Next Generation before, and I've said I still thought it was good. I forget about Wesley Crusher.
Oh, and he's in
Oh,
so many
yeah, it's
episodes in
awful.
season
Yes.
7,
Oh, my God,
and they're
dude.
so bad.
When he finally left the show, it got so much better. God, he
did.
was
Yeah.
an
And
awful
that's
character.
Roddenberry's fault, because that's Roddenberry envisioned himself as Wesley Crusher.
Oh, Jesus. I didn't
Which
know
is
he was
why
leaving
he
the
should have
show.
done more coke,
But,
I
yeah,
guess. but
I remember, I remember the couple episodes leading up to him leaving. He was with the Traveler, and he's going through space and
oh my
timers.
God.
And I was like, I don't care. Please, just make him say goodbye. And then when he
Travel
finally
the
left,
hell off.
oh my God, finally, I think it was season 3 is when he finally left. Man,
well, that must
so
have
much
been
better
halfway
after
through
that.
season 3 when Death Angel is saying it hit its stride. So
Yeah.
Around there, yeah.
that must have been right when Wesley was.
Yeah, 3, 4, 5, 6 are like peak
Yeah.
Star Wars
Yeah.
or Star
Yeah.
Trek for me.
Keep
Yeah.
Dr. Crusher, get rid of Wesley.
Yep.
Yeah, good stuff. I had I pulled out a lot of books for this. I know I mentioned this. I pulled out a couple of honorable mentions for Star Wars that don't really fall in the RPG category. But Osprey Games they make like a lot of war game stuff and all
I
that.
have
But they
a
have
couple of
some,
their games. I like
they-
their games.
yeah, no, it's not bad. And I think so. So they got this game Void Fighter
Oh,
that
I
came
seen
out
that.
last year, and it's basically ship combat. And I think this is like a really good replacement for like X-Wing. It's all miniature agnostic stuff,
Right, right.
that you have, so you can play with any kind of minis.
That's what I like about their
and
games.
they got stats and everything for it, and so their games are really cool. So like if you're looking to play like something like X-Wing that without buying into all the licensed minis and all that stuff, I think that's a great thing. And if you're into Armada, with the bigger ships and the fleets and stuff, I think a Billion Suns is really cool. There's kind of a financial aspect to this game where you're like trying to you'll have like objectives that are random, but you'll be like trying to mine stuff from like a planet, and so you have like so much money to spend, or you have an unlimited amount of money to spend, but that detracts like how many points and stuff that you get from the game because you can only mine so much. So you want to like spend as little as possible. But there's like bigger like destroyers and the bigger battleships and things, and then all the small fighters are in like small fleets. But it's really cool, and you don't have to buy the expensive Star Wars license stuff. So I wanted to throw that stuff out there.
Did Osprey make Gaslands?
They
Was
did,
that
yeah.
Osprey?
Yeah.
That's a cool game.
Yeah. And what they do,
Like
it's interesting.
modifying
They
Matchbox cars and
they
you know what
they
I
make
mean?
a bunch of these blue books that are thin and cheap, and then if one of them does really well, they'll put out a second edition and put like real art in it and all of that. And I think A Billion Suns is going to get a second edition
That's cool.
soon. It's going to be better.
I
Yeah,
like
and they've had a
Osprey.
handful. Then Gaslands, I think, is fantastic. Yeah, it's the
Last of Us
but,
is a
you know,
zombie apocalypse one. Kind
yeah,
of like
yeah, there's
Mordheim,
that
I
one, yeah.
think, or Necromunda.
Yeah, and all their stuff, like I said, it's all miniature agnostic stuff, which I think is fantastic because you're not, paying like Games Workshop or whatever.
Oh,
We can't all
already
afford miniatures like
going
Ducato
through
can.
that rabbit hole over here.
Oh boy, here we go.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. So, but yeah, that's all I had to talk about as far as Star Wars goes.
A game that I don't have anymore that I really wish I did is Firefly. Based off the TV show, the masterpiece by Joss Whedon.
Yeah,
Love it. I love the show like everybody else, and the RPG, to my amazement, was excellent.
I heard it was good.
It's one of those games where, wow, I'm in Firefly. This is awesome. I'm a brown coat.
Yeah.
The only problem is it's such a small cast. It's kind of like Star Trek. When you meet a Trekkie and they want to play Star Trek, they want to play Bones, Spock, or Kirk. That's what they want to play.
Yeah.
They don't want to play Ensign Smith, in
Right,
the spacecraft Victoria. They want to be on the Enterprise, blah blah blah. So
That's
you
because
kinda
Ensign
get-
Smith's going to get beamed down to the planet and die.
right.
God,
And that's and so you kind of
dead man.
most of the people that, because I played it in Alaska, most of the people that I played with were manga nerds and one guy was like, no, I want to play Mal, and I wasn't the DM, and I was like, man, I just want to play Firefly. I don't really want to be Mal or Wash or any of those characters. I just want to be in a ship
Yeah.
in this universe because it's so cool, and we did, but there's people that would they only want to play those characters. So that makes it kind of difficult. But the RPG was excellent. It was very well done. It was beautifully done. The art's very good. And the system was super cool. I don't remember most of the system now because it's been a long time. But it was another one of those games when I was playing it, I felt like I was in Firefly. So if you can find it on the shelf somewhere, grab it up because it's great.
Yeah, and I think Scum and Villainy would
handle
work for that.
too. Yeah,
I think you could
Cool.
do that.
yeah.
Pretty easily.
Mhm.
We can
Because
almost
it's the
get
same
that
sort of
vibe with
thing.
Western RPGs too, though. 'Cause,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
Firefly is a Western.
Yeah, it's Western. It's Cowboys in Space. That's
yeah,
exactly what
it
it is.
Right,
is. It's
right.
so
That's why I
cool.
loved it.
Yeah, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, a Forged in the Dark in a Western setting would definitely be cool. It
That would
would
be.
any of those kind of sort of morally gray kind of hero, anti-hero,
Yeah.
bounty hunter, Robin Hood kind of characters. It works really well with.
I have several Western RPGs here, and they're based in 1800s Southwest, and none of them are in space. But that'd be cool. I would certainly play it again. Yeah, loved it.
Yeah.
Total
Yeah.
Western fan.
I got a ton of I got a ton of stuff here that I'm looking at. Try and go through some of these quick, but I pulled this out. This is on the this is the Zorro game that I haven't been able to get out to the table yet. This is on the West End Games D6 system. This came out I think 2 years ago.
Oh, cool.
I think, but it's got the it's Gallant Games, but they got the
West
rights
End
to the
Games.
West End
Nice.
Games
Is
system.
that D6 like Star Wars?
Yes, yeah.
Nice.
And
Cool.
they're making they kickstarted a second
like
edition or
Zorro.
something of the D6 system that should be coming. I think Jason backed that too.
I sure did.
It should be coming out in the next
Well-
next 5 or 6 years or so.
So you so if you're going down the West End Games rabbit hole, you haven't talked about the game that started that whole D6 engine,
Don't
which
even
is
tell
like
me
one of my
Ghostbusters.
one of my Grail games.
Yeah.
That my friend had growing up, and I guess I could buy a copy of this. They're not cheap.
No, they're
but-
not, and I
yeah.
want a copy of it.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I
but
do
just-
too. I agree.
Yeah, but just like you were saying about games that expand the lore, like the Ghostbusters RPG, kind of in between the movies,
Yeah.
was like
Yes, it did.
creating stuff that didn't exist, which was really cool. Because like
Yes.
that was and still remains one of my all-time favorite movies. So just the
Mine
chance to
too.
sort of like, you get to make your own Ghostbusters franchise in whatever city and be Ghostbusters. I'm like, oh,
Yep.
sign me up for that. Yeah.
So I don't have the Ghostbusters game. It is on my list to look for at Page, and hopefully I can find a copy. Otherwise, I'll end up buying a copy online. But
Yeah, I was gonna say Inspectors is the same thing. It's the serial numbers filed off. You should, by the way, download the PDF for that West End Games Ghostbusters.
Is that bloat again? Is that
if you
bloat?
want, if you want to go back to like what RPGs looked like 40 years ago, like let's just have a 3-column layout with no art for 40 pages straight. It is just like, what is happening in this book?
this is Memento Mori.
Oh, okay.
That did this. Yeah.
It looked like the other bloat books. That's what I was wondering.
It does. It looks similar, but this is a fun thing. It's based on the Ghostbusters, game, and that's it's kind of nice. Again, these are kind of nice because this book's only 80 pages, right? And it's all self-contained. It's all right there. It's not like you have a box set to carry around. Not that there was much in there, but you have the couple manuals and that, it's just a small handheld, book that's, that and some D6s and, you just some index cards or whatever. And you can just play the game,
You're not talking about Zorro anymore, right? You're talking about Inspector.
I'm talking about Spectres now. Yeah. The Zorro is just a D6 system. I wanted to throw that out there because it was the
well,
D6
I have a
system.
question about it because I saw it on your shelf. And I was looking at it. My issue with it in my head, Robin Hood had his band of merry men, so you could play a Robin Hood RPG. You can be one of the merry men. Zorro is Zorro.
Yeah.
He doesn't
Like The
have,
Witcher. It's the Witcher problem.
Yeah. Yes.
Right.
That's correct. You nailed it. That's
Yes.
exactly it.
That's
So
true.
how have you read through it? How does it address that? How does this not become me the player and you the DM and nobody else?
Yeah. No, it's you're running it like
Or y'all
It's like there's
Zorros are just
several-
different color
you're all-
Zorros.
Right.
Like
you're
It's a
all like
franchise. It's like Batman Incorporated.
you're all like part of that group. It's
Do
the
I
same
get to
thing
be
like with
George Hamilton, the gay
Witcher or
blade?
whatever.
Yes, with his brother with the whip and the little dingo balls off his hat. What a great movie.
Yeah, so there's
It was a good
there's like
movie.
there's like the Cavalier, the Maestro, the Doctor, the musician.
Okay.
I mean, there's the whole kind of thing. So you're a band of
So really, it's just the Zorro world, and you're along for the ride. Okay,
like
I'm
a
fine
bunch
with
yeah.
of resistance
Um,
kind of people.
Yeah, and that's so that's kind of that's kind of the way that it is. That's because obviously you can't I guess you could play it where you're playing as Zorro or whatever, and then you have the other people around. I wouldn't think that would be fun to play the character, like the same thing you're talking about with Firefly,
Zero. Right.
or whatever. Like, I don't want to play those characters. I just want to play in that world.
Right. Yep.
I go El Mariachi in that world. Become like a
Yeah. I want to be the guy with the missiles.
the guitar case.
Man, those are great movies too.
But yeah, I did pick that up. It looked cool to me, so I did pick it up, and it seems neat. Anything in that kind of setting, I think you can run. They're in that time period or whatever. You can run any kind of like swashbuckling kind of heroes. You can. I think you can. You can run that kind of easily. But yeah, there's that. I don't know. Hey, I got a whole pile. I
Oh
don't
my
know.
God.
I feel like you guys missed out on
We have
stuff. I
half
don't-
an hour left.
I mean,
You know.
I
Q
got,
brings
I
up
got,
a
I
good
got a big
point.
stack here too. I just, I didn't know you were doing
My
it
buddy
by
Q in the chat brings up a good point. We got a guy in our group who always loves to play luchadors.
Oh, luchadors, yeah. What do you
Weird-
What do you
weird
got,
thing Pierce
Matt?
has a
What do you
luchador.
got?
So one I have here. This was like one of my favorite ones to read when I was younger, which is this is technically an adaptation, which is Warhammer.
Yeah.
The first
great
edition,
game.
especially just to read, is so. It's like if you go read it now, it doesn't read like modern RPGs, and not necessarily in a bad way. It's just so different. But
Even
the art.
Rogue Trader 40K was.
Oh my
different when
God.
you read that.
Yeah,
It-
Rogue Trader is a crazy read to go back. There's so
very
much
much is.
lore. So like,
yes.
because Rogue Trader is like literally the rules for 40K. So it's like a tabletop miniatures game,
Yeah.
war game, but it's like 80% lore.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
it's
didn't
like,
even
you know,
know it was
Yeah.
that when
Yeah.
we first bought it. We're like, oh, look, a new role playing game, and we're reading
Right?
through it.
Because it reads like
Wait
that.
a minute, this is a war
Yeah.
game. Yeah,
Right. It's like the Emperor mandated the creation of the such and such gun in the such and such century of this planet, and it does
Right.
1d6 and it hits on
Yeah.
a 5 or 6, and you're like, well, what was all that other stuff for? It's just
right.
Yeah.
there's
Right,
like so
right.
much of that in there.
Yeah.
Yes,
And this book
I
has a
love
lot
it
of that
now. I
too.
look back on that, and I'm like so nostalgic.
But like when we're talking about like that Ghostbusters game compared to this, like this has so much art. Like there's so much art in this, which really made it stand. And you know, you got like the miniatures, right? Of course.
Yeah.
But like this doesn't feel like a book that's as old as it is.
Yeah,
I think it's a really cool, and you
I
know, like
love that early Games
Yeah.
Workshop art too. It's so cool.
yeah. So the
I mean,
and you know,
everyone longs for the old days of like Earl Otis and the 1E.
Yeah.
That kind of the same thing with Warhammer. Like
For
all
sure.
those early artists are so good.
yeah. I think this is a really cool book, and the rules kind of hold up too, because I mean, second edition is just a refinement of this, and then fourth edition isn't that different than these either. So
I have a big collection of the second edition stuff.
yeah.
I think
Everyone
mine is
says
fourth
that's
edition.
the one to get, right? Is the second edition? Everyone likes that
Second
one
edition is
best?
the one that's considered the best. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't buy
You'll have
40.
to you'll have to
But-
mortgage your house to get it now, but
anything but the
stupid
core. Yeah.
expensive.
The core rule book is sort of affordable, and then it goes downhill from
Yeah.
there really fast.
Everything else is
Yeah.
They had a
crazy.
big PDF sale of it years ago. I think
Yeah.
Cubicle 7 did like one of those humble bundles or
The-
whatever.
Yeah, that's how I have them all. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
they're about to do a fifth edition, so I wouldn't jump into. Fourth
I heard
edition
that
now, but
too.
This is maybe speaking to Jason. So there's some Palladium
I
stuff.
just
I got
bought that at an
Robotech,
auction.
yeah.
I love
and
that.
this is that's the turtles that just fulfilled. So
Trolls. Yep.
I did like these more so than Rifts. I think when I was growing up, like these ones, I could get my friends to play a little bit just because they were familiar with the IPs.
I didn't like riffs. There's a channel that covers riffs all the time, and I love it when they just cover regular Palladium fantasy because that's what I kind of like the best. But I
Yeah.
don't like riffs. I don't know. I don't like riffs.
Another old one that I don't think really worked, but is an interesting read and is one of my favorite fantasy franchises is the Amber Diceless RPG.
Oh boy.
So that's neat.
Yeah. So yeah, it's
Yeah.
it is it's your boy from Palladium actually wrote it. But it's a very weird diceless. You do like an auction at the like that's like a central thing is like you're doing an auction when you create your characters and sort of defines the ranking of where everybody sits. So when they do PvP, those rankings kind of determine who's going to win. It's weird. It doesn't really work. It's cool. I don't think it really works though. I wish they would make another. Supposedly, Colbert is a executive producing and backing a TV adaptation finally of the Amber books. They've been they've been floating through licensing hell since the 80s. Like they're going to make movies, then they're going to make TV series, they're going to make a movie. I think that they could make a really good adaptation of it for the screen, but it definitely would need a different RPG because that one doesn't work for a whole lot of reasons.
The Lasny stories haven't translated well. Like
There's
Damnation Alley, so horrible.
yeah, there's stuff
Oh my
in
god, yeah.
even in Amber, there's stuff in there they'd have to mess around with, but
Damnation Alley is an amazing movie. I don't know what you're talking about. It's like better than
That was supposed to take out
Escape
Star
from-
Wars, remember?
it's like
Yeah.
better than Escape from New York.
This
like the
one, I don't know
same
if you
concept or
I
whatever.
like Escape from New York, by the way.
yeah.
There's actually
Who
I
doesn't?
didn't grab these, but like there's the Everyday Heroes.
Yeah.
You guys probably would hate this because it's just a 5e reskin basically.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
I
yeah.
did play Escape from New York at a convention, and
Escape
like
from New
it
York.
was Jason. It's like exactly what you were saying. It's like wow,
feel
I am
like you're
in
in.
this world, and even
Cool.
though the rules are angering me to no end, like just having the experience of being
And they have
in
several
there.
they have several
they have
IPs.
Kong,
they got
and
the
they have
Highlander,
Pacific Rim, and
Kong,
Rambo, and
Oh,
Total
Highlander.
Recall.
Okay, yes, I am
Yeah.
familiar.
Yeah.
But whenever we go to MEPA, that group is always down in the basement in one of the back rooms with all those awesome IPs. And you and I have
Yeah.
gone and looked at them. I'm like, well, I love Rambo. God, this is cool. And you're like, no, here's what it is. And I'm like, oh,
Yeah, it's 5e. It's just 5e.
Yeah.
This I don't know if you have these, Roger. I can't imagine anybody else
I do
does.
not.
But so
I
Dark
do
Crystal
not.
and the Labyrinth, they made these two
Yeah.
kind of standalone mass market. They're sort of RPGs.
Yeah.
Labyrinth is actually by Ben Milton, and is more of like each 2-page spread is like a little mini encounter or puzzle that you have to go through in Labyrinth. The Dark Crystal one is actually like a surprisingly full-featured RPG, like sandbox.
Really?
It pulls in a lot of stuff from the Netflix series. I don't know if you guys are down with Dark Crystal or not, but
No.
the Netflix series is actually awesome.
It's on my
Uh,
list. I
good.
didn't watch the Netflix series
Yeah,
yet, but I
if you can
want
get
I was
past the
pissed when they
puppet
didn't make
thing.
a second season.
Yeah, because it was so expensive, and then it needed. I guess it was partially the cost and partially COVID. Like because it's puppets, they had this crazy huge cast that they needed
Yeah.
to pull it off, and like they couldn't make it during COVID. They just canceled it.
the
but
puppets don't
makes
bother
me-
me.
Yeah.
That's
What
Then
makes
you
me
watch
mad
the
is
show.
they'll waste
Yeah.
money on other crap when they could
I
have made
know.
another season.
It's
of that.
so good. It's
frustrating.
it's one of the
Yeah, it's
better
good.
like fantasy things that has come out in the last 20 years. Like it's really good.
I grew up loving the original movie. Like
The
I remember going to
original
the
movie is
theater
so
and seeing
good.
it, and the
Yeah.
the show did not disappoint. Like the show was really good.
Yeah,
Okay,
so this
cool.
is
Way
like
better than the fucking show of Willow that Disney did.
Oh
that's
my god!
terrible.
Didn't
Oh,
they
cool.
pull
I didn't
that?
watch it.
You mean
They
the show
pulled
they
it. You
deleted?
can't even watch it. Yeah, they deleted
Yeah,
that.
it sucked so bad they deleted it. That
Yeah.
show was
This
a
is going
fucking
back to like what you were
abomination.
what you were showing with the Andrew Coe books, the Oz and stuff like that. Like this is a really nice book. It's like a $20 mass market book. It's got a bookmark that has like a rules summary on it. It's got a ribbon and everything. I mean, it's a nice little RPG book. So
I didn't know
surprisingly,
they made a Dark Crystal
yeah,
RPG. That's
surprisingly
awesome.
like full featured for what it is. And it is kind of
to
like,
take a look.
baby's first RPG. Like it's definitely not, but it is like
It's
a
not like
more
rules heavy or anything.
no, but it is a real RPG.
Kinda
Like I was
cool,
really
though.
surprised to see it was actually like more of an RPG than I expected.
That's
so.
my wife's favorite movie. I think, like fantasy wise.
Yeah, you should check out. Yeah, it's
Dark
like $20
Crystal.
or something on Amazon. I mean, it's a
The
pretty
Dark
cool,
Crystal
nice little
River
book.
Horse, the Dark Crystal adventure game.
Yeah,
Wow, $24.95 on Amazon.
yeah, it's actually pretty
How
nice.
you go wrong with that? It looked
Oh,
dark. and
wait.
It looks nice too.
I think that's most of. I think we covered a lot of the. I mean, there's like lots of Warhammer stuff, right? Like this one's actually pretty good. Imperium
I heard
Maledictum.
that one's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
You're
it's
not
more like what
playing
we.
Space Marines.
Yeah.
You're kicking everything's ass.
Exactly. It's like solves the same issue with Star Wars, right? Where it's like, hey, I'm just a regular dude, and then like here's this genetically perfect guy in a suit of armor that's impenetrable, and it's like I don't know
Yeah.
if you guys know this reference, but there's what is the name of that British show? It's it's like an anthology. Webb, Mitchell and Webb, and like they did a recurring thing where it's like one dude is like a wizard that can call down like the host of Archangel from heaven, and the other dude is like a good BMX bike rider, and they're like a crime fighting dude. One dude's like totally useless. That's totally useless. That's what I always think of when it's like you have one Jedi or like one Space Marine
Right.
in your party. It's like, what are the rest of you guys even doing here? So
But it would be kind of neat
this
to
calls
run a
that.
bunch of chaos like a couple Chaos Space Marines that chase him around. You know,
Yeah.
kind of like having
Paul knew
Darth
that
Vader
reference
in the Die
immediately.
6.
Yes, Angel Summoner and the BMX Bandit. Yeah, thank you. That's it. Yeah, they're
Nice.
funny. You can go see them on YouTube. But yeah, that's what it feels like to me when you have like one Jedi and a bunch of doofuses. Like it's just ridiculous. But yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I got Gangbusters
I want
Dude,
to
I want to play that so
Gangbusters.
badly.
Yeah, I
do.
heard it's
VX.
good.
And this, I think this is perfect for I mean, if you want to do like a Green Hornet game or like Peaky Blinders or
Yeah.
even like The Sopranos or Godfather, The Untouchables.
I just want to
there's
walk
just
around talking like I'm in the 30s.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think that's the draw, right? Everybody, you know,
Everybody
just-
wants to talk like a gangster.
talk about that. Yeah.
Right. I'll just watch a
And-
bunch of Edward G. Robinson movies
Yep.
and just come in. Hey, see,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm going to go
And
back
now
and read
I'm
all my
running
Dashiell
it.
Hammett again and be ready to go.
Yeah. So
no, and I think it's
what are
great.
you, some
Go ahead.
sort of stiff?
it's funny, like I didn't grab any because everybody knows what they are, but I would argue probably the most successful adaptation game ever is Call of Cthulhu. Right. I mean, like
absolutely.
it's
Yeah.
like of all the
Absolutely.
games, like
Successful, yeah.
that's the most successful one. It's the same, same rule set. It's on 7th edition, but the 1st edition stuff is largely compatible. I mean, that's an adapted work. So
I love Call of Cthulhu. I like Elric
Yeah.
too.
Great
Elric and Call of Cthulhu are my Chaosium games of choice.
Edgelord and I have found something to disagree on.
You hate
Wow.
Elric?
Elric is tired as hell. I read it when I was in my 20s because a friend of mine was like, "My God, you've got to read this!" Like he was spurging all over it, and I read it and I was like, "This guy's a dipshit and his sword is terrible." I mean, like I saw the end. I mean, you see the end.
He's
coming
not
a
Conan.
million
That's the
miles
whole
away.
thing. That's like Michael Moorcock rebelling
Yeah,
against
just
Tolkien
did not.
and Conan.
Yeah,
But I like
didn't
the
dig it at
Eternal
all.
Champion series a lot. I like I like a lot of the care. I like Corum. I like
Yeah.
Hawkmoon.
Didn't
Just not a
didn't do it.
Moorcock fan. Awesome. We found
and-
something to disagree on.
And I like the Cthulhu books, except, and I've talked to this, with Roger. I've talked about this. I like the books. I think they're interesting, but every single one is the same way. Oh, the unspeakable horror got me. I passed out and woke up. And what was it? I don't know. It was unspeakable, and I can't remember what it looked like. It scared me
Right.
so badly. And I'm like, okay, this is very poorly written. This is a guy who had an idea for a horror story and couldn't think of a way to express the horror. So we said, it's so scary, you don't know.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
okay.
I think Abraham Merritt did it a little better, but I agree.
We've talked about that a little bit. And I think Takato has got me sold on Delta Green. Over
he's been selling me on that the past couple times
over
I
the
watched
Call of
it.
Cthulhu thing. And I mean, I don't know. You could probably run that in in Blacklight. I mean, Delta Green is its own system. It's probably fine. Just use that. But
I gotta
know
get
that's
Blacklight. That's Shadow Dark, right? That's Shadow
yeah.
Dark based.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta get that.
We have 20 minutes left.
But yeah, I think Victor did a great thing. Yeah. What does anybody else have anything else they want to get? I know Jason wants to talk about something for the next 20 minutes.
No, I'll try not to.
I don't have a whole lot really that I that I
I'll
kinda,
defer to Jason because I think I know what he's going to talk about.
pulled out more. There was a couple things that I wanted to touch on. If I don't know if there's actually a Game of Thrones RPG. I know there's
was.
I think there was
board
a
games
setting,
stuff.
wasn't there?
Was there?
There was
It
a
was
role
a
playing
setting
game
fun,
early
actually.
on.
I know we talked about Pundit earlier, but he's got his Lion and Dragon system
That's a great system.
with
The rules
the
of
dark,
punishment
yes.
in that is
With the
good. I
dark-
love
like that.
crime
The-
and punishment rules in that.
So, yeah, and the
Hmm.
Dark Albion is the Rose War, and that's that's what Game of Thrones is based on too. So I think
Those
there's
are good
like
books.
a big overlap there.
I get my
um,
issues with Pundit, but he does have some good books.
Yeah, sure. No, I can see that. And then the Stranger Things thing, I know they've done that, a lot, and I know Watsy's done their thing, but Bloat has his
Bloat's- I
Dark
was gonna
Places and
mention that. Yeah.
Demigorgons, and there's also Kids on Bikes if you're looking for
Yeah.
not
That
a
was fun. I
D20
played
system.
that.
There's a Dark Places and Demogorgons for OSE also that he did. If you want to use like rules, instead of the survive this.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know
Yeah,
if
if you
that's
wanna
still
use-
available or not, but
I don't know either. I'm not
yeah.
sure. But yeah, there's those there.
Is OSE getting rid of classic fantasy like their
Yes.
No,
Yeah.
they're
Yes.
no,
Yes, they are.
no, they're getting rid of print copies of it. You're still
So,
going to be able
yes.
to get the PDFs.
Yeah. Yes.
I
Why
just saw
they
a
won't?
box set of it.
Why
I
they won't
almost
go
pounced
to
on it. I think I
print on
might.
demand with it and just leave it a print on demand? I have no idea. But you're still going to be able to get PDFs for it. But yeah, they're transitioning over to the advanced is going to be their main thing.
It's just simplifying the product line. My guess
yes,
is that like
yes.
sales show that that's the one people are playing, so they're just
Well, and their advanced isn't even advanced. It's just the
It's just
extra
normal.
stuff
yeah.
with
It's really
using
more
their basic system.
expert.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I played it.
Yeah, right. It's more basic.
It's good.
It's more
I'm not
expert
complaining
than-
about it, but it's not.
Yeah.
I
It's
didn't feel
not
like I was
1E.
playing like
It's not
AD&D.
advanced 1E, right?
No, I was
Right,
playing
right. They took that
basic
1E
expert.
and made it into the BX rules, which is fine.
Yeah.
But I think that's really all I had. I had some other stuff that's kind of tertiary kind of stuff, but with a cut for time, we'll say. But what else? What Ducato? You got
What do you
anything
got,
else quick or
No, I got nothing. Let's give it to Jason.
what? You want to just wait for Jason? Is that it? We
Yeah.
want to see what he's got.
Jump
What
with the bit.
do you got, buddy?
Okay.
What do you got for us?
I have Blacklight, which we talked about briefly last week because it came in, and so I started looking at it. I said last week that initially I was not really interested in it. I've got Shadow Dark. That's cool. And Roger was like, well, I took a look at the guns, and they look pretty good. So I was like, all right, I'll check it out. And not because I just need to have guns. I like it to be realistic. So I ordered it. It came in. I started flipping through it, and I'm like, man, this is really cool. I took it to bed, and I would I would go through like half an hour. I would read. No, the pages aren't sticky.
He went there.
And so but like half an hour before I would fall asleep, I would be reading through it. I was like, man, this is really good. And then it went from, man, this is really good to, man, this is really great. And then I was like, man, this is freaking amazing. I can't wait to play this game. So my initial thought was, it's like Shadow Dark modern, but you're fighting vampires and stuff. And that is partially true. One of the things that he says in the book is for the monsters, all the monsters from the Shadow Dark and all of its sub games are available to use because they're all fully compatible. But
cool.
He's got his own monsters because it's not just like it's opening up a portal to medieval fantasy. It's in fact, I was thinking it's kind of like Stranger Things meets Stargate. So the things that are on the other side of these gates, and they look like this, they're a triangle. And so, but it's not like, there's orcs in there. It's some kind of other dimensional. It's like a demigorgon or something, things of that nature. So there's proprietary monsters in here as well, or blacklight specific, not proprietary, but blacklight specific. And so I was like, well, let me see what the monsters are. I flipped it open. The first page that I stopped at had the Wendigo and the Revenant. Those are two of my very favorite monsters because they're based in North American mythos. And I was just like, man, this just keeps getting better. So then I went and looked at the equipment. I was looking at the firearms, tons of different ammunition, realistic descriptions of all the ammunition. I thought that was super cool, including Dragon's Breath shotgun ammunition. And if you've never seen that, watch the third John Wick movie because they use it a whole lot in there. And of course, John Wick isn't real, but the Dragon's Breath ammunition is real. It's a shotgun round that fires incendiary rounds. And when it leaves the barrel, the friction from the barrel causes the rounds to ignite. So it's basically like a shotgun flamethrower. And I was like, now, what application does that have? Vampires. You're going to torch a vampire with this stuff. And I'm like, hell yes, this is badass. So I'm carrying on looking at the stuff. And I came to these two vehicles here. Now, this is a Humvee. Everybody knows what a Hummer looks like. This is a real touched up photo of the Rangers, the U.S. Army Rangers dune buggy. It's a fast attack vehicle is what it is. I was not a Ranger, so I never got to ride one of those things. But when I was at Fort Lewis, there was a Ranger battalion right up the hill. We all hated them. Part of the reason that we hated them is because they had 30 of those freaking things sitting in the motor pool. And so every time that we would be walking up the field, because we were light, sort of walking around with our backpacks on, the Rangers would hop in these freaking dune buggies and haul ass out to the field and go out there training. Who the hell doesn't want to do that? So when I saw it in the book, I was like, this guy seriously, and he's Dutch. He's not American. He seriously put the work in this book. It is so freaking cool. So how does this tie into video games? I was reading through it and I kept thinking, man, this really feels similar to something. What is it? And I was like, it's Stalker. I hope everyone here has played the video game Stalker, especially the first one.
While. Yeah.
The first three were good. I didn't care for Stalker 2. Maybe it's better now, but I pre-ordered its release and it was terrible, man.
That's the Chernobyl one.
Yes.
Right? Oh no, I don't think I've played that. I'm thinking of
Stalker
like
Shadows of Chernobyl, Stalker Clear Sky, and Stalker Call of Pripyat are amazing. Call of Chernobyl has one of the coolest storylines I've ever experienced in a game. The whole time you're pursuing a guy named Strelok, and the whole time there's someone pursuing you. So you're trying to evade this guy that's pursuing you while you're trying to catch Strelok. At the end of the game, you find out that you are Strelok. You are pursuing yourself and being pursued by yourself the whole time. And it's because of the entity that's inside the Chernobyl reactor is causing this. And when the first time I played it and I realized that I was Strelok and being pursued by myself while pursuing myself, I was blown away by it. And never mind the fact the game is just freaking awesome. So I was reading Blacklight and I was like, I could run Stalker using the Blacklight rules. So I can't wait to play this. I can't wait to run this. It's going to be awesome. I'm
like
super
a party
excited for it.
Chasing another party, being chased by the same party.
Maybe, I probably wouldn't do that because it would just start getting really complicated. But but you could still, like, you're going into the neutral zone, and that was part of it. Like, the other part, I was looking through it, and and like the first like 5 pages of the enemies is rival factions. So it's not all monsters. It's not all vampires or interdimensional beings. It's government agencies. It's bandit splinters that have broken away from the Blacklight, the Black Ops guys, or it's Russian agents, or it's a resurrected Nazi cabal going after it. And that was like the first 5 pages of the enemies, and I was like, man, this just keeps getting better, because in Stalker there are plenty of monsters that you fight, but most of the time what you're fighting is these rival stalkers that there'll be 5 of these bandits out, or like a containment military company out there that you've got to go around or go through. And this is the game that you can replicate that stuff with. And I just, like I said, the more I read it, I really hope we get to have this guy on as a guest, because I would love to talk to him about this.
You can even like kind of gonzo that a little bit and just have a bunch of like Nazi orcs with guns. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
That would be kind of fun.
And the whole premise of the game, because I'm sure that most of you guys don't know, the whole premise of the game is World War II, the Nazis were researching the occult, which they were, and they created an engine that was opening up rifts because they were trying to bring these super beings through to fight the Allies. I forgot the name of the Spec Ops group that goes in, but the Spec Op group goes in, they fight the Nazis, they shut the machine down, but the Nazis get it started before we shut it down. So the short amount of time that it was running was enough to cause these little tears. And I think there's 6 degrees of tears. There's like little ones where like, oh, an orc came through, we have to go and close this tear down. And then there's like level 6 tears where it's like the Demigorgon is coming through. Yeah, and so, cool. But you're not just killing the monsters, like you're going into the tear to find the source of it, to capture anything that you can, so that we, because you're government agents, to research it. And man,
there's like a Stranger Things element to it.
Yes, too. And that's why I was like, it's like Stranger Things and really SG-1.
Paul mentioned BPRD, the just the Hellboy.
Oh yeah, I love
Hellboy
that.
thing there. Yeah, you could definitely run that as definitely.
Yes.
I didn't read through the whole Blacklight book, but you're all humans, right? There's no options for
Yeah,
playing.
you're all
Yeah,
humans.
I gotta
At
get
least
that book.
I haven't seen
So not a
anything that
Hellboy
says-
or anything like that.
Yeah,
But yeah.
yeah.
But that's basically what it looks like to me, Paul, is you're
Yeah.
like a special ops team.
And
go and take
the
care of this.
Spec Ops team is kind of like the OSS, the Office of Special Services became the CIA after the war, and so that's like you're a blacklight crew. Well, originally it was like an NGO. There were people from like all the allies. It was like the best of the best. Like everybody's special forces came together to form this elite team. They went in and they closed the machine down, and now it's current day. But you've got these tears that are opening up, and so you're on this. You're like a fifth generation guy that's going in.
That makes for like inter-party kind of factions too. Like I read, Army guy is one of the party members versus like a British MI5 guy or something. That sounds like fun, actually.
Yeah, and not everybody wants. You are working as a team, but
there's tension. It'd be nice.
And there's nothing saying that just because your boss said bring it back alive doesn't mean that the other boss that this boss doesn't know about doesn't say get rid of it, bring back the sample. And so but that's up to the DM. There's nothing saying that you can't just bend this however you want it. Man, I have not been this excited about a new RPG in a very long time.
Yeah, wow.
Super excited about this.
I mean, you even mentioned running it, which is
rare.
Which is a rare thing where you're actually like, hey, I want to run this. Like that's
it's definitely I showed you guys the photos, and it's definitely military oriented. So if even if you're like just a war buff movie or a war gamer, you don't have to be a soldier or a former soldier or a tactician to play the game. It is a game. It's meant for everybody to play. So I wouldn't say maybe you don't want to play this. It's for everybody.
Yeah, and I'm big on that stuff. Playability and stuff, especially with guns. And me, like I generally try and simplify the whole gun like thing and in a lot of games and stuff, just because I don't want to overcomplicate, especially like when I've ran the post-apocalyptic games. Like I don't want to run, I don't want to have like 800 different types of ammo and like all this stuff. You know what I mean? So
Not to mention, I don't know enough. I'd like
right.
My buddy Q in the chat knows all about various firearms, and I don't know shit. So I would feel like I'd be saying, "Oh yeah, it's an AK." Well, what do you mean an AK? Is it the Chinese knockoff? Is it the? I don't know. It just says AK.
Yeah. And so, but I think Victor does it in a decent way where it's not overcomplicated.
Yeah.
But it's enough, to make people like Jason happy, but easy enough for like everybody else to kind of understand.
It's Shadow Dark. I mean, it's easy.
Yeah.
It's meant to be easy.
Yeah, right.
It's just
right.
And like I go back to what I said earlier in the show. I want the game to make me feel like I'm in the world. And when I'm reading this, I'm like, man, I was instantly sucked into this world. It's super cool.
Yeah, it sounds pretty awesome.
I think we all read that at the same time.
I used to have that, and Spycraft is one of the best RPGs I ever played. The first version, the OGL version. Spycraft 2 was not good. At least I didn't think so. Played that with my friends at Fort Lewis. Well, it was a blast.
Yeah. I mean, there's, I'd rather have things more simplified than overcomplicated, and it depends on how it's handled. So I don't know how Spycraft handled, weapons and stuff, but I'm assuming that they went in depth.
Like back in the day when everyone wanted more crunch in their games.
Yeah.
And then they got it and they all cried.
And then they got it and everyone, and now I'm like, oh yeah, that wasn't as great as that sounded.
Yeah.
Well, for modern firearms, going back to what Edgelord said, if you're going to do like a post-apocalyptic game in North America, assuming that the enemy is Russia or China, you are looking at the AK. And it doesn't matter whether the metal was stamped in China or Russia, it used the same ammunition.
Right.
In any American weapon, for the past 60, 70 years has been 5.56 millimeter or 7.62. If the M16, the M4, those weapons are what all American soldiers use, and they all use the exact same round, 5.56 millimeter. That's it. So really, you don't have to worry about, because Roger's talking about the complications. Games like Wasteland, the video game Wasteland, it was an AK or an M16. You had a 5.56 or a 7.62. Didn't matter. So you really don't have, what about the pistols? Okay, give them a 9 millimeter or a 45. There you go. It's simple. It does not have to be difficult. Even people like me that want to, and like if you want to throw something really rare in, throw in the M60 or the M240, even those still use a 7.62. They use a different 7.62 than the AK because it's the NATO round. Excuse me, talking too much, obviously. But so make that rare. But you can find 5.56 in anybody's basement in Oklahoma versus so you found a dead platoon of Chinese invaders and they've all got AKs.
But that goes back to being a good player too. Like if I said something like that, you're not the type of player that's just like, well, actually, you know what I mean?
Right.
Maybe afterwards you'd probably go, hey, by the way.
If I was playing with a group that was all military, like it was me and my buddies that I'm talking to, that I'm messaging back and forth, and we're all retired or medically retired. If it was like 5 of us playing and the DM was also a veteran, then we would be picking at him.
Well, that's different, right?
But not in the way you're thinking. We would be
it's a ball busting.
Look,
It's right,
exactly. You know that dude is using iron sights. Are you sure he got us? And so that's the kind of thing that it would be.
Yeah,
Jason, what do you make of the Twilight 2000? Have you played the new version of that? Freely?
You must. Here we go again. Me gushing over Twilight 2000.
I think I remember you gushing about
my
that.
first introduction to Free League was the first time Roger and I went to PAX Unplugged. We were walking by, I don't even think it was a Free League booth because they were still kind of small at the time. We were walking by a booth and I saw Twilight 2000 and I was like, that doesn't look like Twilight 2000 because I played the original. And I walked up and it said 4th edition. And I looked at Roger and I went, well, and I bought it right there on the spot and took it back to the hotel that night. And I just kept reading it. I freaking love the 4th edition. Cool. The Free League version of Twilight 2000 is flawless. Absolutely flawless. Yeah. Yes. And I absolutely, I mean that 100%. There is not one thing that is done incorrectly in that game. And they've released a bunch of expansions for it. It just keeps getting better, man. It's great.
I've heard good things about it.
And I still have the original Games Workshop, Twilight 2000. In fact, I found that in a game shop that Roger and I went to, and it was sitting on the shelf for $80. And I was like, I'll take it. I'm so happy to see that. So it's sitting on my shelf. Yeah. It's amazing. Play it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What else did GDW make besides Twilight 2000? They made another one, didn't they?
Nothing. I'm sure they made other stuff, but that was the other stuff.
Yeah.
They make James Bond. Oh no, that was Victory. I thought they made something. I forget.
Traveler. That's
Traveler. Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
Yes, that's
and Paul's, I have here. Paul's statement there is absolutely correct about the modern weapons. Unless if you're using an AK versus an M16. They're both going to damage the body. If you're wearing body armor, you're going to be okay with a couple of those shots. If you go up to something like a 50 cal, and this leads to what I was talking about earlier about weapon damage a few podcasts ago. When you, in fact, if you want to see what a 50 caliber machine gun does to a human body, watch Rambo 4. It is the most realistic depiction of that I've ever seen. It blows pieces off the body. It is horrible to see. And that's like, it bugs me when video games have my character toting around a Fallout 76. I was using a 50 cal for the longest time, walking around with it. And I'm wearing powder armor so I can carry this 50 cal around. But it's like bad guys are soaking up these rounds. It tears people apart. That is what a 50 cal should do. So when I see that a 50 cal in an RPG does crazy huge damage, I'm like, that's right.
Do you ever watch Kentucky Ballistics? I think it's a YouTube channel.
I have not.
He basically takes weapons and like he has these like simulated bodies that people make. and
Oh
he-
yeah.
I love that show.
Yeah, the ballistic gel. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, look that stuff up. It's horrifying to see
Yeah,
what
it is.
that will do to people.
What's the what's Victor got for a 50 cal damage in Blacklight?
I haven't looked, but I will take a look real quick, and you guys, because really I've said everything that I wanted to say about Blacklight. So I'm good. I'll look and I'll let you know.
Yeah, I mean I'm excited that you want to run it. So you know,
I didn't know you were going to talk about that. That's cool. You sold me.
I was reading through it this morning, and like I said, because it's sitting here on my desk, and like every time I walk by, I'm like, let me read a couple more pages. It's so good.
Yeah.
Absolutely thrilled with this.
No, that's cool. No, I'm glad that it that works out and that you're excited to run it. I mean that's rare, you know. So so that's really cool. But yeah, so that'll be fun. What else, Dakota? What do you got? You got any other
No,
game,
I don't,
movie based stuff, anything like that to
I
talk
don't think
about?
so. I don't think so.
I mean, I went through
No.
most of my list. What
You guys,
Oh,
I
I'll mention
like
one
how
real
it-
quick, actually.
Yeah,
It's another Free League game, Vaesen. So, if you ever watched the show Grimm, that was a series for like
Oh.
6 seasons.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Okay.
Yeah,
Very much the same like mythology as far as
Yeah.
like
yeah, it is.
you
I
can
never
like
thought of
certain
it.
people like in Vaesen, if you're not familiar, like you play a character that has the sight, which means you can see Vaesen. In Grimm, the Vaesen appeared like normal people, and then the Grimm was one guy, and he could see what they really were. I really actually really
Interesting.
liked that show, and then I watched it years ago, and then when I got Vaesen and I started reading it, I was like, "Holy shit! Like that's the whole same concept. Like it was really
that's
good.
cool. Yeah. Vasen's definitely on my list to run. I have the starter
Absolutely.
A fun game.
box. I definitely want to run it.
I've played it a few times. I've run it a few times. It's been a while, but I really liked it. Vaesen
Yeah.
and Cthulhu are probably my two favorites for that style of investigative horror game.
Free League has it going on. I swear, they really do.
Yeah.
They sure do.
They put out really good stuff. I mean, I can't think of anything that. Well, yeah. I mean, there's just that one issue I had with the Free League. That was it. There was one. The one issue is the
cover of the
Electric State. The Electric State. I should have bought the normal edition of the book, and I bought the special edition because all of them have been great. And it's this this bright pink color with this
You know what
symbol on
you know
it.
what happened to me with that is when I got the special leather bound edition of the Last Hyperborea. I should have got the regular one. I don't like that
Really,
orange.
I love it.
Yeah,
I
do
love
you?
it.
I do too. Yeah, I
Yeah.
love it.
I
Yeah,
like
I
the
do too.
art.
Yeah.
I like the art on the base one though. The art looks.
Oh, it's
kinda-
Oh, the
awesome.
art's awesome. The art's
Yeah.
awesome. But I like having the leather, the faux leather.
I have,
one.
yeah, I got both.
Which is
after
also
I-
great. I guess if you're going to translate Conan to D&D, that's perfect.
Yeah.
In a nice cleaned up 1E system.
Yeah.
So I've got the numbers for you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
See, okay, so the M1911A1, that is my beloved 45 caliber semi-automatic pistol. I've got one sitting over there. I absolutely love it. It does 1d8 damage, and that's realistic to me.
1d8. Okay.
I'm down with that. The Baird M107, this is a 50 caliber sniping rifle, does 48 damage.
Ooh.
Okay.
Yes. So if you hit a
Okay.
first level character that has 1d6, 1d8 hit points,
I was going
You're
to say,
going to
what's a
blow them
regular
out. Yeah.
character? 1d6?
yeah.
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 Cool.
So and it's melee pistols, submachine guns, shotguns, assault rifles, sniper rifles, machine guns, blast weapons. This game is so damn cool, man. I can't wait to keep.
Yeah,
I keep
wish I could.
every time I flip a page, I'm like, God, it's even better.
If you run it online, I want in.
Yeah, I would play too.
Yeah, absolutely.
I will keep that in mind. No
look
promises.
at
I
that.
still got a Western and a Greek campaign I'm supposed to be running. But
Well, you got to get your Crusades and Carpentry channel up and
That's
right.
running.
well, you probably
Yes.
can't see it, but it also has attachments and
Here, we
mods.
can
Silencers, extended
get it up there.
magazines.
Get it up there. Look at all that cool stuff. Attachments. Yeah.
Oh, I just can't wait, dude. I'm so
Yeah,
excited.
that looks awesome.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
Man.
No, it looks cool. And
Yeah, see, Jason, for what it's worth, Delta Green, I was just arguing with somebody about Delta Green the other day. They said they bounced off it because they didn't like how detailed it was about all the firearms and equipment options.
Yeah, a lot of people are just like, I just don't need that much information.
Yeah,
I
so
get it.
But
it's
that's
interesting because like you don't need that stuff to play Delta Green at all, but I
Right.
like that it's there because you are playing a lot of the characters are like, you know, they're FBI, they're from the different branches of the military, they're police.
Yes,
And
you might
people,
not be interested in it, but your character should be
yeah.
interested in it.
Well, and if you don't have it, somebody that wants it there is going to feel its absence.
Mhm.
But the people who don't care, they don't care. Just all right, all these guns do
Right.
D8. I don't care which one I have, right? So I think it's cool that they have the stuff there. But like you can definitely spec out a character in Delta Green that has a super realistic kit to wherever they're coming from, which I think you would appreciate. But you don't need to have it, but it's there,
Right.
which I think is cool.
Yeah.
To what Matt just said, the Glass Cannon podcast
Yeah.
stream, they did Delta Green, and I think they still do. In the very first session of that, this was years ago, they had a
It's
guy that
Grant.
was on there,
Grant.
Grant, and he must have done the most in-depth search because they had to spec out their characters, and he just went down this list of, it was like a whole tech sheet of
Oh,
everything
God.
he was
Yeah.
ever issued, and it was hilarious, you know,
Yeah.
Wow.
knowing a little bit about that
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, it was this
it was
flashlight. It was
freaking
this
hilarious.
this
Yeah.
vest. I mean, this radio. It was like
That
car
whole
we
V
got-
cell
Yeah.
angle head flashlight
Oh
Yeah.
my
never
god.
worked.
Oh, it was
Oh
Yeah.
my
great.
god,
It was good. It was
sucked so
hilarious to
bad.
listen to.
Yeah, but he went total gear porn on his. Like the other guys just showed
Yeah.
up and they're like, "Yeah, my dude's got this shirt and whatever," and he just gear porned out on like
Nice.
this list of all the specific.
Yeah,
gear
he
he
had
had.
the thing
Yeah.
totally specced out.
Yeah, and he
It
probably
was
had a lot of
awesome.
fun doing it too. That's
Yeah.
the point.
Oh yeah, he was
Yeah.
a good player.
The best part about that episode they did it's the they did the module from the Need to Know. It's like the intro thing. They spent half of their actual play was them arguing about, because they're in New York City. It's them arguing about like which train you would take or which way you would go from here to there. It's
Oh my
you wouldn't
God.
take
Hell
that at
doesn't
4
go
o'clock.
there.
Yeah. Do you know what the traffic would be like? It's so funny. It's they're just cracking me up. To
That's
argue about
awesome.
That stuff.
That's crazy. That's kind of cool though.
My
Yeah, it is.
some of my army buddies and I, none of them play RPGs except for me, and I catch hell all the time for it. I don't care. But we were talking about carrying equipment. When I first came in, we used the Alice system. You know, it's the old OD green stuff you see in all the Vietnam
Oh,
movies.
yeah.
That's it's I don't remember what the A is, but it's load carrying equipment is what Alice is. And I loved my Alice pack. I had a large pack, and I had sewn pads onto the hips. And I put extra pockets on the outside. Man, I could carry anything in that, and I could just walk for miles with it. I loved it. And then I think it was the late 90s, early 2000s. I think I was at Fort Lewis when we got it, so that would have been 2000. They introduced the Molly system. It's the modular load lifting equipment, something or other. But I remember seeing this female captain on TV, on AFN, Armed Forces Network. It's military television.
Oh, boy.
She
Armed
was one of the
Forces
people
Network.
that green lighted this stuff. And she was talking to the reporter, and she said that the average soldier would be able to carry over 100 pounds with this easily. And I remember looking at my buddies and and we were like, this bitch is smoking crack, because 100 pounds is 100 pounds no matter how you ruck it.
Right.
And so, you know, and then we get it, and the Molly pack is like this freak. It's huge, and the average soldier puts that thing on and they want to die. A lesser soldier, like say a 5 foot tall female, she puts that thing on and it's hilarious
She'll
because
topple over.
the bottom of the ruck will drag on the ground. It is freaking hilarious watching that stuff. So like, anytime that I was allowed to, I would kick my Molly to the curb and grab my Alice pack. Just I'd worn it for so many hours that like my body, it fit perfectly.
Yeah.
So, but my whole point that, you know, it's Decado talking about the guy that's writing out the list of every single thing that he's got. Like I'm seeing that in my head. Okay, I've got a large Alice pack. It's got 3 pouches on the outside. It's got 3 more up top. Blah 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 blah. You know, and I talk about, you know, the green angle head flashlight. The thing's a piece of shit. You throw it away. You go
Oh,
buy
yeah.
a screen
Total
flashlight.
garbage.
Yeah,
Oh my God,
I've
it was
got a
awful.
Surefire that I used in Iraq, and it was it used 3 3-volt batteries, and it was a spotlight. And when I would turn it on, like we'd be out patrolling, and I would turn on, I would go boom, like I was making lightsaber noises while I've got this flashlight on. Yeah. So anyway, that my whole point to that story is when Dakota was talking about that, I see my character, and I'm like just writing all this nonsense down. I'm really looking forward to playing this game. Roger, we have to play it.
Yeah, we'll play it. Paul mentions machine gun having a
they have
flat
lethality
percentile
score.
chance.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool.
Yep. Yeah,
Yeah.
certain weapons have a
That's kinda
lethality
cool.
score where it's like you don't even roll damage. If you roll this thing, you just die.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And
Yeah, that's
and
interesting.
a lot of people like when you look at older war movies, like you'll see somebody firing the grease gun, the M3A1, it's a 45 caliber submachine gun. It's very difficult to control. It rides up. So like when you shoot it, it goes up. So, the bad guy is going to get hit by the first, maybe second round, but nothing else is going to hit him. The 30 caliber was heavy enough to keep it level so that you could put it on target. But now you have modern machine guns like the M249 SAW. It's a 5.56. You fire that thing and it doesn't rise. So you're putting an 8-round burst on the target. Or the M240, that's a 7.62 machine gun, but it's like the big brother for the SAW. It fires a 7.62, and when that thing shoots, it's not that the 7.62 is so big, but when it shoots, it's like this thunder that comes out of it. And man, Haji will run like the wind when you shoot a 240, and but that's just going back to being cut to pieces. With modern machine guns, they're so well made, they're so accurate, and modern soldiers are so well trained on them for the most part that they are just infinitely deadly. You will kill someone if you. It's not like, oh, I made my save. No, dude, I'm sorry. And that's that percentile chance.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, man. You're dead, dude. That's just the way it is. Anyway,
Yeah.
that was my whole point. So good call with that.
So-
Paul. I like that.
So I guess we're at almost 3:15 here. What
We didn't talk about comic book stuff at all.
we didn't talk about comic book stuff at all. I brought one of them out, but we talked about that last week.
Sentinel.
There are a lot of superhero games.
Yeah,
out
Marvel
there.
alone has.
I'm having a
bunch.
blast with Sentinel. I didn't think I was going to.
Marvel alone has a ton. DC has a handful of them. There's
I'm an old
Ascendant
face
that
rip
came
guy.
out.
Yeah, the
Facebook stuff.
Yeah, we talked about a little bit on one of the other episodes I was on, but that TSR Marvel game probably I first played Dungeons and Dragons, the first role playing game I played
Mhm.
at like a school thing, and then one of my friends was really into it, and we talked about it a lot. But the RPG I actually played the most when I was in elementary school was Marvel.
Marvel
because,
superhero.
yeah,
That's
that one
a great
was
game.
Yeah, I mean it was like in the middle 80s, right? So not all the teachers at school were down with you having Dragon
Right.
magazine or
Sure.
but
Yeah.
like
if you had a
Marvel stuff nobody
superhero,
cared
yeah,
about.
no one
Yeah.
cared.
Everybody
Right.
Yeah.
loves Spider-Man.
Yeah.
That
I got
wasn't
into
part
the
of the
DC.
satanic panic.
Yep.
I got into the DC game, the DC Heroes game, the Mayfair one.
Mayfair, yeah.
Which that was, I was really big on that.
Crunchy.
And so
That was
yeah, it was
crunchy.
crunchy, but
Marvel superheroes
I don't know,
were
it
so
didn't
easy.
seem as crunchy then as it is now. And I think
There's
a lot of
that unit conversion table thing.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
And you kind of had to get used to that. I enjoyed that, because everything was doubled. So every point that you went up was double the previous point. So you had numbers that were in range of each other. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, you just
I
talked
liked
about
it,
people
yeah.
can't add 4d6s together. Now you're going, you have logarithmic scales
Yeah.
or whatever people
Yeah,
got.
but the logarithmic scale was easy because it brought the numbers down closer together. And as
Wait till they play villains of vigilantes,
Judy's, yeah.
where they got
I don't know. So I think
decimals.
that was easier because the scale was already kind of done up for you. But right now, I'm the super game that I'm running, superheroes. I'm
Sentinels,
Sentinel Comics, which is a very kind of simple game. The kind of hard part about it is the character creation. That's what takes a while. But to do a normal action, you're rolling 3 dice. You're rolling whatever quality you have, whatever power you have, and then whatever your status is. And you roll all 3 of those dice, and whatever the middle result is, that's the effect. So if you roll, a D10, a D8, and a D12, and you roll a 2, a 6, and an 8, like the 6, you do 6 damage if you're punching.
Or a 2, 2, and 1.
Or a 2, 2, and 1, you're doing 2 damage to somebody. That's, I mean, yeah, I know you like rolling that, but whatever the middle result is, you do it, and that's the basic action in the game. And so there's no roll to hit, so it just kind of automatically affects, and it goes really, really quick. And
That's
the
a
books
game
are
to play
cheap
a
right now
luchador in.
because they went out. They went out of business, or I guess Greater Than Games. So,
yeah, I talked about this very briefly last week. I was so set not to like this game. For me, the art is very off-putting. Like I judged the book by its cover, and I was like, this is not a game for me. We started playing it. Man, we did our second session this weekend. Having a blast with it.
What game? The Sentinel game?
Sentinels, yeah.
Sentinel Comics, yeah.
Sentinel Comics, yeah.
It's based on the card game, the Sentinels, Sentinels of the Multiverse.
I think
card game. It's that world.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the things that I knew that I was going to hate about it was the Popcorn Initiative, because Roger had already told me about it, and I was like, oh, this sounds terrible. I don't like it. Wrong again. It's great. The Popcorn Initiative keeps every person at the table involved in what's going on, because you don't just roll a D6. Oh, okay, I've got a 6 + 2. I'm going on 8. I'm going to go first, and then I'm going to.
I love it when a game does that.
Yeah, man, it's really, really good.
Hard enough. It's hard enough to keep everyone from drifting.
Yeah, and this weekend, like, we finally figured out how to play as a team. So that's even more cool, because the first session, we were all kind of doing our own thing. We were working together, but it wasn't great. This weekend, we figured it out. And man, and one of the things, like, we planned 4 hours, 2.5, maybe 2:45, not quite 3 hours. We were done.
Yeah.
And it's because the combat is so fast in this game. The game never slows down. You keep going. Oh, it's great. I can't believe I'm saying this. It's a great game.
Yeah.
I got the turntable over there. I'd play the Batman 66 soundtrack while you guys are in combat.
Nice.
Nice. Biff, pow.
Yeah, no, it's been going pretty good. The only like character creation is a bear. Like, there's a lot of tables and a lot of stuff you're going through.
We were all making our first character, so none of us really knew what we were doing.
Yeah,
but I think after you've played it a bit, and once you understand what the different powers do, I think it'll be much easier. Like, if I made my next character, it would be much easier.
Sure.
For me to make my next
character. Sometimes character creation's half the fun of a role-playing game too.
Right.
I mean, they even made a board game based on it called Role Player, because it's half the fun is making a character.
Making the characters, no, on this system, I mean, I really recommend it. For playing a supers game. I mean, as much as I like the Marvel face rip system, the DC Heroes game, which they just did a Kickstarter 6 months ago or so with
DC Heroes
to reprint it. Yeah, to reprint it from the 80s. I backed it. I've got most of it anyway, but I backed it anyway. I like that system. Ascendant, I think, is a decent system that combines like the face rip system and the DC Heroes game. And so, but it's I don't know. I think it's
Champions, right? Is Champions, was that one a superhero game?
Champions is a superhero game.
I think I still have that somewhere.
Yeah. There's a bunch of stuff. Yeah, Jason, we were losing you there a little bit. I don't know.
No idea if you can all see me or not.
It's seem to be alone. Choppy. Yeah, it's very choppy, and you're blurry, and some of your voice.
One of those warp gates.
Yeah, he's in the upside down.
Yeah. Got to pay for better internet, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit about ones we don't like. That new Marvel 616 system. Don't like that at all. I've seen the Glass Cannon guys play it, and they make it seem fun. But if you actually try to play it, it's, what do they call it? Like those games where you're like piloting a mech.
That's piloting a mech.
That's what it is. Like, everything that you're doing is just calling on one of the superpowers that's a thing on your sheet. Like, that's all that game is designed to do, and the dice mechanics are also weird. It's just Not good.
You're coming a little staticky, Matt. I don't know if it's just me,
Okay.
but do you guys hear him staticky?
I hear him great, actually.
They seem fine.
Okay, maybe it's just me then. Do I sound okay?
Yeah,
Yep.
you sound good.
All right. Yeah, I never really great about 616. Yeah, I have not either. And
Yeah,
we
it's
lost those.
different d6s, and they mean different things, and you're multiplying. Then like you're dealing damage, so you have like my result times 5, but then you have a damage resistance factor of 2, so that takes it from a times 5 to a times 3. So then I'm multiplying this by 3 and adding this number. Like it's not it's not good.
Yeah.
I don't care for it at all.
I don't
Yeah.
know. I'm not crazy about like some of Marvel's like stuff they came out with, like with not the con. I mean, like game wise. I guess the Champions game everyone's going crazy about, but there's been such crappy Marvel stuff released over the years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard. I don't know if it's hard to make a superhero. I mean, it's got to be hard to make a superheroes game because they seem far and few between, or, and then like Marvel's come out with, it's like every couple of years, maybe like there's like another one that they've
They
so
made a
In
lot
fact,
of.
I think
yeah.
I've gotten out of comics because the games usually suck so bad. They
Yeah.
kind of kept me in it for a while.
So I know they use the Cortex system there for one of them. I can't remember all the names now of all the Marvel systems there, but
Well, comics as an IP too just feels like impossible to keep. I mean, I'm not keeping up with that stuff, right? And then there's a
No.
million
Yeah.
different versions of everything. Like, I think that's something cool about Sentinels is like, let's distill this back down to like the things that we liked about comics and superheroes, and then
Yeah.
just build it back up with a system that supports that type of gameplay. And you
Especially
just
if you're
dodge all
talking
that IP
people
stuff.
who want to have canon in all their games, and like we were talking about the Forgotten Realms. Every time they wrote a book, and everyone's like, "Well, actually, that's like times 10 with comics." You
Comics.
know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons that I'm enjoying. But can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
I had technical difficulty. I have no idea what happened. Anyway, this is one of the reasons that I'm enjoying Roger's Sentinels game is there's no Spider-Man, there's no Punisher, Batman, none
Right.
of those people. We're the superheroes. There are others. In fact,
Yeah.
we're kind of like we're the B team in the superhero genre.
Yeah.
But I like it. There's Superman is not flying from Metropolis to save anybody. It's us, and I think that's really cool because that way I don't have to worry about the continuity or who is Spider-Man or who isn't. I don't have to worry about any of that stuff.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Or you don't know everything about the supervillain you're going against.
Yeah.
There's like some mystery involved.
Right.
Well, I'm cautiously optimistic about this Invincible one that Free League is doing because I like the IP and I like Free League, so it'll be interesting to see what they do with that and what that looks like.
Yeah,
I'm going into it completely blind. I got it because Roger got it. Really,
you should watch Invincible. Invincible is good.
I've heard a lot of things about it. I'm like, that's really not for me.
Was that the Bruce Willis one?
No.
Mm-mm.
No, it's an Amazon
that's the
Prime.
movie. Unbreakable.
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 Yeah, Invincible is who is it? Kirkman, I think, did it.
Yeah,
I
Robert
think so.
Kirkman.
Yes, the guy that did The Walking Dead.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an Amazon Prime. It's an animated show. It's sort of like The Boys without all the the gratuitous sex stuff. It's like a hyper violent, like realistic, like what would actually happen if superheroes were, fighting each other. It's a little silly, but it's good. I think it's really good.
Some of it's definitely
it's
silly, and it's a play on the other heroes that actually exist. Like the Aquaman in the show is actually like a fish person.
Yeah, there's a Martian Manhunter. There's
there's
there's riffs on the characters.
You compare it to The Boys. I do not enjoy the show. I like the first season.
Yeah, same.
I've read the entire comics run. When I worked at the comic shop, I made it a point to read that. It was very hit or miss. Garth Ennis, that's who wrote it.
Mm-hmm.
Garth Ennis hates superheroes, and he has said that numerous times. He wrote, so he wrote The Boys to kind of give the finger to the comics genre and its fans specifically. And so that's one of the things I don't like about it. I have no problem with the heroes being not so heroic when the cameras are not looking at them. I kind of like that. But the boys, there was just so much hatred in it, hating the fandom, that I don't appreciate.
This
that.
isn't.
Yeah,
I
Invincible
think when
doesn't
Matt
do
will do that.
I think when Matt says it's like the boys, he's referring to like the violence, and the
violence.
blood,
Okay.
and
Okay.
all
cool,
of that stuff
cool.
that's in it. It's
Then
like
I
when
have
Yeah,
Amazon Prime.
it's-
Might as well check it
Yeah,
out.
right. It's like there's a scene where it's like basically two Supermen fighting each other, and the one is basically just holding the other one in front of a moving train, and just the train just explodes and splits in half, and it's just showing what's happening.
yeah,
Right.
and
Um,
then like
so-
when that happens, like there's blood and guts.
It's
and
very
there's-
violent.
The violence,
Yeah.
the violence isn't really. I just talked about machine guns cutting people in
Yeah.
half.
Yeah,
So the violence isn't the issue. It was the disdain that the boys, especially the latter seasons of the show, have for the audience.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be assaulted by the creator. So if you're saying it's just a
It's not
violent
like
show that's
that.
cool,
Yeah.
then I'll check it out. Like I said, I've got Amazon Prime. It's free. Might as well watch it.
Yeah.
Like
My
a gritty
concern-
superhero kind of.
Cool.
Yeah. My concern with it is that as the season, because my son's read all
I
the
need to watch
comics.
that.
My concern with it is like the power, it's got this power creep thing as it goes on, where it starts
How can
out
you
sort
not?
of grounded, and now you're in space, and there's a whole bunch of super ultra cosmic powered people fighting each other, and you're blowing up planets and stuff. So it's like, how are they going to do the RPG and make it grounded? Are they get like, what is that going to look like? So
Yeah.
but I think it's a good IP, and I trust Free League, so I'm like I said, I'm cautiously optimistic about it.
And that's me. I trust Free League, and I got it because Roger had talked about it, and I was like, in fact, I was like the last guy to back it. I waited until it was almost done, and I was like, I'll go ahead and get it. Yeah. So, but like you said, I trust Free League. We'll see what they give me.
yeah. And I haven't. Have you looked at the quick start guide, Matt, that they put out,
No.
the PDFs? I haven't looked at any of it either. I'm like, I never do that. Rarely
Don't
ever
either.
do that. I wait till I get the physical thing. So I don't know if they're gonna try and push, to push people to use the in character or the in universe characters, or if there's going to be a system to like make your own kind of super group or whatever.
I hope you get to make
Um,
your own. I mean, that's the other thing
yeah.
with that Marvel 616 game that's out now is really designed for you to play existing Marvel characters. There's character creation, but it's
That's
not
a
really what
trap
it's
with
about.
a lot of superhero games.
Yeah.
That's why it sounds like the one you guys were talking about, Sentinel, was you can make your own up.
Yeah.
Your own little
Yeah.
superhero universe.
Yeah, and I think it's great, for that, because they specifically go into. I mean, they give you the examples, they give you the characters that are in the world, from the other games and stuff, but the character creation thing is geared to, just go through, make your own character, come up with an idea, you kind of go through it, and you pick, and you can go through that system, and go through and pick, the archetype and all that, and you can build any character that you wanted. Like if you
Yeah.
said, "Hey, I want to build the Flash," like you can, you
They
can
have
definitely go
speedsters.
through and do that.
Right.
And then the way the system works, you don't have to do it this way, but it's the way that I like to do it, and it's the preferred character creation method. Is you roll randomly, but you get to add like the results of 2 dice together. So if you roll like 2d10 and you roll like a 2 and a 6, you can pick, results number 2, 6, or 8. So you
Oh,
get a
that's
choice of like
cool.
3 things to pick from like the archetypes, or
So you got like
your
kind of a
power
little
sets and stuff.
control of what your superhero.
Yeah, so it's not
Right.
100% random, but and it kind of helps with the focus, because there's like a lot of like other abilities that are attached to things that you got to pick. It makes it so that you don't have like the analysis paralysis thing, where it's like,
Right.
okay, I'm picking one of these 3 things instead of one of these 20 things, or what.
Does
Um,
it stack
it's
too to
neat.
where like you can be really good at speed? You know what I mean? Or
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
you can, but
that's
it's
kind
all
of neat.
like the highest level is a D12 and something,
Yeah.
right? So like it depends on what you're doing too, because like you might have a D12 in speed, right?
Yeah.
But because you're taking the middle result, like you might have a quality that doesn't fit. like if you've got a power that's speed and a quality that's like melee combat, and you're gonna say like, you know, you want to run and like use your super speed and do a punch to somebody or
Right.
whatever. Like if your melee combat is a D6, you know, and then say your status die is like a D8, right? Like you're rolling a D12, a D6, and a D8 and taking the middle result. So like so there might be something that you have a D12 in a quality and a D12 as a power,
but
but
it's
then
not
only
your,
those
right.
things combined, that's your thing.
Right.
Right. So like if you've got a magic sword that's at a D12 and melee attack that's a D12, like yeah, you might roll 2D12 and then, you know, whatever your status is, but it's only for melee attacking with this sword. You know,
Yeah.
like that's so it's you're like really good at it, but it's this one thing that you're really good
Right.
at. So like it, you know, like if
And you
that
take that
character,
one thing away, you can
yeah,
that's its
right,
weakness.
right. Or if that character, you know, needs to like rescue a civilian, like, you know, their power and qualities are going to be lower, you know, that they use for that but you know, hey, they're really good at swinging a sword, you know,
Right.
so there's that kind of like trade-off. So you can kind of like, you know, have lower die values and that's, you know, diversified more. But so, I mean, it makes it interesting, you know, like what you pick, how you're going to do things.
But that's also why you fight as a team.
Right.
My guy,
Right.
the quester, he's a sword guy. I'll fight the dragon. You can fly and you're fast and you can teleport. You go rescue the civilians from the falling building. And so it man, I really, God, I can't believe I'm saying this. I cannot speak highly enough about this game. It's excellent. It really is.
I mean, it's mostly the GM.
Boy.
Yeah, a lot.
Sometimes
it really is, though. I mean, honestly, a GM can make or break a good game.
Roger's just giving me a hard time, and he knows I'm just giving him a hard time. The story that Roger is telling for us has been a blast to play. It really has just been a super good time. Super good time. Lame.
In spite of your best efforts, Jason.
Yeah. Yes, it will. Yeah. In spite of my worst expectations, for sure. Yeah. I mean, seriously, dude. 2 weeks ago, I was sitting there. I always arrive an hour early. I'm sitting there in the comic shop. I've got my stuff laid out, and I was like, I'm sitting in the chair, and I'm like, I'm just gonna power through this, man. It'll be fine. It's only 4 hours. Hanging out with my buddies. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
2 hours later, man, I was like, this is badass, dude.
But that's a good lesson for like all gamers. Like, you know, get out of your skin and play something like you're not used to.
Yeah.
Like I'm not used to playing superhero games, and like you said, all of a sudden you're like, I'm gonna power through this, and it's gonna suck. And sometimes it doesn't, and then that's when it's the best, is when you have all these low expectations.
I felt the same way when the first time I played Mothership with Matt. Matt was the first. In fact, he's the only one that's ever DM Mothership with me. I played it because Roger wanted to play it, and I was like, "Yeah, sure, man. We'll play this game. I don't care." Seriously, man. 20 minutes into the game, I was laughing my ass off. Roger and I were having a blast trying to fix the toilet, and it just never stopped. And then the next time we played, we had more fun. It just.
People got to break out of their own little shell sometimes.
Yep, absolutely.
That was really a fantastic game. I know we've talked about it, you know, a couple times.
We always reference that game because it was so good.
Man, it was so good. There's like a guy that's like jamming a light bulb into his own eye, talking about he's got to get the.
I'm not a medic.
It's
not my concern.
And I'm like, I don't have time for this. I got a toilet to unplug. I got a list of shit to do. Like,
he was like the apprentice union guy, and I was like the journeyman, possibly the master. And so like, and my guy's like 65. His is like 20. So I was treating him like my son.
Like the Yaphet Kotto and Harry Dean Stanton and Alien. You know, those two guys down below deck.
Can I address something that Paul just said? Because I've got to get it out of my system.
Sure.
Talking about
is that this or this is the Judge Dredd? Garth
yes. I never read his Judge Dredd. It's probably really good. His Punisher run, all 76 issues are excellent.
Yeah, I like those too.
Born,
those are good.
Platoon, The Cell. If you want to pick up a comic and read the Punisher and know what the Punisher is, read The Cell. I think it was 4 issues. It might have only been 3. It's part of a collection that I have. Good Lord, The Cell is a good story. Oh, so good. Yeah, and it doesn't hurt that he attracted the very best artist. Goran Palov, I think is the guy's name. I think he's from Argentina. He did, I think, the first 12 issues of the Punisher Max, and the closing panel.
Really good.
Yeah, the closing panel on, I think, issue 2 of the first of the Max run. I looked at it and I was like, that's what the Punisher looks like. He wasn't really handsome. He's, late 50s, early 60s, but he's sitting at the table and someone's just desecrated his wife's grave. And both of his hands are on the table and he's looking up at the TV and you can just feel the fury coming off of him. And he doesn't say shit. He's just sitting there. And it's like, I want to leave the room. Man, excellent work. Yeah, the end was really good. Yep.
Yeah, I like the first half of the Preacher series too. It got a little crazy.
Yeah.
I just hate Steve Dillon's art, man.
Yeah,
All his people look exactly. They've all got the same weird nose. They're all
hear
too thin with a big head. Yeah, I love the story. Can't stand the art.
Yeah, that's fair.
And while we're on the subject of Judge Dredd, I regret getting rid of that game as a youngster. With the Games Workshop, the box.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I had that. And every time I see it, I'm like, oh.
I'm bummed that that Dread movie didn't make any money because I thought that was one
such
of
a
the best
good
action
with
movies.
Carl
last
Urban?
year.
That movie's
Yeah.
Carl
It's a
Urban,
damn
good.
masterpiece, is what that movie is. It's
So
a shame
good.
it didn't.
The only thing that movie needed, I wish it had like the sets that the Stallone movie had, and then all the gratuitous like violence of the regular. I
Yeah.
like the sets. in the
I don't know.
Stallone movie.
I think seeing Mama, whatever her name was, splat at the end.
Oh, I
that's
agree.
Pretty gratuitous.
No, I agree, but
and
I
it
like the
also-
background, the mega city, and the Stallone one better.
I don't know. I thought, but it also has one of the sexiest non-nude scenes I've ever seen in my life. When Mama is in the bathtub and she's smoking on the slow-mo,
Yeah,
and she lifts her hand up and the water droplets are coming down.
yeah.
I don't know what I was entranced by that scene. And there's no
Great
skin
movie.
being shown, dude. You see a bathtub with a face and a hand sticking out of it.
Yeah,
And I was like, that movie is so freaking good, dude.
yeah, it's a
Yeah.
good movie.
Yeah, that's a great movie.
Yeah, I'm sad
It's a
they
shame
never made
never
another
a
one.
sequel.
Yep.
Well, allegedly, they are going to make a sequel, and it's going to suck huge because
Carl Urban's not going to be in it.
no, he wants to do it. But
Aren't they going to have like
the
Judge
idiot-
Death and all that? With,
No, they have the guy that
Anderson.
ruined Thor is supposedly doing
Oh
it.
no!
I'm out.
Taika Waititi?
Yeah, you're
I'm
ruining
out.
my night.
Suck.
Guy.
Oh,
He
no.
fucking
Thor
sucks.
Love and Thunder. Oh God. Take one of the coolest Marvel characters and make him a simp. Just
Yeah,
Oh
the,
my
the,
God.
the other movie that I wish there was an RPG for, and Jason, you'd probably be way down with this, is District 9.
hell
that'd be
yes.
cool.
Ooh, yeah.
God, I wish
Dude,
they
that
did.
movie
fun.
was Neil Blomkamp.
Yeah,
What an
Yeah.
amazing movie, dude.
Yeah.
Here's
Yeah.
here's
Yeah.
$9 million. Go make a movie.
it's
Okay.
yeah.
Um,
That movie is
Man.
so good.
Great
Yep.
movie.
Yeah. And
I
like
like
that's one of
this
those
other-
things where like I want to know more about that world. Like, please tell me
Yes.
more. Like, it's so cool.
Roger,
I
you're
like
about to
this
talk
other
about Elysium.
movie.
Yep,
Yeah, what
Elysium.
was the other one called?
No, that wasn't Elysium. Elysium was good too.
He did
No,
Chappie.
No.
uh,
There was the
Chappie's
one
the
with
one with the
Chappie.
robot.
Chappie.
Chappie. Yeah, I thought that one was good too.
I
They're
like
all in the
Chappie.
same world, right? Aren't they all in the same? Or
Isn't
no?
Chappie in
know.
the same?
This is why Tuesday night
No,
is
maybe
my
not.
favorite night of the week.
Yeah, because we stay right on topic.
No, because
Um,
none of my other friends talk about this stuff, and I
Yeah.
am dying
Yeah,
to talk.
District
I know.
9.
That's why I'm like spurging out
What-
on the keyboard every Tuesday.
What's a
Oh,
good?
Moon. Yeah, Moon was
what-
a great
yeah.
movie.
Oh my
too.
God.
Yep.
Yeah, that's Boney's
That's-
son
Was
made
it?
Moon, didn't
Yeah.
he?
That's on my list.
Oh,
That's
it's
on my
good.
list.
Ooh,
That's
I've never
with
heard of that.
what's his name?
Duncan
He's
Jones
like the only
made that.
actor in the. Who's the
Yeah,
actor?
it's
Sam
like
Rockwell. Sam Rockwell.
Right, Sam Rockwell. He's like the only actor in the movie.
That's a great
Yeah.
movie. I love
it's
Moon.
good.
It's on my list. I have it. It's
Depressing,
queued up,
but I
ready to
love
watch.
It's depressing.
Yeah.
But it's good.
Is Paul the
It's-
only
it's
one
on my
left in the
list,
chat? Is that what I'm seeing?
No.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Is Jeff still with us?
No, there's more than that. There's more than that. I don't know. Paul's the only one that's actively talking.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. District 9. That would be cool. I don't know what
Yeah.
system would work. for that.
Maybe like
Freely could do it.
yeah.
Freely could just Freely would
like
just do
some
it. You
sort
could
of
probably
gumshoe
use
mechanic almost, like
It's
a
just
Yeah.
like Twilight
problem
2000 and
solving.
Aliens just smushed together. I mean, it's
Yeah. right.
Yeah.
I mean, you could probably use the Year Zero engine and easily come up with something between the
Absolutely.
different
Yeah.
games and stuff that they have.
Man, that was such
Yeah.
a good movie.
Mhm.
And
That's
it made
a good movie. I agree.
a buttload of money too. It was such a huge
Yeah.
success.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like the
No,
only thing
and
it got
different.
adapted into is a really bad board game. Cool
Oh, I never
Minis.
seen
Oh,
man.
the
did
It's a
they?
terrible board game.
Never
It's
seen the
terrible.
board game.
It's not good.
I mean, it was unique for
Oh.
sure. It was sorely needed for its time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Jason, your video's lagging
Blotchy
a little
again.
bit. Yeah. But yeah, that'd be interesting. What else we got to talk about? What else you guys want to talk about? That's
We didn't talk about You did Star Wars. You want to talk about Star Trek? I mean, Star Trek had
Well,
the FASA game, and then it's
I
got
mean,
some.
I love Star Trek.
Star Trek had the FASA game. Yeah, Star Trek didn't end up on my list because I don't think it works well as an
I don't think
RPG.
there's been many good RPGs for Star. I don't even like FASA.
They did the 2D20 system thing, and
The second
was
edition,
okay.
the second edition that came out from Modiphius is definitely better than the first edition. They streamlined it a little bit.
Oh, the first
Yes.
one was a mess. Then,
Yeah.
'cause I didn't even bother with the second one.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
they definitely simplified. They definitely simplified it some. I mean, there's a lot of meta currency stuff in it, which I'm not always the biggest fan of. But you're right. I mean, I think there is a weird thing of like, are you playing the Enterprise Junior or like are
Yeah.
you
Right.
like
Well,
are you trying to
that's
play
a
the real
big
character?
Is it
problem.
military? Is it exploration? It's like
Right. And that's the big problem. Like, I think it works better if you have your own ship, somebody's the captain, and you have the crew. But I don't know, because then now you've got a player that's in charge of everybody,
right,
and that could go south.
right.
So you almost, but
You
like
almost need to
the other
have
way
the
with
captain
it,
be an NPC to
if-
give everyone a direction.
right?
But
right.
then you're
or
gonna railroad it. So you're like, what do you
Right.
do?
or you got to make the captain like an NPC that's player controlled, and then the players can kind of
Right.
decide what the captain's. But I mean, that's like really the only way to do it, unless the GM is the captain. But then it's a railroad. So
That
you know,
almost
and-
seems
and
to
the
happen
way
in
to
a
do
lot
it-
of military campaigns. Is like, how do you?
yeah, like I mean, the only other way to do it, right, would be like you're the away team, right, and
Right.
then like every mission or every session is just another mission where you're like, oh, you go beam down here and you have to do this thing or whatever. I don't know, but it's
And the person who loses, like the person who has to roll out a character every week, definitely has a red shirt. So you gotta make
Yeah,
him wear
right,
a red T-shirt.
right. and so I think that Star Trek doesn't work well. Like
I don't think it
like
does either.
if you do something like they did in Picard, and I know that that there's a lot of issues like with that show and stuff, but basically in
You're right,
Picard, right, they've got their own ship and they're a crew and they go and they do missions, right? But at that point, you're playing
You're-
Star Wars.
Exactly.
You're in a
That's
Star
exactly
Wars
what I was
game.
gonna
You're a
say.
scum and villainy game, right?
Right.
So you're not in. To me, that didn't feel like Star Trek.
Like,
So-
are you the Orion pirates, or maybe if you're Klingons, it might work.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, but if you're the Orion Pirates or if you're the Klingons, again, I think you're playing a Star Wars game.
Yeah, I agree.
You're not playing a Star Trek game.
Yeah,
In
I
order to
mean,
play
what
a
if
Star
you
Trek game,
did?
you'd be on the Enterprise or whatever.
I think if I was going to do a Star Trek game, I'd do something like a Voyager kind of thing or Deep Space Nine.
Sure.
Right.
Or
Like,
Deep
if you-
Space Nine sounds
Yeah.
because you're on a space state, you're in a fixed place, and you have to
Oof.
solve problems on
But
that base.
the Deep Space Nine, that as an RPG sounds like a railroad to me, because now you're just
Yeah,
waiting for whatever the GM's going to throw at you.
That's true,
Voyager,
too.
Voyager seems cool because that's a hex crawl with resource management.
Right. So throw
Yeah.
That's
throw
Forbidden
them.
Lands.
Throw
I
right,
agree.
Whatever.
throw them in a map and
Yeah.
start them somewhere and say you have to go this direction, and then
Yeah.
just use a generator to populate what they're running into. Like now you're playing
Yes.
like a more normal RPG.
Yeah.
Well, now you're playing like Traveler or something
Yeah.
where you're like generating the hexes and the worlds as you go
Yeah.
through.
I think that would work. Absolutely.
Which I think Traveler would be great to do a Voyager. Hey, here's an empty hex map. You're in this corner. You got to get back to this corner.
This one.
Yeah.
This is how many resources you have. And then you just go through and randomly generate all the worlds and like what resources they have and all
Wheeling
of that.
and dealing with aliens or
And then-
stealing.
Yeah, you use stars
Right,
without
and then-
stars without number. You could generate all the stuff.
You generate all the stuff there,
Yeah.
and then you decide, oh, okay, this planet's rich in fuel. Like, how do you want to do it? Or like, are they hostile? Like, do you want to try and trade with them? Do you want to try and do you want to?
There
try
you
and
go.
just
10 minutes of
invade or whatever?
discussion. You made Star
Don't-
Trek
Wow.
work.
Don't you think it's cool though having a holodeck where like if you're doing a Star Trek campaign and then like you do play 3 sessions and then now you can do 2 sessions of like, hey, it's what was the gangster game that you
Yeah,
that's
Right.
literally
Oh,
what
yeah.
they did.
That would be
Yeah.
awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I always thought that'd be
Yeah.
kind of fun.
That
Like you're
would be
doing these
fun.
little nested games inside of the holodeck while you're playing a Star Trek game.
I would
Yeah.
purposely put on the holodeck episodes of Torment
Um,
my wife.
Yeah, definitely. Voyager, yeah, as a West Marches hex crawl, I think. I think that works. That works perfect.
Yeah, I think
Yep.
so too.
That works perfect. And you have all that going for you and everything. I think it works great. And then I think you can have a player that's the captain.
Yeah, right.
And then
And they decide what to
yeah.
do. Are we going to steal this resource or are we going to try to negotiate?
yeah,
I mean, you can get a renegade badass captain,
yeah,
it's got
Right.
a Federation badge. It's kind of cool. I like that concept.
yeah,
But-
yeah. And you're just trying to get home, so
Yeah.
you just go through. No one cares, Death Angel.
I do.
No
Death
one.
Angel.
You're the only one.
I
that
love
oh,
Babylon
Jesus.
5. I'm with Death Angel.
Never
there.
watched it.
Now
Love
it's
it.
time to end the show.
That's
Sorry,
it.
guys,
We're out of time.
As long as we don't get into Crusade, that was horrible. But I love Babylon 5.
So
Angel
Death
might hate me
Angel,
for that.
he's a Babylon 5 guy.
So am I.
That's-
I love
he
Babylon
loves it.
5.
Well, yeah. Well, he's hopefully coming to CNY. You guys can get together and
Yeah.
talk about how great Babylon 5 is and try and
Would
convince me to
probably
watch
be
it.
the only two, I'm sure.
There are dozens of us, dozens.
I know. I
Yeah,
don't care.
dozens.
I'll go down loving that
Yeah.
movie or TV show. Love it. Paul's right
Yeah.
about Ronald Moore too.
Yeah. That would have been cool. I liked that like in the Borg episodes there when they finally got rid of the Borg and stuff, they were like going to take the Borg stuff out and they were like, oh, but it's like increased our engine efficiency or whatever. So like, okay, yeah,
Right.
just leave it. So like that would have been fantastic if they just kept the modifications and everything
Mhm.
going, and then
Yeah.
where it's just a completely different ship, So
Yeah.
So yeah.
The Borg always were good for ratings.
Paul, I think you and I are going to disagree on everything.
I
don't know.
love Babylon 5. I'm with them guys, man.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I don't know. I guess
It's got
I
a
guess
first
I
season
should
that's
get around
slow
to,
like the rest. Like I mean, their first season's almost bad, but I mean, you gotta kind of pay attention to it, and then once you get into the second
It's
season,
true.
it just jumps
true.
right off. It's really fun.
It's true. I will try and watch it at some point.
Every
Okay.
every science fiction show, the first season always blows usually, like as a default. But if
Well,
you
they're trying
pay
to find their
attention and
feet,
stay in, right, because you're introducing the characters, and like sometimes the characters
Yeah.
suck, but then you start to like them.
Yeah, maybe I'll try and watch it, Paul. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'll watch it and I'll
There's
enjoy it.
something
Death
there. There's
Angel seems
something
to
there.
think that I like it. So
if you get rid of the 90s, like maybe have a few Zimas before you watch it.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah,
Get you
I
in
like
the
JMS
in the
too.
mood.
I think he's great.
Okay.
Straczynski,
Well,
yeah.
we'll check it out. What else did we miss, Matt? Did we miss anything else? You're you got the mental list going.
I think we covered everything I had.
I know. I feel like I came to brought a knife to a gunfight on this one.
There
You
you
guys
go,
covered
Paul.
everything.
You can get with Death Angel and get on the show and talk about Babylon 5 there.
Babylon 5's great. I'm with you guys there.
Let me
I
see.
mean I was on Death Angel's show, so
we didn't talk much about Conan or Conan.
Right.
yeah.
Definitely like a
What's
lot
your
of different.
favorite version?
Yeah, I hear the new one that came out is getting pretty positive feedback.
Oh,
from
the
what I hear the
Monolith.
Yeah,
the
I have
Monolith one.
I have the board game with all the miniatures, like the first couple expansions.
I want to
and
check
stuff.
out the Monolith one, definitely.
yeah. Ron from Page just ran it last weekend and gave it very positive
Really?
feedback. Yeah, so
Yeah, I'd have to check it out. I always wanted to get their Solomon Kane board game. That one looked really good. But it's like a lot of money.
One that I wasn't in love with, I think it's well made. I just think it's the wrong rule set. Is and this is probably not the right group for this, but Avatar: The Last Airbender. Magpie made the RPG for that, and production quality is great. It's a nice product. It's powered by the Apocalypse.
It's powered by the Apocalypse. Yeah, not great.
I don't really have anything against Powered by the Apocalypse. It's not my favorite rule set, but like Monster of the Week, I like. Like there's games that are based
Monster
on,
of the Week does that.
yeah,
Powered by Apocalypse.
Brindlewood Bay is a similar system. I don't have an issue with the system or its derivatives, but like Avatar, just by its nature, is like should be a combat heavy sort of rich character development tree kind of game, and it's just not. It's in this narrative system. It just feels like a weird choice.
I got the RPG, the Avatar RPG. I backed it because there were some friends of mine that were into it, and they said to get it, whatever. I tried watching the show, the cartoon, and I don't know if I think I finished season 1 because as far as I got, and it's like a little.
I like it. I watched it.
It's like it's a little too kid like
it
kid
is. It was on Nickelodeon,
right?
Yeah.
I mean, it was.
People say it gets better.
It does.
So,
I mean, it's got some adult themes to it as it goes. It's what was
Paul,
my son's.
Paul
like,
loves
favorite.
PBTA, which we knew because I'm not a fan. So
I like it. It's just what we talked about before. Like, does the system match with? Do you feel like you're in Avatar when you're playing with that rule set? And I don't. I personally don't. I feel like it's mismatched.
Right.
I'd like to answer.
I think PBTA is fine for. Yeah, I'm going to get there in 1 second, Vince. PBTA, I think it's fine for one shots and maybe short stuff. Like I'm not a big like long form gamer with that system. Like I played Monster of the Week. We did like a short campaign with it. I was a player in, and I think it was fine.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was fine.
Yeah, I've heard it's good in an episodic kind of.
But doing a whole thing, it just didn't. I don't know. I just don't think it works long form. But Thundar the Barbarian.
Yeah. What would you run in?
I've got a system for that, and that's this right here.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is American Survival Guide.
It really is. It's crawling under the broken moon.
Crawling under the broken moon.
Yep.
He's got the whole story. If you read the story, about the meteor passing between the Earth and the moon and all of that. I mean, it's all in there.
I think there's even like car combat and stuff in it.
Vehicular combat and stuff. All that's in there. You can use Hyperborea for it. I think it would work fine. This is kind of the American Survival Guide has like the races and stuff in there for Ukla the Mock and all of that. So I mean, I think
you still need DCC to run it though.
Well,
or MCC, right?
Yeah, I would use DCC over MCC with this because this is originally written for
it
DCC.
was, yep.
But yeah, I mean that's you know, I think that would work.
Have you ever? This is a sort of a weird one, but are you familiar with this? The Night's Black agents and the Dracula dossier.
No, I am not.
So it's like a gumshoe system game, but
Really?
it's a really weird kind of interesting thing that they did. The idea is like Dracula the novel is basically the source book for this whole Dracula thing, and it basically converts stuff in Dracula. They have this like edited up, marked up version of the actual Dracula book, and it's like an in-game item that's like full of information that like ties to what's going on in the campaign. It's sort of a weird, interesting thing that they made. Yeah.
Including the recipe to chicken poppycosh.
I haven't actually played
they
it.
put
I
in that book,
through,
but my wife made the one.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a weird.
The Bram Stoker's chicken poppycosh.
Cool. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, for like a Buffy or like a Supernatural, I would use Monster of the Week.
Yeah, for sure.
For that, I mean,
Didn't Buffy have a role playing game? I thought it did.
I think Buffy did. Yeah.
Didn't X-Files have one too? Maybe not. Maybe not.
I know Herc and Tina did. I remember that.
Yep. Yes. Wasn't that like the last? Wasn't that like the last West End Games release?
I think it was. I think you're
right.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I think you're right. And like the more heroic things you did, the more dice you got.
Supposedly it's a good game.
I remember playing that and I liked it.
Huh. Interesting. I'll have to check it out. See if I can find it.
Yeah.
I think I've pretty much exhausted my pile. I mean, I'm looking and seeing what I got. That's we covered a lot of games.
Yeah, I should.
Yeah, I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel.
I don't have a lot of IP as much as I thought I did, and you guys pretty much covered what I had.
I'll start pulling out like weird stuff, like this guy here.
Oh, everyone is John is cool.
This is like
is that the
being John Malkovich?
Is it? Oh god, that's crazy.
It's the one where there's the dolphin one too. Is another crazy. It's like everyone is dolphins or something.
Oh, that's
like
a
Everything is dolphins. That's another
Everything
crazy one if you want to play a weird one. Yeah, it's by the guy.
Hitchhiker's
1,000-Year Vampire.
Like Hitchhiker's Guide.
Hitchhiker's Guide. Yeah, that's cool. What? I don't know. Yeah, I think we covered. We covered a ton of stuff.
Anyone venture into the Doctor Who?
We can talk about this.
I have it. I have the Doctor Who.
We could talk about that. I wanted to get that.
I don't know, the Doctor Who I considered running. There's not enough people that I know that are into it.
Isn't it like you guys were saying though? There's one guy that's like the Time Lord, and everyone else is just kind of
everybody else is the companion and stuff.
Just carrying his water or whatever.
Yeah. The only interesting thing that I really like about it is that like talkers like fighters go last.
The initiative order,
runners, it's talkers, runners, doers, fighters.
Yeah,
like that's the initiative order.
We talked about this before, but they stole that for Land of Eam.
Yeah,
which it is technically an adaptation. This is from a series of novels, and then there's the graphic novels too that they're set in the same world, but they use that same initiative order in this.
I agree, Death Angels, by the way.
Yeah, well, with this one?
Yeah, absolutely.
I agree.
Did you guys get the Monty Python when it was on sale for $10 on Black Friday?
No, I backed the Kickstarter and paid $100 for it.
No.
Wait, but I got a set of plastic coconuts.
For the PDF?
No, the hardback was $10.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Yeah,
overprinted it or something.
Pardon my French.
But did you get an official set of plastic coconuts?
Oh, I bought somebody else's Kickstarter for less than they paid for it. So that
perfect.
Yeah.
Fantastic. That's a good business to be in, I think.
Yeah, I've probably half of my Kickstarters anymore are. I just noticed that as soon as they come out, people dump them right away for less than they were. So
it's crazy.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Nuts.
Yeah.
People do that all the time.
I'll have
Yeah.
to keep an eye out. I always
Yeah.
thought there'd be more because people are sought after.
It depends.
It depends
on
what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, um,
Yeah, Land of Eam
Yeah.
is shockingly not. It's weird. It's got kid. It feels like it should be more of a kids game than it is. It's actually really not like it's a fully formed, fully featured RPG rule set. That is slightly like the kid art. It's very Muppet. It feels very Muppety, but like it's really like not as kid focused as you would think. So yeah, it's pretty good. Just happens to have sort of overly cartoony art for whatever reason. But
yeah. That's interesting. I'll have to check that out. Because I saw the art on it and thought that it was, more like a kid.
Can
like
you
a
go
kid's
all Meet the Feebles with it?
game.
yeah, it's a little bit silly. It's definitely not grimdark, but it's also not. It's a serious game. Like it's not
Really?
It's a kid's game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the art kind of says otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'll have to check that out. This is my these are my coconuts.
Nice. Oh.
Okay, so that's the okay. Yeah, can you play a Fraggle? Yeah, we can you run a Fraggle game with Land of Eam?
Yeah, there's definitely weird. There's definitely weird character.
Like making a bunch of drow Fraggles.
Yeah.
Like evil
Yeah, the rules
Fraggles.
aren't kitty. Paul says I'm gonna have to check it out. I'm gonna have to check out the Land of Eam. Like I said, I looked at it and just
you
saw
can play
the
as
cover
a
and
gelatinous
stuff, and
goo.
there you go. Yeah.
Goblins, gnomes, imps. Yeah, I mean you can be a little mushroom guy. Like there's definitely you can be a skeleton. That's any game you can play as a skeleton. I'm down with.
You're in.
All right. I'll have to definitely check that out then. But yeah, wow. So we're a little past the 4-hour mark, so
Probably.
I think
Yeah.
it's probably a good time to call it.
Yeah.
So thanks everybody for coming. I keep forgetting to tell everybody this, but like, share, subscribe
all the
to Decato's channel. Matt, he doesn't have a channel yet, but I'm sure one's coming, right? Gonna have a no. Vince, what about you? You got a channel yet, or
Not yet.
that's the thing to do? Everybody needs a YouTube channel. Everybody needs to have their own YouTube channel.
I'm waiting
gotta
on the
get-
carpentry one from Jason.
Yeah, we got to get Jason to start Carpentry and Crusades. Is that the?
Oh, that'd be perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Carpentry and Crusades.
we got to keep pushing them on
Well,
that. Yeah,
You
Paul,
guys
we're
start
just
building
gonna-
your table.
we should do that. Maybe
Love it.
maybe next year we'll do like a marathon. We'll see if we can stream for like 48 hours and just people can drop in and drop out.
If
when they gotta-
Jason's got like a
nap
table
or
saw,
whatever.
we can just get role playing games that we don't like and just have them saw them.
oh, have a table saw. Oh, that'd be cool.
Wouldn't that be great?
That'd be cool. That'd be great. That'd be great.
Like we don't like this game. Saw it in half, Jason. Like everyone goes thumbs up or down. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. And then we
the
do it.
vote.
Yeah. Oh man, that'd be cool. So yeah, so I think we covered that. So that was TV to tabletop.
Yeah. Movies.
So
too.
not sure what we're gonna do next week yet, but we'll put we'll put that out pretty good. Yeah, exactly, Paul. It's gonna be awesome.
Don't put Jason in
So-
charge of that. There'll be way too many casualties.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Or
I
worse,
wanna
you could
see
force
it.
people to play them. Yeah.
That's a selling point.
So we'll see you guys. We'll see you guys next week. We're definitely gonna do that. Yeah, Jason messaged me and said great show. His internet died, so
Yeah.
he couldn't do that. But yeah, everybody out there have a good have a Merry Christmas and
Yeah,
all
Merry
of that. And we'll
Christmas.
see you before New Year, or whatever, I guess, happy Boxing Day if you're in Canada, or whatever. I don't know, whatever the list is that's this week. I don't know. But yeah, so we'll see you guys next Tuesday. We'll be here again, maybe for another 4 hours, talking about something without any tangents as usual. And
right on track
yeah.
the whole time.
And right on track the whole time, like always, right?
Yeah.
So we'll electric carving knife. Yeah, we'll have to do that on Christmas. What game we'll face. Anyways, we'll see you guys on the other side. We'll see you guys next week. Thanks everybody for
Take it easy,
watching.
guys. Merry Christmas. Thank
You
you
all.
for being on.
Merry Christmas.
Take care, guys.